If fighting was a god, I would worship him. I would bow to him. I would pray for victory. For he only grants opportunities. But behind every god lurks a devil. And the devil wants me to take a dive. My name is Annatomic. And this is how my legend was made.
When footsteps fall in eldritch hollows, and spectres flee into the shadows, that is the time when horror's heroes abound, culling the ghouls that go bump in the night.
Good morning, come on in. Coffee's good, fresh and hot. There's a waffle in the baker on the grill. We're making bacon. You're always welcome back.
Charge!
Happy Memorial Day, everybody, from the heart of Lovecraft Country and the birthplace of American religious liberty. My name is Shanthan Jetty. You are watching Shanthan Jetty Art, and welcome to the Late Night Waffle Lodge. I decided to fire up a stream because I was working on a painting, and I thought to myself, hey, working on a painting with friends is even more fun than just working on a painting. So I'm actually working on a page from Nosfero 2, Death Will Die. I've been, for the last 60 days, I've been hitting SPRINGBALL really hard in terms of the work. Tons of writing, loving the way the book's looking. I can see it all laid out in InDesign and sort of prepping for the rendering. But I have to tell you this, that painting a traditional is good for the soul, and it needs to be done sometimes. So let me see who we've got here in the chat. Welcome, everybody. Mr. Perfect is here. Perfect as always. I love that icon. I don't know what the company was that did it. It would have been around the time of Dream Warriors, but there was that Freddy Krueger mask. Of course, they're way better now. But there was a Freddy Krueger mask that had the sort of the neck piece to it you could put in your shirt during that time. And I was obsessed with Freddy Krueger every Halloween. I mean, I had a Jason Voorhees hockey mask and all that stuff, but Freddy Krueger was one of my favorite characters of all time in terms of horror stuff. Just a great character. So welcome, Mr. Perfect. It's great to see you. Christopher Bouchard is here. It's great to see you, Christopher. Channel member Mark's Music Obsession dropping those custom emojis. It's good to see you, my friend. And speaking of channel members, here's Nomad Damon. It is good to see you, my friend. How are you doing? And welcome, welcome. It is great to have you here. Brains Taste Awful is telling me that Night of the Living Dead has the Riff Tracks version of it is really good, and so that might be something I have to look into. Let's see what else we've got here. We've got Metal Matt here. It is great to see you, Metal Matt. Happy to keep you company while you are cooking. It is my pleasure. We've got Corey Landis here. Epic trailer that Cash Grab deserves 100%. Cecil is my boy. Cecil is my boy. Random Granderson says, Hail Sean, can't stay long. I'm on 6 hours of sleep, total over 2 days, and I gotta call it an early night, but hope it's a great stream. Random Granderson, thank you so much for dropping in just to give a hello. I appreciate it, my friend. Sleep well, have a good night, and thanks for being here, and thanks for coming by. Leg Kick 1, it's great to see you in the house. Channel member Skeleton Core Comics is here. Great to see it. Of course, Tiny Effort, also known as Rich, the original SPRINGBALL fan. So we go way back to the early days of SPRINGBALL. He was a huge fan, huge supporter, and it was a pleasure to let him know that SPRINGBALL is being reborn as we speak, thanks to none other than the support team. I mean, support doesn't even seem to cover it. The great John Malin, who just did an outstanding cover, an outstanding launch, and an outstanding close all in one campaign. It's pretty incredible. And very grateful to him. Mighty Geek Studios is here. OG, it's good to see you, Mighty Geek Studios. Newly minted channel member Art of Dominique is here. It's great to see you, Dominique. I hope you are doing well. Amoral, fat, 40 ounce, I salute you, my friend. It is great to see you, brother. I hope you are well, and I hope everyone has had a great and meaningful Memorial Day today. Yeah, we're going to do some painting. We're going to hang out. I'm going to drop this link out to a few people. I think everybody is pretty much, just relaxing on Memorial Day and taking time in with their family. But on the off chance that anybody feels like popping in, I want to drop the link out to a few people just because they might want to pop in. So there you go. So let me take care of that. Let me make sure I actually hit the send button on that. I swear. God bless. Let's see here. Who else? Where is this? There we go. Gotta just drop this link, guys. Sorry, I should have done this before, but then Ecamm's a little tricky in terms of people getting, used to it and knowing how it all works. And so I just want to make sure I didn't do it while I was playing the credits because people can hear me in the background. One of the cool things about Ecamm. Hey, hold on a second. I just saw a name in the chat I got to say hello to. What is up, Aviator Surge? I doff my cap to you, brother. Hail and welcome. I hope you are having a great Memorial Day and getting to spend some time, with the family and all of that great stuff we do this time of year. Let me see if I even sent that out. Okay, looks like I sent that out. Set one out here. Let's see how we do here. Okay. And then let me see here. I don't know who else. I'm just throwing out the link randomly to get it out there. I don't know how many my Wi-Fi will be able to hold, but I hope you guys are well. So let me tell you guys what's been going on. Lots of cool stuff. I was on a stream the other night. Some of you guys may know this movie, but Shane Davis talked about this movie that it's bizarre. It's a Carpenter film. Somehow I haven't heard of it. And it's inspired by Lovecraft and Stephen King. And it's called In the Mouth of Madness. Now, it is free on YouTube, but I do like to own physical copies of things. And it was at a reasonable price, starring Sam Neill. Even has, at the opening, I think Charlton Heston plays a publisher of a publishing company there. But I actually, what am I doing? I'm doing this old school. This is the Blu-ray for it. So I'm actually really curious to check it out, man. So hopefully it's good. I'm Who You Say I Am says badass movie. I kept hearing that from people that it was a badass movie. Now, I love H.P. Lovecraft stuff. His work had a just transformative experience on me just in terms of the way that he wrote horror. People always talk about, writing horror and making things scary. And the thing that drives me crazy about it is I don't ever find it that crazy. What's up, Polisar? It's good to see you. And Lovecraft, the way that he approaches stuff, for me, is genuinely scary and interesting. And the short story that got me hooked was The Thing on the Doorstep, which is a very weird Lovecraft story to start reading because it alludes to things. It alludes to things like The Shadow over Innsmouth, but I hadn't read any of that stuff yet, so it was just purely just the creepiness of what goes on in that story with the character of Asenath, and it is I mean, to be here in the heart of Lovecraft country and to have had so many landmarks of Lovecraft's here in Rhode Island impact me directly. uh it's just he's a natural fit for me. And so when I go to work on Nosfero and as I expand things out, let me see if I can zoom out and show you some of my messy office here. There we go. There we go. So if you take a look at what I'm working on right here, I'm doing this. Actually, let me lower this a little bit so you guys can really get a grasp of the bottom of the panel. I don't think I can tip it very much. So if you look right here, this is a character who is in the middle of having a vision. She's asleep and she's having a vision and she's seeing this battle going on through one of the many gates that lead to the sort of neither world where the outer gods and all of those Lovecraftian horrors exist and can enter into our world. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to have her on one plane of existence, or one physical plane right here where she's resting, almost like an Escher, because that's how I imagine that place is. And then over here is a wall that looks like that's what's going up to what she's resting on. And then that wall drops off to another plane that goes deep. And that's where she's going to see the doorway when she gets flung out by this giant squiggling Lovecraftian monster that's right up here, fighting a character that we're going to be introduced to right here in Nosfero 2, Death Will Die. So yeah, that's what I've been working on. Been trying to get little depth of field things right here and trying to get that sort of essence to it, Let's see here. You say, hubby and I have always been obsessed with Lovecraftian lore. Absolutely. He shaped so much of our modern culture through film, games, literature, etc. Yet there's nobody who has had that kind of impact. There's not a single creator. And it's kind of, well, maybe it's fortunate for us and fortunate for me um, that, people decided that, they needed to remove him from all the Hugo Awards. They needed to put him in that rarefied air of Ayn Rand, where it's like, encouraging people to not even see what the actual work is about and what he did as an artist. And it's really kind of funny to me because in both of those cases, it is such a rich and incredible world that he has created. He did not live very long. He, as I said to somebody, when H.P. Lovecraft was my age, he'd been dead a few years. It's the best way to look at it. The guy is. Never read the chat. Never read the chat while you're streaming if you don't want to laugh. Nobody else is streaming now. It's your chance, Sean. Shoot, Wonan Shot, you were watching Shane last night. Shane posted a link in the King's room, and I was just feeling like hanging out, and all I can think of sometimes when I see Shane streaming is there's nothing I can bring to this stream, and boy was I right. As the stream went on, I was so glad I did not ruin that stream by jumping in. If Shane ever told me, "Hey man, get in here. I want you in this stream," I'll absolutely do it. But it was one of those cases to where you guys know how it is. Sometimes somebody is just gonna be in the zone, and Shane was in the zone, man. He was in the zone, and it was freaking great, man. What a good dude too. And again, I believe I've said this on other streams, but if I haven't said it on my channel yet, thank you to Shane for closing out the first 30 days on Spring Ball. Really appreciated that, and that was fantastic of him. Very generous. It's one of the cool things about getting to know people in Comicsgate and creators, because I'm coming from a 20-year career in a different thing. And yeah, I've worked in comics and concept art and all that kind of stuff, but we don't know each other very well. Like, we're getting to know each other, but it's not like we've seen each other around the convention floor as some folks have. And it's great. But it's just it really is kind of overwhelming when you see people who are artists that um, you've gotten to know who take such an interest and such an investment in helping you get your stuff out there. And I think I speak for folks like Bosch and myself and so many folks who've been here that all you can really do is do your best to pay it forward. And that's something my mentor Mr. Brian Stelfrey is one of the most incredible comic book artists and storytellers that you're gonna ever see. I mean, that guy is brilliant. But that was something that he talked about in his art book, and something he talks about all the time is that when somebody passes knowledge onto you, that it's like, and opportunities onto you, it's a good thing to pay forward. And I did it for 20 years as a teacher, opening doors to jobs that were through my connections for students and things like that. And it's one of those important things, I think. And so again, if I haven't said it yet, I was saying Shane is good, but when Yanzi is on, it's the best. I was on one of those streams, King Travesty said. I love that. I was saying it was effing travesty, man. All right, let's see. You can all bond over watching Shane go insane. It was great. It was great. Shanth has already blown Narwhal's stream out of the water. Is that right? Is he streaming right now? I've hit the like thumbs up and can honestly say it deserved it. Thank you so much, Past Master Dan. I really do appreciate that. I am who you say I am. Out of power. Wait a second. Out. Oh, sorry. Our power was out for a couple of days. So, oh my gosh. So ordered pizza, lit candles, and read Lovecraft. It was actually awesome. Got it. Timmy Mello, my man, is here. It's good to see you, brother. How you doing? My fellow artist. So are you in Texas? Because I know there were a ton of supercells going through Texas. I like to watch weather stuff. I'm that guy. I like to watch storm tracking stuff and all of that, storm chasers. I want to do it myself because yeah, I think God's given me enough chances. I've probably spent about 8 of my lives already, so I'm not interested in spending number 9. But yeah, I understand there were some serious supercells. I've got family in Texas, so we typically only hear when when Houston gets flooded, and when my mother-in-law was living in Dallas, of course, when they had that freak hailstorm that just wrecked everything. But I know there was some where was it over anyway? It was I forget where they had the cell going. Let me see here. Yanzi is hilarious. Love when she's on with Shane. She's great. Yeah. He was on fire last night, though. Awesome. Yeah, Mr. Perfect. He was cracking me up. Let me see here. Let me see if I missed anything else. Yes, indeed. Hail chat and happy Memorial Day, everyone. Indeed, Timmy Mello. Well said. Well said. Always bringing class to these streams. Thank God. Shane was a supercell, then he got married. Lucky guy. Yeah, those two are great, man. They crack me up. Yanzi, so my wife and I are fans of Yanzi because Yanzi was on with Shane when they were doing the short videos where they talked about pop culture. This could have been a million different pop culture things. I don't know which one it was, but they were doing a stream about pop culture and they were talking about some creator who said, I can't identify with people who don't look like me. And, Yanzi and I are both in marriages where we don't, look like the person we're married to. And she goes, I'm beginning to think that maybe if you can't identify with people who don't look like you, then maybe you've got a problem, not the rest of us. And I was like, thank you. My wife was cracking up, man. So yeah, and then Yanzi also gave me some really good advice for international shipping and things like that. Talk about somebody who has got their head on a swivel. No getting around it. Yanzi is that person, man. She's very professional. She's got it together, and she is absolutely hilarious and great on streams, man. Really great on streams. But yeah, I mean, it's the idea of what we can do in comics, man. The idea of what we can do in comics, it excites me so much. Is that we can fold time and space, and it's frankly, it's just 40. However old? What am I? 40? I'm gonna be 49. Is it 49? Carry that. I don't know. That's a tough one. Yes, I'm gonna be 49 in September. My birthday, I was born on Atlas Shrugged Day. Don't get much better than that. And also, I believe September 2nd is an important date that's mentioned in the Dunwich Horror, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, it's taken me all that time to gain this painting skill. And the fun thing about it is, and just the art making skill in general, is the only reason to obtain it is to really be able to push what you can do in terms of space. So when you see my absolute disgusting hole of a studio space, but when you see what I'm doing, this is page 1 of Nosfero, Death Will Die. And when you see, sorry, my brush is in the way there. Sorry, guys. When you see this, it's like there's going to be the sense of where gravity is located is going to be off because we're in this surreal space. But there's going to be another edge, another cliff right here. So she's on a ledge, like gravity is going this way. And then over here, there's another pit where gravity is going that way. And that's the stuff, when you read and you look at really cool stuff, and I've been fortunate enough to have that experience and great artists as well. It's a natural thing. You can do anything in Comicsgate, man. You can do anything here. Yeah, Yanzi is great. Yep, there we go. Everybody saying hello. What's up, Darth Gutierrez? How are you doing, my friend? It's great to see you. Glass Machine, channel number, hail chat. Happy Memorial Day. Indeed, great to see you. William Wellborn is saying hail, Shanth, and chat channel members. It is great to see you. Yes, indeed. Hail, Shanth and Jetty Art. 100% hail to you. D Handy, 1984. It is good to see you. It was North Texas, but it hit parts of Central also. Yeah, I thought it was. I wasn't sure. What was the... God, when I was watching it, I forget the place that it was over. But it was I have family in Dallas, and of course we had the all the storms Houston's got in the last couple of years, which has been nuts, man. I mean, Houston's just a bowl in that sense when it comes to water, so it's pretty rough. Let's see. Hail Shanth, beautiful work. Thank you so much, Sir Gothic Arch Knight of Lore. It is great to see you. Awesome one is here. It's great to see you. OG, how are you doing? Somebody has to run things for Shane. Yeah, like seriously, we got some great. I love my wife. My wife is awesome. And she's yeah. Those are our whys. Not to mention the little people of Stonehenge. Now, my little people of Stonehenge are twins, and they're both going to be 20 in October. My kids are going to be 20. I cannot believe that, man. Unbelievable. But yeah, man, it's those are the reasons why we do things. Had to take the wife. Oh no, jeez, dang it. Sorry, Past Master Dan. Had to take the wife to the ER for sciatica at William Wellborn, but all of us are good. Just a spasm. Oh, those spasms, though, man. So if you've I've never. Hey, what's up, channel member Jeremy Burtz? It is great to see you. Great to see you, Frakoff Felgercarb. It is great to see you there, man. Yeah, the thing for me is, so I had never really hurt my back bad. I've tweaked it a little bit, but not really bad. But my wife and her mom both have like really bad backs for things. And my wife had one of those back spasms where they had to carry her out of the house. This was when the kids were like 3 or 4, and they're like, "Is mommy dead?" I'm like, "No, mommy's fine." But they had to get one of those, the red sort of scoop platforms that they put you on so they can carry you downstairs and out the house. I mean, it was, she couldn't move. She could barely move her jaw. It was a total, like, passed out, hit the ground, man. Hey, what's up, Freddie? How are you? Frederick, it's good to see you. Is it Frederick or is it pronounced a different way? Frederick, is it Gumont or I'm probably butchering it. I apologize. But do let me know how it's pronounced. Yeah, but you know what? That stuff happens, man. That stuff, it's. I hear you, Timmy. It's just one of those things. The main thing is not to ever panic and to stay calm. Which medical stuff has never really bothered me, even my own. I've never been squeamish about it because I used to go with my dad around to do rounds with him, and so I got parked at nurses' stations. And when you're in the ICU and you're like whatever I was, like 9 or 10 or 11 or 12, I don't remember honestly. Actually, maybe was I, how old would I have been? Like 10 or 11 maybe and up. You see a lot of things in the ICU at that age, and for the most part, you're not ever freaked out by medical stuff. It's not it's not going to affect you too much. Oh man, yeah, this is going to be fun to do because I'm this is the thing. Like I've decided that if I have a title, it's I'm the Bob Ross of Comicsgate, man, because I not because with all reverence to Bob Ross, who I believe is looking down on us and watching over us and sending us nothing but happy trees and big old clouds. Um, but it's you start talking to yourself when you paint in front of people, and you start just doing the Bob Ross thing, and then I'll do things. I'm like, well, what if I just put right back there? If I just put little highlight. By putting that highlight in there, I'm just gonna start to push that out a little bit space wise. I mean, you crack yourself up when you're working on this stuff. As what is Bob always loved to repeat that quote. You don't have to be crazy to work here, but it helps, and that is 100% true when you're painting. But I want to have these wild rock forms so that the idea of that neither world in Nosfero doesn't have an up, it doesn't have a down. Yeah, hail Bob Ross indeed. People laugh about that stuff, man, but it's like back in the day before YouTube, where Bob Ross, by the way, from Beyond the Grave, is still crushing it. Um, that was the only place I ever saw anybody making any kind of art or painting on television. And my wife actually was inspired by Bob Ross to become an artist. And that's why she went off to art school. That's how we met, which is unbelievable to me. I just got McFarlane's full-size art book. It's great, and man, it feels like holding sacred scrolls when looking through it. Same thing to me. You know what the only thing that drives me crazy about that book is the fact that that book is I need it a little. I need another version of it that's smaller. I need an artifact edition because I love seeing the artwork and it kills me. But those Spider-Man Torment pages are so big. I have the book over there somewhere. Holy cow, man. That thing, but it's a feast. I need a room for that book. I mean, it's just beautiful, man. Yeah, you have to have that angelically sing Bob Ross's name. That's right. That's right. I need to learn some Latin, you know? Yep, you tend to appreciate life after a visit to a hospital. 100%. Yeah, 100%. Everybody's giving back pain advice. You're absolutely right, man. Yeah, it's rough, man. It's rough. Yeah. A xenomorph reflection in the river. Ah, that's nice. Now, just remember when we're painting xenomorphs, just 2 hairs and some hair. Ever see Dr. Rahim YouTube? He's a Gonstead chiropractor. And is that what you're saying? And shares the analysis in his videos. Very interesting and educational. Yeah, I've seen some people do some crazy stuff. What's up, channel member Bretsky the Great? It is great to see you, man. An Aviator Surge OG channel member. Yeah, I gotta tell you, man, there are some there's some really great that to me is one of my favorite things to watch are chiropractor videos because my back drives me nuts, man. It's ugh. And while I am actually very good at giving back massages, bless Mrs. Ingetti, it is not in her skill set. And it's like every now and again, I just feel like I need to go to a chiropractor who takes a hammer and just, knocks my spine into shape because it can just, oh man, it can get so annoying. Plus, I got this damn crooked left arm, and that's the thing that when the weather changes, the arthritis in that arm, um, is rough. So when people say to me, Jake the Muss Hale, it is good to see you, man. When people say to me, how do you stay so positive? And I'm like, I always say it's an easy life, man. The key to staying positive is having an easy life with no problems whatsoever in it. Oh man. I was watching this. I was watching this clip from Netflix, the Netflix Punisher or Daredevil show where Punisher and Daredevil are talking on the rooftop, and he has this great line where he goes, "We don't get to pick the stuff that fixes us, Red. Don't get to pick the stuff that makes us whole, gives us a sense of purpose." One of my all-time, yeah, yeah. It's not fun, man. That thing hurts. Every now and again, it's just nerve pain right down to the hand, but it's crazy, man. Yeah, your left arm can get crooked from chronic ball scratching. Be careful. That's what it was. It was a tragic, tragic accident, man. That's right. Oh, it's true, man. Double trouble. That's what it is. But yeah, great. I mean, I'm really glad that they're doing something with John Bernthal and his portrayal of Punisher, which I really enjoyed. I enjoyed Thomas Jane. I actually got hired, boy, a long time ago. I don't remember how many years ago it was, and I don't know if it ever came out or anything was ever done with it. But I got hired by Thomas Jane to illustrate a story for the relaunch of Alien Worlds. And you may even be able to see my artwork up on, I guess his company name was Raw Studios. I don't know if that website's even still up, but he did have some of my artwork up there for Alien Worlds. And the late Bruce Jones had written a story about this planet these guys go to with alien bugs on it and all of that stuff. And it was because I loved Alien Worlds. I love Dave Stevens stuff, so I wanted to do an ode to Dave Stevens. And I had basically, when Dave Stevens passed away, I wrote to Raw Studios and said, if someone can get this to Thomas Jane, because he had given a very heartfelt, tearful tribute to his friend, Dave Stevens. And much to my surprise, and I sent some of my artwork and said I've been inspired by Dave Stevens. And much to my surprise, Thomas Jane just emailed me back and he said, "What do you want to do? Do you want to do some artwork?" And I was like, "Yeah, yeah, I'd love to do some artwork." He goes, "I got an 8-page story for you. Do you want to do it for Alien Worlds?" And so I did my sort of meticulous black and white style, which I think I've shown on stream before. But that was a style I used for the story. And it was very Dave, very Bill Stout, who was also a featured artist on that. But yeah, I mean, I've been very fortunate, man. I've done gotten to do some very cool things, meet some very cool people all through artwork. And it's how it keeps going. That's how all this stuff happens. Oh, she slept off the meds and is doing better. That is great. Yeah, it's nice to be unconscious when you're in excruciating pain. I'm a big believer in that. Man, I was thrilled. Yes, indeed. Aviator Surge. Everybody sending out love. Past Master Dan to the missus. You know how it is. Yeah, the beauty of networking and the beauty of putting stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to be knocked out. That's what I want, man. That's my medication. That's my medication belief, folks. When I'm in that kind of spot, when my appendix ruptured, and I mean, I have a very high pain tolerance, but that will get you into a lot of trouble. Um, and because if you don't make enough noise when you have a serious problem, the ER, they're so busy they have to kind of go by who is making the most noise. But when my appendix ruptured, I we had two newborns. They were less than a year old. They were actually about to turn one, and I didn't want to wake them up. So I had been thrown up. I'd been in real bad shape with that. And I just put a trash bag in the car in case I got sick and drove myself to the emergency room. And when I went into the emergency room, I was in so much pain, I doubled over and went headfirst right into the check-in station. Uh, oh God, man, that was painful. Holy cow. Yeah, you can't fix stupid, they say, and I'm living proof. That's for sure. Oh man. But yeah, that was when I was working on Starship Troopers project. So that was for, was it Marcosia Comics? I think I did that for. And I was working on layouts from the hospital bed, but it totally blew the deadline and screwed up that whole project, man, because unfortunately I thought I had made enough noise, but I didn't. So they had me in the waiting room for 15 hours, total mix up, and I perforated and went septic. And so it was a 5-hour procedure to try to clean me up and get me sorted. I don't advise it, so don't do it. Mikey gets it saying, I haven't been to an ER since high school. Thank God. Indeed, thank God. Yeah, I have twins. You know how it goes, man. I have twins who are gonna be 20, man. Yeah, I'm in there sometimes too. Well, what's good is the good thing is that we've got a really good primary care doctor, which is tough to do. So my wife and I have this fictional character that we call me in terms of my southern, whatever it is, gift of the gab, and just actually talking to people and giving a damn. And we call him Manny. And and so I called this office looking for a new doctor, and they're like, we haven't got any openings for new doctors. And I said, oh, that's okay, I understand. I bet you guys are getting tons of calls and all this stuff. And and then we start what the hell it is. We just started talking about her life and how she was doing and how busy she's been lately. And she's like, you know what? I said I wasn't going to take your number down, but I'm going to take your number down. I'll let you know if anything opens up. And within like about 7 months, I was in with the new doctors. So Lauren is like, that is your skill set, honey. Your skill set is just, you know, actually talking to people. And it's, I mean, I'm a very introverted person, but if I'm in the drive-through window at McDonald's and there's nobody waiting, I'm not one of those. And the person at the drive-through window is having a tough day, I'm probably going to ask how you're doing. It's just how it was. My father-in-law, God rest him, was the same way. He always, you can actually see people write about this, is that he had this one thing he always said when he was in Dallas working in the ER. He would always go into a room whenever he went to go see a new patient. He'd go, tell me your troubles. He was a terrific guy, man. Yeah, it's a wonder Sean could even drive. Last time I had stomach bug, even like, oh man, let me tell you. Um, oh, and thank you for posting the link past Master Dan. SPRINGBALL has crossed 30K. It's almost a 31K, by the way. And Nosfero the Crypt Walker has a little bit more time left to back, and then it has been in demand for as long as it's going to be in demand. I'm going to be doing a closeout for that, like a full tilt closeout, because I'm laying out that book and I'm ready to get that book printed. And so that's where we are. Oh no. Oh boy. So there's a lot of problems that will happen every now and again here, and I hate to say it. You hate to see it. But one of my brothers is popping in here. The man who I frankly don't even know if I'm going to recognize him at this point. I'm a little frightened with what I'm seeing here. Hang on a second. Let me see if this works here. Guest, where is it? Where is it? I got to figure out where I put you, Dan.
I look like I'm here.
You look like you're here. Are you in front? You are here, but I can't figure out which camera you're on.
I'm a little guy. A little.
Oh, there. Oh, I see where you are. Dang it. Yes, you are. You are on a layer that is beneath the camera layer. I need you up here, Dan. I need you up here. There you are, brother.
It's so appropriate because I am like using Photoshop all the time, so I am a layer.
Yes, you are.
Right. I'm used to that. Used to working on layers, and now I've merged with the computer, and I have become a layer itself. Incredible, really.
One of my favorite stories of art school was a teacher gave an assignment: do an art project that is about layers. And the student came in, and it was totally a joke, but it was fantastic, and did a whole montage of illustrations of chickens.
What the hell are you talking about?
Egg layers. So, sometimes the pun is worth it, man, It's good stuff.
I
Yeah,
just
giving
came in on
people time
something.
of
I don't
day.
know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you know how it goes. Darth Gutierrez, Springball is your first superhero type character you've created. It's not. I don't know if it's my first superhero I've created, but it's the one I love the most. Hail, Dan! Everybody is excited to see Dan up in here. Dan, how have you been? How's your Memorial Day been?
It was really, really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. The interesting thing about Memorial Day is it's a holiday, of course, everyone's enjoying themselves. But
Mm-hmm.
behind it all, of course, is the remembrance of people who
Yes.
have made this possible, our freedoms
Yeah.
that we enjoy, you're stuffing a hot dog in your face. That's only possible because somebody gave up their life for that, So I
Yep.
think it's pretty incredible, really, when you think about it. So it's a different kind of a
It's
holiday because it's you're getting time off, you're enjoying, family and friends, whatever, but it's only possible because these folks made that ultimate
yeah.
sacrifice for us.
I had that conversation with somebody once about that, and they were saying, they said something. What hadn't occurred, like, I'm sure everybody has a different sort of thing on it, but they said they were former military and lost some. Rather, I don't know if you're ever former, but they lost some friends, and they said the reason why we fought so hard was so you could enjoy those damn hot dogs. So stuff your face. And I died,
Yeah.
but there's this guy who is from our area in Bristol. What's up, Katie? How are you doing?
Oh,
It's good to
Katie.
see you, my friend. This guy who is from our area who was special forces was killed in Afghanistan. I think I tell you the story all the time, but I had the opportunity and the impulse. I just wanted to paint a portrait for his mom. Lauren had taught his younger brother, who had died 10 years sadly before he did, so he was there last, and then he was killed in Afghanistan when he was deployed there. And so I was able to give a painting to his mom of him, and now when I see them around town, we, every now and again we get to talk. But it's an incredible sacrifice. Our post office is named after the guy. I mean, he's just an amazing young man, and everybody spoke highly of him. So, yeah, when I
Yeah.
go to make artwork, that's what it's about. It's about
I
just
can't
appreciating the
imagine.
freedom we have.
I literally
Yeah,
cannot imagine what that must feel like to lose a son.
I cannot
Unfreaking
at
believable.
all. Yeah, to
Hell,
lose one and to lose two, and just that's it's just I honestly, she's an incredible woman. I got the chance to sit next to her when they were giving out the scholarship after her son at our local high school. And everybody in the town loves her and her husband. Really interesting folks, great people. But
Hey, I like this
yeah,
guy's name, Tiny Effort.
that's Tiny Effort. You want to hear a wild
What a great
story?
name.
It is a great name. Tiny
I, sh-
Effort is
I would be.
OG.
I could be lackluster effort. Like
Jesus, Dan. Oh my gosh. Yep. Are you
barely
saying hello to Katie?
scraping by.
Yeah. It's
just
it's good
just
stuff.
doing the bare
Aviator
minimum.
Surge. Yeah, so
There's a, there's
Tiny
a,
Effort is the first first according to Hoyle Springball fan, man. So back in 2002, he was right we were writing back and forth and he had entered some work in a contest, if I'm not mistaken. And it was so fun because it's just weird. He sent me a message through my website and said, "Hey, I don't know if you remember me, but I was just wondering, are you ever going to do something with Springball?" And the timing was right before the launch, Dan. Like a couple of weeks. I said, "Yeah, I'm launching a new book on it." Absolutely crazy. Yep. Darth Gutierrez says, "We, USA, should have a month-long celebration for our troops fallen, etc. Instead, we have Pride Month. How does that happen?"
so true. So true.
Well, it's so funny, man. It's I could think of a million reasons why that happens. The biggest reason is not having an understanding of history or an appreciation of the fundamental principles of this country. The amount of people who haven't read the U.S. Constitution is staggering to me. And
Oh
so
my
I
God.
used to quiz my college students on the Constitution because I was saying, do you know what this is? Do you know what Article 1, Article 2, Article 3 are? What is Article 4? What's the meaning of this? Blah, blah. Because if we don't revere the country and we don't revere the Constitution and the liberties it guarantees us, then I don't think people can even fully appreciate the
Yeah.
sacrifice
Yeah.
to
They
give us
they don't
that.
know what it
It's
says,
nuts.
Shant, and they
Yeah.
don't care if they did. If you read it to them, it would be meaningless to them. A lot of
Mhm.
these people. They don't
By the way,
understand. It's almost like we need to send our young people off to another country for a couple. Send them to
yeah.
Thailand or something.
Oh, that
Send them
happened
somewhere
with
where poverty is beyond belief and you have no rights of any kind. And,
yeah, the basketball
and
player who was caught with weed in Russia and spent some time in a prison over there. When she came back, she goes, "I will always stand for the Pledge of Allegiance." Now she was kneeling for
exactly.
the pledge, and she was standing after that. And yeah, Dan is spot on, salty traveling sea. And it's just it's so crazy. It's a reflection of my love for the tiny house movement and my own effort to build a tiny house. Very cool, man. Awesome.
Oh,
Yeah, Brittany Griner, thank you. I knew Timmy Mello's like he's like completely on. But yeah, Pride Month is canceled. We're doing White Boy Summer this year, and just so people know, this is an inclusive White Boy Summer. I've been told that if I grow a mullet out, I get to participate. So that's what Shane told me. So I'm going to go with that. John
yeah, we'll let
Malin
you
said I
in.
can do whatever I want to do. So
You get honorary status,
that's right.
Sean.
I'm working on it. Well, that fourth of me is ferocious. No, it's big fourth. But what do you call it? So yeah, how are things in Michigan right now? I know Texas just got completely battered by, crazy, storms and everything like that in
Oh,
North
it's
Texas.
paradise here today.
Yeah,
Occasionally, Michigan gets it right. So
yeah.
you're either like really like freaking freezing cold or boiling
Uh-huh.
hot, but there's like this spring. They'll look up a little windows in spring and fall where it's just nice.
Yeah,
It's really
it
nice.
is
So
nice.
it was a
I
beautiful
do.
day
I
today.
love it,
Absolutely.
man. New England was beautiful today too. It's just it's man, every now and again, right? We get that nice
Yeah.
weather, thank God.
Hey, I
Oh
was
my
just
lord.
before I came on, I was listening to Cody Dennison's channel, and he's talking about being canceled from the Raleigh convention,
Uh
the gamers convention,
yeah.
for stuff he had said online, and
Uh-huh.
again, and this I listened to the recording to Cody's recorded
Yeah.
this guy calling him and canceling him, and it's the same old stuff. Oh, we don't want to offend anybody. We're afraid of people losing people backers and all this kind of stuff. And it's just like
Cowardice.
it's cowardice. And the thing is
So,
too, these people,
yeah.
they're tiny amount of people who do this sort of. People complain about
Yeah.
there's Karens everywhere.
Yeah. There are, but this is the thing about Cody, if I can just share a personal story. Um a couple of years ago I met Corey when I was on vacation. And I'll never forget the night we spent together, the way he held me. No, that's not what
Wait,
happened.
wait,
But
wait, 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 oh, what?
um we're in love.
Oh,
He's
oh
down with
no,
that swirl.
too much sharing.
But
TMI,
Cody,
TMI.
no, it's not. It's love is love. It's 2025, Dan. So here's the sad
All
thing.
right,
That story will hopefully soften you up for this story, which actually makes me more angry
you
about the
can only go
cancellation.
up.
My
You
my
can
son
only.
is studying mechanical engineering, and Cody was going to be racing in a town where my son is studying. So I asked him if my son could go to the race. He hooked him up with a pass to go to the race. He said no problem, barely knowing me, and said I will make sure I take care. If he wants to come to the race, we'll have him here with us. He can be in our section as a guest. That's the kind of guy he is. Just
Yeah,
super real.
he's a really nice guy.
And wanted to help
Wouldn't
him
hurt a
out.
flea.
And yeah, and it's just kind of like I don't know. The thing that concerns me about cancellation of people like Cody and the cancellation of people like that is you're teaching people to be afraid of people that they shouldn't be afraid of and making them increasingly
Mhm.
more comfortable turning off their alarm bells and being around people who they really should be nervous about.
Right,
People who
right.
want to silence people who are authoritarian, we're taught to be
Yeah,
okay with, man. Yep.
yeah.
I absolutely was. Shanth wants a float and the gay pride parade. That's right. It's going to be the White Boy Summer Gay Pride Parade.
He's gonna be out with the feathers and all that,
Yeah,
leading the
that's
charge.
right. Oh my God. Yeah. Tonto, jump on it. Holy shit, man.
Yeah.
Some of the songs from that time period, you go, wow, like that was a song. That happened, man. Holy crap. Oh, that music is great. We've been rewatching some old flicks. We just watched a Clint Eastwood movie I'd never seen because this channel I watched that talks about movies and Blu-rays and stuff. I'm blanking on
Okay.
his
And
name now. It's the Eiger Sanction. It's a mountain
don't know
climbing
that.
spy movie with Clint Eastwood. It's insane. Never heard of it before, and really good from
You
1975.
know what? One of my favorite ones. It's a spy movie of Clint Eastwood's is Firefox. I think that's
Firefox
what
was
it was.
awesome.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
love
remember when
Firefox.
I was younger, I'm watching that again and again and again. It was just, it's so dang cool. It's just
Yep.
like, man, it was wild. Great story,
Yeah.
great intrigue.
Yeah. The
You know,
I remember forget
back when the
the
left
people.
hated the Russians, or I mean, the right hated the Russians and the left wing loved them.
Well, no, you know what's so funny about it is that it's you can actually see the communist takeover of Hollywood because they all these studios, Universal with Carl Laemmle Sr., who was a Jewish immigrant, came to this country, working class, worked out of Chicago, sort of like Jack Kirby, Stan Lee, and all those guys. Started up these studios, and he hired people from every possible background, and was wildly pro U.S. patriotic, and
Yep.
made a lot of Christian movies. Ben Hur, The Story of Christ, was made by his protege, who went over to another studio, Irving Thalberg. And then all of those movies, like Ten Commandments and all that stuff, started drying up the more communist infiltration happened.
Yes.
And for those of you guys who are curious about who Carl Laemmle is, speaking of John Carpenter, is Carl Laemmle Sr. was the founder of Universal Studios. It was his family business that gave us Jack Pierce, the Universal monsters, all that. The Phantom of the Opera grew out of this immigrant who loved this country, like so many, again, like so many people. And what was wild about it is that there's a head nod to him in Big Trouble in Little China when they're having the funeral um of the guy who gets killed. He goes, they're having the funeral of their leader, Lem Lee. And anybody who showed up was going to join Lem Lee in the hell of being cut to pieces. And Lem Lee was them making a Chinese name out of Carl Lemley. It was too funny,
Hmm,
man. So yeah,
interesting.
love that dude. Yeah, great creator, great artist, great American. Oh man.
Yeah, Headless
Oh
Bourgeoisie
goodness.
says we need a shame month.
Yeah, we do,
Probably.
man. We absolutely do,
A
man.
lot of people
The
should be
Ivor Zank.
embarrassed.
Yeah, that's right. More coins than I think not.
Shame
Yeah,
is
I agree.
gone.
Yeah, shame is gone. Now I'm not saying we've mastered it in Comicscape by any stretch. You know, okay. we can be a little shameless here, but that's no. It's I think the problem is you're right. It is gone. It is like what do you like, or just a sense of just
Every time you
basic kind
think
of
you've seen
decency.
everything, you think you
Yeah.
make a joke about something, and then nope, they actually do it.
Yep.
It's like
It's crazy, man.
it's
They
impossible
are
to
some
satirize them.
strange times. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. Satire's gotta.
Although I don't like like I say, I don't like the cancel thing either.
Nope.
I think the only people who should be canceled are people who try to cancel other people. It's like I
Yeah.
like people should have the freedom to make mistakes. Everybody makes
Yep.
mistakes, and so that's what I don't like about this cancel stuff. Somebody says something, in passing, they just, they're shooting the shit, whatever. Maybe they don't, they feel that moment, maybe a little later they change their mind or something. Nope.
Yeah.
It's like you said it once, you said it, 10 years later, they come back, you're the person who said that. It's like, well, I don't know if I,
Yeah.
you
You
know,
have to not
fully
care.
feel that way. It just, came out, it sort of plopped out. But no, that's now they're just like, they're watching everything you say. Oh my gosh. And that's communism to me, where you have to worry about
Yeah.
every little thing. So it's
Yeah.
awful.
Ayn Rand warned about that. It's very true. Yep. Shane Bell, right there. Nothing new under the sun. 100%. I always wondered why an artist hasn't made a literal comic Bible. The scriptures being illustrated seems like huge money. It is,
Yeah. Well,
and
I
people
know
have attempted it, but it's so like that's such a task. That's a life's work, man. Don't you, Dan? Do you know of any
well, yeah,
good ones out there?
the Action Bible is
Yeah,
it exists. There's
yeah,
so many copies. Um,
yeah.
uh, Let me look that
Here,
up.
let me look it up and share it because my screen does weird things when it doesn't have. What's it called?
The Action Bible.
Okay, I think I know it, but I'm not. I gotta see it.
Yeah, but Sergio Carrillo is the illustrator,
Yep,
and I know who I know, and he's good friends with Chuck Dixon, and so he's.
nice.
I've been on streams with him, and
Yeah.
he's a he's a really nice guy. He's very conservative. We actually when I was on a stream when we started, you know how these guys talk like
Uh-huh.
somewhat not kind of a little bit what do you call it trashy, and he was just I can't handle that. He took off.
Yeah, you don't say.
But
You
he's a
don't
great guy.
say.
He's a wonderful person,
Things
But
went off the
he's an
rails,
illustrator
did
for the
they?
Action Bible. He can't be
Yeah.
making jokes about things of
Yeah.
a
He
sexual
can't, yeah, I
nature or
mean
something.
that's got to be that could
He's got
affect the
responsibilities.
he does. Yeah. Let me see.
He's got to be
Overlay.
responsible.
Let's do an image overlay and so I can grab this right here. So you guys, if you haven't seen it, there it is. There's the cover right there.
Yep. Great.
And it's available
Wonderful
on
artist.
Amazon. Yep.
Really good, well drawn. Sergio knows what he's doing, and it is a huge seller. I mean, I think this is probably something that he as with the Bible, it's a perennial seller, obviously, and it'll never go out of print. And so it's a good deal for him. It's worked out really well. So
Yeah, and I gotta say, that a man called Plush just came in here. Shout out once again to Dan for that raw private American cover and happy Memorial Day. Indeed, I don't know if mine is here, but I was just looking at that. I've had that book out. Here we go.
hey, Frederick Gamond just mentioned Gustav Doré in his
Doré, yeah.
illustrations, which I know you love, right? I mean,
Yes. Oh yeah, love Gustav Doré. Yeah. There we go, guys. If you haven't seen it, that's my brother Dan right there,
I am a
throwing it down with Private American.
American.
Man, I would love to see you do. I'd love to see you do what's it called? Where the hell is it? Sorry, I gotta grab this one thing here. I'd love to see you do like a Mike Zeck-esque Private American story, man. That would be outstanding, dude. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, it'd be kind of cool.
I'm working on it, Eric. Give me a minute here. I'm an old timer. Let me see. And there we go. Now I just got to move what layer you're on. And no, wait, stop. Stop. All right, here we go. So let me just figure. Sorry, Eric. This is the kind of what show that you've walked into. So there he is. Oh, he's out of here. Eric's out of here. He better not leave.
He just caught a glimpse of me. Like, oh shit, Dan's in here.
No, it's not about you, Dan. You've gone and hurt Dan's feelings now. My goodness, man. It's one thing to hurt my feelings, but to hurt Dan's feelings, I don't know how I feel about that, Eric.
I don't really care.
It's out of control. So how you been, brother?
Me?
Oh, you're muted. I can't hear you. Dang it.
I can't see him.
Oh, you can't see him? You should be able to see him. He should be on screen.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a minute. I see him. Does the chat see him is the next question. Okay, hold on a minute.
No, I'm going on YouTube. He is not here yet. No.
He is not here yet? Hang on a ding-dang minute. Hold on. Huh. All right, he is in here. Guest is in green room. So he is muted. Hang on a second here. Okay, I did add him. Ugh. I'm sorry, Eric. I'm a disaster. It's going to work. Let's try.
Is he on another layer? Is he on another dimension?
No, he's not on another layer. Hold on a second. What is going on? What window am I in? Hold on. Where are we? Which window are we trying to be in? Not here. I'm not saying I'm frustrated by this.
You're
wait.
You're not old enough to be a boomer,
I am 100% old enough to be a boomer.
You're not.
I am absolutely there.
You gotta be almost 60, right?
Let me
What's
see.
the cutoff
Guest
age
in
for
green
boomers?
Room. Hold on a second here. Where is it?
I thought the 60s were like.
Eric, come back in a second. Let me see if I can add you in. I'm gonna try to see if I can add him in with this now. I don't know why that's working here. Okay,
aren't you Generation X?
I'm Generation X, yeah.
But that's not
back
boomers.
to live mode. Back to live mode. Come on.
You got to be at least 60. And you're like you had to be born
Eric
in the 60s.
better appear. Can you see Eric now? Is he there now or no?
Nope. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, there you are. Eric,
here. Hello.
You're frozen, but I can hear you. Oh, there we go. Now he's moving. He's moving now.
Now I'm moving.
He's
moving
in good shape now.
By the way, I'm looking at I have a little square here. It's kind of it's covering up Eric. It's got a little gear on it and a couple arrows. What do I do to get rid of that?
That's
have
just
no
what you
idea,
see.
man.
That's like the backside, the back end, the backside.
Yep. Yeah, that's the back end.
Nobody
It's
can
not in
see
front of
that.
you.
That's just
Oh,
you.
okay. I see. I just opened the window up wider and then okay. So
Yeah. Eric, do
Very
you
good.
feel seen and heard now? I hope you do.
Yeah, can I go now?
You can go. You can
you
go.
should say something important Bill,
You
before
know,
you go.
do better. Yeah, Anna's pet says, "Do better, Shoth. You won't scam anyone at this rate." I know. Listen, I'm in trouble if scamming is what I've got to have happen. I'm up a creek, man. So, how was your Memorial Day, my friend?
Very lazy.
Good, good. Hey, Tammy D,
Sounds
good to see you.
good.
Go ahead. Yep.
What'd you eat?
Steak.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Well played.
Yeah.
Well played.
Yeah. Yeah, very lazy. The boys are out of town. They're out of town for the week. They left
Oh,
on
that's right.
Sunday. Yeah.
Gonna do any painting this week?
Oh. Well, quite literally, I bought paint today, but from Sherwin-Williams.
Oh,
Because
there
we're
you
getting
go. You're gonna do painting.
this. Yeah. The
Who's
You have a
soffit
Sherwin-Williams?
and
honey-do
the
list.
fascia on the house need to be spruced up, so we're getting that done
There you
tomorrow.
go. Nice.
Yeah.
You know some guy named Sherwin-Williams?
Mhm.
I do. Ask
No
how,
doubt.
ask now. Yeah.
Dang. Yeah, we're boomers. In case you're wondering, this is our typical stand-up.
No, I'm saying you have to be born in the '60s, I believe. That's a cutoff. You guys
I mean,
are
yeah, I'm
not.
not a boomer. I mean, I'm not an actual baby boomer, but nobody uses it properly now.
Oh, yeah, that's
They
right.
think it
The
means
age kind of
anyone over 48 or 45. I think.
right. The age kind of goes like it works its way like down. So
Yeah.
you're gonna enter it if you're not there yet.
Yeah, you can't.
I'm
You
fully
can't
in. I'm
explain.
right in the middle of it there. So
Well, for me, I think you definitely get to claim it if you've got a grandchild for sure. But I think having kids in their 20s should count for something. That's all I'm saying.
yeah.
I want to read.
Yeah, you're not cool in any case. That's at least that.
I'm
you're
not cool.
just
I haven't
I'm
been
just a
cool
young one
since.
here.
Yeah, you are. Eric is a
baby.
child. He's a child of 40.
You should arrange our pictures as to age, because I'm the oldest. I should be on top, and then you guys are. I'm the
No,
elder.
this is we've got it arranged based on grievance hierarchy. This is a
Oh.
grievance pyramid.
Yeah. See,
Oh.
Sean's.
Yeah, I got a lot of problems with people. Yeah, I could be up there.
Actually, it's probably true,
A
Dan.
grievance-
If we're doing a
It's the
legitimate
other way
grievance,
around. It's grievances towards
Yeah.
people.
towards
That's what I
let's
said.
go.
Towards you, I
Grievances
mean.
toward people.
Yeah, towards you.
Oh wait, towards me? Oh, then
Yep.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, I don't
Yeah.
have a lot of haters, but
Frederick is saying that Dan's the coolest because he's got his hat on backwards. But Cecil
exactly.
told me if I do this,
See, watch this.
then I'm really down with the kids.
All right.
If
Hold
I
the
do
guy.
this, I'm a black guy from the 90s.
Really? Have you been watching
Like Will Smith?
A Different World? Yeah,
Or no,
Will
I'm
Smith.
Joey Pants from Bad Boys.
Oh, Joey Pants. God
What's
bless him.
that?
See,
So
look,
many
I'm
great
old guy.
performances.
Old guy, watch.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Look
Suddenly-
at
It's
that.
like a teenager just walked on stage.
Exactly
I know,
on the
right.
street.
kid, man.
Pick up your skateboard, Chaz.
Yeah.
So, Andy Montemayor, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Sean, next movie on YouTube for your perusal, The Vindicator, 1986, precursor of RoboCop. I feel like I might have seen that one, but yeah, for those of you guys watching the stream, the Kang stream we did, we talked about In the Mountains of Madness, and I did pick up that Blu-ray. I am going to be watching that. My wife is a big fan since she was a kid of Stephen King's writings, and then it's about a Stephen King author who goes missing. It's a cross between him and Lovecraft, so it should be interesting. We'll check it out.
I'm looking at this
Hopefully.
Vindicator thing right now. Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, does it? Oh, someone ask Eric where he got that sick-ass Ninja Turtle statue, please. Someone just said, that's an interesting story, Eric.
How much do you pay them to ask this in chat?
I don't do it, baby. This is real. This is real. It's real.
Those are some
Oh, man.
big bad toys.
Yeah,
They're
man,
quite
tell 'em
literally
about it.
big and bad. Should I just do this so you can just look at them more?
I think
And I'll be like
I think
Wilson
you'd love that.
from Home Improvement.
Those are your kids, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So Eric, I pressured Eric a little bit, maybe.
Hmm.
to get those, because those are the quarter scale NECA Ninja Turtles, and they're the kind of thing like if you were a kid growing up on that 1990s movie, and you couldn't have imagined such a thing existing, is the best way I could probably describe it. Eric, would you say that's
Yeah.
somewhat accurate?
Well, yeah, for certain. It was enlightening. It was like earth shattering. Like there's life before and life after, and who even
That's
remembers
right.
what life was like before?
That's true.
Because I
Yeah.
was a child, a
Hey,
wee
I
child.
am who you say I am. Says Dan looks chill as you know what. Um,
Yeah.
this is a mistake a lot of people make. I'm just stupid, and, there's nothing going on up there. So what
It's
you're
the
looking at is
whole life.
a brainless empty. So I'm
Dan is
chill because
Dan is pleading his own private I don't know. That's what he's trying to claim. But I don't know if I believe
Yeah.
it.
Oh,
Because I've seen him break down his artwork and everything like that. And what is up, Tammy D? Great to see you, channel member Tammy D. Jeremy Burt's channel member, and Headless Bourgeoisie, channel member, saying, Dan, would you illustrate my Love Boat horror parody, The Lovecraft? Wow, oh, wow, that's
the
great.
oh.
Lovecraft, that's
You
right.
can look at
soon
them.
to
I'll be right
be
back.
making horrible.
Yep. Oh my
Whatever.
lord, man. Yeah, I mean,
Watch you walk away.
it's there's so much cool stuff going on right now in
That
terms
would be
of
kind of cool,
work.
Captain Stooping, and as a zombie, or something
Uh-huh.
horrible.
Yeah. You could have the ship drift into what's it called? Like some Arctic or whatever territory or remote island where Cthulhu is, and play into that Lovecraft that's such a cool idea, man. Someone needs to do that. Or at
I
least
um
make some kind of trailer. Go.
I don't understand that reference. I know
Oh,
what
the
the Love
Love
Boat is.
Boat.
I've never
Yeah.
seen it.
Yeah,
I
well,
was
you're
born in
lucky.
1984.
I know.
Wow, that was a hell
You
of a year.
believe me, you didn't miss anything.
I
But there
don't
was
think
back
so.
then in the 70s, there was nothing on, like or 80s. What is it, when that
Yeah.
happened? But
What about Fantasy
every time,
Island?
every weekend, I didn't watch much TV. Every weekend was the same thing: Dukes of Hazzard,
Yep.
Love Boat, Fantasy Island, and really the only
Yep.
reason I watched it was Daisy Duke, and then
Yep.
girls
That
in
was the whole
bikinis,
plot.
and then maybe some more girls in bikinis. That's about it.
Yeah. Fantasy Island always cracked me up, man. I love Rourke when he would go. He'd be like, Tattoo, this is a couple here that is here for a romantic getaway, but they're about to be chased by panthers. And you're like, what the hell is this island? It's just terrifying, man. But
Yeah,
soon they're all
actually,
going to
that
die.
Fantasy Island actually had not a bad story to it. Actually,
Yeah. We bought the
Uh,
DVDs of that because they don't have it on Blu-ray, because we wanted
yeah.
to watch it, man. But
And of course, Dukes of Hazzard was actually awesome.
that was awesome. Yeah, that's the dream car still. I tell my wife, I go,
Oh,
that is the dream car, man. The
yeah, that'd be
Charger.
cool, man.
Hmm.
So good. But I don't think I'm gonna be doing any dream cars this lifetime. So we'll we'll just have to wait and see.
Controversial
Um,
car.
yeah, fuck that, man. There's a movie. There's a movie we were watching, and I thought this is probably the most realistic movie I've ever seen. It's sort of a period piece, but it's about a bunch of Indian immigrants who come to the United States, and one of the Indians' dream cars is the Dukes of Hazzard car. That is what he defines America as, and that is his dream.
Hmm.
And it was made recently, and I'm like, of course it would be your dream car. This is America.
Yeah,
Damn it.
You
what
felt
happens when
seen
these
when you
guys?
saw that.
Yep.
And what happened when these guys? Andy's kind of asking about like these guys jump in these cars. What happened to their backs, man, when they landed that
Oh
sucker?
man.
I mean, you can
Yeah,
have
when
some
they went
padding,
through
but
those
man, that's a
cars like
lot of
Dixie
force.
cuffs. Yeah.
What spine?
Yep.
Yeah,
When I
exactly.
was
It
they had
disintegrates.
the Detroit Auto Show when I was still living in Detroit, and they had Woolpat and Snyder there signing autographs. So we got to see the General Lee course and all those car shows and things like that. Went there when I was a kid. Loved that, man.
Hmm.
Yeah.
The
Incredible
auto
Hulk.
show or the Autorama, because there's the auto show is the new cars, and then the Autorama was all the custom hot rods and stuff.
Yeah. Love
Which
that
one was
stuff,
that?
man.
Do you
Yeah,
remember which one you went to?
no, I was too young. I was too young
Okay.
because everything in my mind is enormous. Like, like the stage, the table where they were signing autographs was upsized. Probably really, really little when that happened. But we were also there for the Grand Prix, man, when they shut down downtown Detroit. Remember when they used to do that and the track would go right through the city?
Yeah, it was fantastic.
So,
Yeah.
and then I used to love the boat races back when Atlas
Yeah.
Van
Yeah.
Lines versus Budweiser had their speedboats, all that stuff. Yeah, love that stuff, man. Hello, Eric Weathers. Says
Hi.
Katie Did's channel. There you go.
Oh, hello, Katie. Katie did.
Wasn't live action Hulk, Spider Man, Wonder Woman, and Million Dollar Man from the 80s too? I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they
The
drifted
only one
into
that
it.
really was great was the Hulk, the Lou
Yeah.
Ferrigno Hulk. That was pretty dang cool. I remember seeing it come out. Like the first time I saw it, like especially in the beginning, they made him into a monster. They made him less of a
Yes.
monster as he went along. But man, that first episode where he was, the water's pouring on this guy, and he's just like, "Rah!" It was so
Hmm.
cool, man.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
the
I
other
will
the other
tell
ones
you
were
that.
bad.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Brains Taste Awful has it right here. A group of Thulu worshippers steers the love boat to Ria. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Holding sacrifices and other horrors along the way. Yeah, man, it's man, that show was transformative to me because I even as a kid I used to watch the opening sequences to the courtship of Eddie's father, where he'd have that fatherly advice for his son every week. I don't know if you remember that show. But Bill Bixby did it
Oh yeah, yeah,
before
yeah. That was a
he
nice
did Hulk.
show.
Yeah, and it was a really sweet show, and it was and the thing that was interesting to me about it is when we went to Universal Studios Hollywood. I think we were there on a family trip for some doctors conference or something my dad was going to. We went to Universal Studios and I got to see the monster makeup show they used to do, and they had a guy come out in the Hulk makeup. It wasn't Lou
Hmm.
Ferrigno, but he would come out and I was like, this is the greatest day of my life, man. Like,
Yeah,
I love
can
that
imagine,
stuff.
man.
Yeah, oh, dude, that stuff hits you, man. Absolutely hits you. Yep. Let's see here.
What are
Andy,
they asking about Mandy's
oh, go ahead.
claim jam? What the heck's that?
Clam Jam, I think, is what it is.
Clam jam, I mean.
Maybe it's a gal's hangout, I'm hoping.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah. So we don't know. I believe
Yeah,
some of those
I
shows
always
were in
said
the
to
late
Katie, you should
70s.
get
Yeah.
together with Mandy, Southern gals, and do a show. That'd be
Yeah,
fun.
that's right.
Don't you know women don't
Yeah,
ever get along?
What?
I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. That's right. So if you're just joining us right now, Eric was just saying that no,
Hmm. Gotta go. See ya.
no,
I'll drop the
You
bomb
know
and
that
leave.
that that may be
yeah,
true. With the exception would be women who have been through so much shit. The internet has come down so hard on Mandy and Katie so bad. I
yeah.
think their solidarity is now stronger than any.
Art
Yeah,
of
there might
Dominique
be. That's
goes
true.
nope. Art of Dominique has your back. Nope, we sure don't. And Past Master Dan, thank you for dropping the link to Springball Terminal Monstrosity #1. It's almost to $31,000. Can you guys believe it? It is just it's just incredible, man. It's incredible to see where the book is going, and the story is awesome. Like I'm looking at the pages right now, and I've been working on it. There's actually me getting some necessary traditional media time in, but I love how the story is going on it, and it's going to be killer. Let me see here. Anna's Pet, JMS tackled a lot of stuff in the Ghostbusters cartoon. There you go. Is that what's his name? Oh my God, Michael is it Stravinsky or I'm blanking on the guy's name, the author. Did I do work with that dude at some point? I can't remember. Anyway, the Ghostbusters cartoon that was above pay grade at the time. Yeah, there was a reference in the Ghostbusters cartoon. If it's the real Ghostbusters cartoon you're talking about, that had they had a reference in a whole episode inspired by Citizen Kane and a ghost looking for its sled Rosebud. Yes, there it is. Straczynski. Yeah, there it is. I wasn't sure. I'm trying to. Did he work on the Flash Gordon 75th anniversary, or am I thinking of somebody else? I'm not sure.
Straczynski.
Oh,
I
J.
like that.
Michael. Yep. Oh wow, J. Michael Straczynski is moving to the UK. There you go.
Hmm.
Good
It's
luck.
like a bad idea.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's
because
see.
of Trump, maybe, or what?
I have no idea, but I will
Or
tell
maybe because
you.
Trump's going to discover a lot of people pretty soon. I think a lot of them are like, let's get the hell out of here. if that stuff ever hits the fan.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. The ladies are weighing in your favor, Eric, in the chat. Headless
See,
Bourgeoisie says Eric just ordered. He's like, now Eric's see, now he's gonna claim it now.
There's a lot of
Eric,
a lot of chicks in the chat. That's pretty unusual, isn't it?
Dan brings all the ladies
not
to
for
the yard.
Shant.
Yeah, not for me. They're
Oh,
here for
you're
Eric.
Babe Magnet? Is that what you're saying, Shanti?
Yeah, it is. Well, no, I think they're here for Eric. I don't know if you noticed. You can see a little chest hair coming up, and no, I'm just kidding. That's what Eric had to check.
What are you doing,
God,
button?
I love this. Yeah, if you could unbutton some more buttons, we'd be doing better, Eric. Put in the work. Eric just ordered the Battle Brick Road poster book. You're gonna love it. And 7-inch because
Oh
I've had a few
yeah.
beers and I'm feeling irresponsible. I like
I
where
have
your
a few
head's at.
more.
Headless
That store's
Bourgeoisie.
open all night.
And guys, let me
Thank you
tell
very
you
much.
something. If there's one thing I miss about your
7-inch.
streams,
Wow.
Eric, is when you would end your streams and you would say that classic line, but you just delivered it so well. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here the whole time. Favorite Eric lines, but if you haven't
Eric, I
seen it,
think
guys,
the ladies, I'm sure they'll be asking soon if you're going to do the full Monty.
yeah, I don't think Eric
Yeah, sure. Why
got the
not?
clearance for that. But the kids are out of town, so here's an original painting of mine I'm working on, and then here is Eric's poster book reproduction, and it is an astoundingly good reproduction of this painting, man. So yeah, if you guys have back,
Yeah.
and the cover shows Eric Weathers
That's
the
a great
painter
cover, Eric.
happening right there, folks. In case you
So I
missed
told
it.
you
Oh dear
there
God,
was
what have you got?
some miscommunication at my printer in terms of I had two posters printed, and one of them was 24 by 36, and it was meant to be that big.
Mm-hmm.
And I sent them this one because they have an art printer, and I thought, well, it's 12 ink, 12 color printer. And I thought, well, let me just take a look at what Shant's would look like, But they didn't get the memo that it wasn't as big as 24 by 36. So I have now.
Oh my God.
Here, let me just. It's.
Can you make it screen big?
Oh yeah. Hang on. Let me do that. Dan's Dan for the win. Hang on a second. Let me see. Where is Eric here?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I've
boomer.
got. It's Dan. You have no. This is my struggle, as some have said.
When a
Look at
boomer
this,
actually
guys.
says you're a boomer, then
Yeah. Look at that,
you're
guys.
definitely in trouble.
Dang, man.
That's how big it
That is crazy, dude.
Wow.
Wow. You've now got
How big it
artwork of
is.
your own characters for the wall, dude. That's outstanding, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely outstanding. Look at that, guys.
Just
Look at that.
just an accidental oversized printing.
Yeah.
No
I
big
love
D.
it. Those are some of my favorites. Those are some of my favorites, man. The best kinds of accidental prints. So let me
Huge.
lock this. So we've got gifted membership.
Birds.
Nomad Damon gifted one Shant and Jetty Art membership, and when you gift a membership around these parts, for people who aren't aware, you get some cheerleaders. So we must have cheerleaders here at the Waffle Lodge forthwith, and so here we go.
Charge!
Well, let's go back here, and I'm gonna have to copy this. Let me do this here.
What is their emblem on? What is that on their chest?
Oh,
We
I
should
will. I
examine
will
it.
show you one.
We should
quick
examine
second.
that very closely. And see
We
what's
should
going on
examine it incredibly closely. I don't know why we haven't before. So if you haven't ever seen it before, I went in and frame by frame changed the color of their uniforms and put the Waffle Lodge logo on them.
Really?
That is how freaking nuts I am.
Oh my God.
Charge!
Everything around these
It's
parts is
excessive.
custom. It's so bad. It's
Amazing.
Eric. I am working on a special episode of Pizza Live where I'm trying to do something with woohoo, everybody's excited. Look at that. People getting memberships. That's wallpaper. It is wallpaper. It's a huge,
It basically,
huge poster.
I could do that. That's not a bad idea.
Let me see. Art of
Yeah, I'll
Dominic.
turn
Oh,
it
is
into
there a
a
way to
wallpaper.
find out who gifts a membership? I must have gotten one. Yes. As I used to be surprised to see I was now a member. Yes, there are. That charge blew my ears out, says OV Raffioli. Sorry, my friend. Sorry. Yeah, the membership gifting, you would see it probably the stream you were on. I think it was the last stream, the first part of the closeout stream. You were gifted a membership, so it'll say who it was from. But I bet it's in your settings that you were gifted a membership. Let me see here. Dr. Schonfenstein, you're not kidding. It's so true. JMS suffers from Trump derangement syndrome, but his announcement says he's moving because he's always wanted to write for Well, that I can kind of understand, writing for British TV. The Avengers and the work of Brian Clemens that I've started studying recently. He wrote The Golden Voyage of Sinbad, the Ray Harryhausen film with, oh my gosh, Carolyn Monroe in it, is the best way I could sum it up. And he's just a terrific writer, did all this. And he also was the writer-director of, what's it called? Kronos, Vampire Hunter. So, incredible guy. Eric Huffles, my man, is in the house. It's good to see you, brother. How are you doing, man?
Hey,
Oh, it
Andy's
says
asking
during
about your,
live stream. Yeah.
Andy was commenting about your backdrop. It's not a backdrop. That's your drawing table, right? That's your
Which one?
that's
Oh,
your
this right
painting.
here? Oh, yeah. This, oh, no, the backdrop. I think he means the backdrop that's behind me. So when
Oh.
we are waffle lodging it, as we say,
Oh,
we are
okay.
here in the Waffle Lodge. If you look out the window when the cheerleaders are doing their thing, not only do all the characters blink and one of them turns his head around, but the spaceship that is out the window, smoke moves. And this is the kind of craziness that is
Hey,
required
what do you
because
think when
all
you
these, yeah,
when you see that guy right there with the hat on there? What does
uh-huh.
that make you think of? Way in the back, in the back, the
Oh,
chef's
way in
hat,
the
or
back? Oh, that's a
yeah. What
tough
does that
one.
make you think of?
Not sure.
I think of Twilight Zone,
Oh,
the
dude,
one with the Martians and
these are, that's what this is.
Oh,
Dan,
really? Oh, you put those guys in
look at the
it?
guy behind the counter. That's the guy who has the third eye. That's the crazy old
Yeah, that's what I'm
guy
talking about.
who
Yeah.
turns around at the booth. Yep. And that's the guy who is the Martian. Yeah.
Oh, the other guy. Yeah, the guy with the
That's
hat.
why
Oh
there's
my
a
god.
wrecked spaceship out there. This is the diner. All the
A
people
what
in this
spaceship?
are
Where's the wrecked
a
spaceship?
crashed spaceship right out the window.
Oh,
I can't
so you
see
said
that.
erect.
No, it's not. It's oh, sorry, I didn't say an erect spaceship. If I said that, that'd sound a little dirty. If I'm saying it was erect, I'm not going to say that on a live stream.
You would
Erect.
never say erect.
Yeah. Well, you know what was funny is when that General Lee would bottom out. I remember Bo Duke looked over and he said, "Man, my Dixie wrecked," and it was terrible, right? Because it was that
Hmm.
Dixie flag on the car was completely
Mm-hmm.
destroyed. Yeah,
Yeah.
Isn't it
terrible.
funny though? I'm seeing this that guy there, the chef, whatever you call him, the cook,
Yes.
and I'm looking at a tiny picture. I mean, this is like,
Yep.
it's
Iconic
tiny,
face.
and I recognized it, or it reminded me of it immediately. Like, that's how that thing is burned into my brain. Like that, a guy about the tiniest thing
Yep.
on the screen.
Dude, he was iconic, and I had to go in there and I had to color them. So I had to even though I don't see color, obviously. I went in and I painstakingly colored them all in and tried to get them to look like they would marry into the background better. But let's
Mhm.
watch these cheerleaders again just for a second, just so you can see the
Just for
guy turn
science.
around. The crazy old guy. You won't see them blinking. You might catch the spaceship smoking in the background there out the window,
Did you say
but you will
science, Eric?
see. It's for science,
Science.
yeah.
Science,
Cheerleaders
right?
for
We want to
science.
see the
Science.
We must
cheerleaders again
have.
for science.
Yep.
Blinded us with
Dixie.
science is what I said.
Right. You're absolutely right, man. Here we go. One more time for so watch that guy with the crazy guy in the foreground in the booth turns completely around to have a look.
Charge!
It's funny. I
Guys,
never
yeah,
ever
man.
noticed
That's
the
great.
guy turn. I never ever noticed the guy.
Why do you think you didn't notice the guy turning
I,
around? I mean, is there anything that's happening that could make you think,
Huh.
"Hey,
I don't know.
wait a minute.
I think it's nature or something. I don't know.
It's nature." Yeah. It's well, don't blame nurture. Your mom's gonna be very angry
Yeah,
about that.
I'm
If you
genetically
just throw that.
disposed
Yep.
to see the cheerleaders first.
Yeah,
Nothing I can do
when you
about it.
see the opening of the thing, I took all the characters. So the diner guy, his name is Vinny S. For Venus, and then when he's got a name tag in my opening, and then he's got the hat has the new Waffle Lodge logo on it. But so for those of you guys who don't know the Waffle Lodge lore, Unfortunately, if you Google it, you'll only find out about a murder. But I used to go and eat at every night at the Waffle Lodge on Brainerd Road. See, Eric's laughing because he knows. I used to go with my friends when I was in high school and everything. We would go to Waffle Lodge at 2 a.m, back when they had a cigarette machine and breakfast anytime and coffee. And we would just sit
That sounds
there,
so good.
and it is the best. So I love Waffle House in terms of those memories, and I wanted to create a place where we could hang out that was the sci-fi comic book nerdy version of this.
I'm not even
Let me
hungry,
I
and you
like
see.
make
the
me
big,
hungry.
thick
Yeah.
coffee mugs that are like
Oh yeah.
the porcelain is like that thick all the way around. Once
Absolutely
you get it
right.
home, they're all thin. Those
Yep.
diner coffee mugs you could throw through the window.
They're awesome.
You could hold up the diner itself with one of those things. You could threaten a life with them.
Channel member Mike High TV Dub says, I love this. You can't expect us to notice the guy turning around. We are simple creatures. I agree.
Yeah.
I'm a simple creature too. Awesome ones in the house. Yeah. I
Plus, the clip is
remember
so
the cigarette
short too.
machine.
If they were dancing there for 5 minutes, you'd start looking around, right?
We wouldn't get
Or
any
maybe
work
not.
done. We wouldn't get any work done. Headless Bourgeoisie dropping spring ball emojis, custom emojis of channel members. But it's those are the things that those sort of late night conversations and hanging out and those trips to the local comic shop. And I don't know, I always think what's fun about Comicsgate is we get to make these shows kind of our own, and they can be completely idiosyncratic, but this is what I know. This is a huge
What
part
does
of hanging out.
idiosyncratic mean? You can't use these big words. I mean, I've heard the word, but
Oh, just like
normal people, like
just
remember, I'm dumb, and so you gotta
all right. Well, here's the
explain,
best way I put it, man.
Yeah,
It's like
Shantz,
this.
why don't you explain this one?
dumb it
So
down for me,
okay,
will you?
Or
I
Dan.
will. I
Yeah,
will.
why don't you explain it?
Well, it's a disease that you can catch. Now, if you're say no, so what I mean by that is I love the Twilight Zone. I think it should be a part of like kids' education in America, like a cultural part of the education, like the original Star Trek series. But I also like the late night vibe at 2 a.m. at Waffle House. So I'm like, I'll do a show for in Comicsgate inspired by my late night trips to Waffle House. People will get it.
Okay.
Comicsgate's like, I'll throw some cheerleaders in there, inside of a
Dan,
like
did he
we're
answer your
just
question?
No, but that's all right.
okay. It just
Yeah.
means throwing a bunch of crazy bullshit together that doesn't line up. That's the best way
Oh,
I can do
okay,
it. Yep.
perfect.
Oh wow. World War II U.S. Navy porcelain coffee mugs had no handle. My God. Wow.
Oh,
Waffle House, nothing says Americana like a restaurant that requires an overnight police presence. You are not kidding. Yep. Yeah, and that's every time there's a hurricane or any kind of weather situation, that's the number one thing they always say. They always go, okay, Waffle House is closed. We got a problem. This is a serious storm because they've
yeah,
boarded
they're
up
the
the Waffle
bellwether.
House. They
Yeah.
are. They do not close for gunshots. They don't close for anything, man. Oh man, I've had some wild conversations there late at night, but just we'd sit in there and we would hang out, and it's a little bit like Comicsgate, man. Oh, I love this question. Oh God, no. Eric Huffles, Sean, look at me. I'm the new Kangs now. We did Kangs yesterday on John's channel, and Shane, I've mentioned it a few times, talked me into getting this movie. John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness. It's one of the few John Carpenter movies I haven't seen. But here's a question I like from Nomad Damon. How goes the painting, Eric? That Venom was really cool.
Oh, that was darn cool, man.
Thank you.
It was awesome.
It's sitting right over there, just out of reach. Painting's going well, although I seem to only be able to do it when Shanta's looking over my shoulder. Because when I try it without that, I end up painting something and then just painting over it and starting over and over again.
What's my valuable bit of advice I always give when you're painting? Oh my God. Breathe.
I don't remember.
Hey,
That's the trick.
Breathe. I do breathe. I breathe. I sigh at the end of looking at it and say, "Yeah, well, we'll just get it on the next one."
Ov Ravioli says Rod Sterling's interviews are incredible. The man was a
They are.
genius.
Yeah, he
I would
was.
love to see that. I didn't know he did it. I've never seen the interviews by him. I want to see those totally.
Oh,
That sounds fascinating.
I'd probably get struck if I played it here, but on my Vimeo channel, so if you go to my campaign, you can see there's the trailer is Vimeo. That'll take you right to my site, and I think I have it up there publicly. But I went in and I cleaned up the audio and the picture for a Rod Serling interview, and it's done before he says, "I'm working on a show right now that like he's got his he's Rod Serling all the time." He goes, I wanted to do a show about what happened to that Emmett Till boy, but the people told me that we couldn't get anything that political on air, and I decided that I was going to do a show that is going to involve elements of science fiction and mystery, and it's going to be topical, but it's not going to talk down to the... Like, you just watching this guy going, you're a
Oh,
fucking legend.
he was
You are a
so cool,
legend.
man.
He is so good, man. Yep.
Yeah, he was the perfect intro
Wouldn't
to
doubt it.
the stories,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. I mean,
And he was part of it. He was so much part of
Yeah.
that story, you know.
Oh, dude, I would, if those were public domain, I would watch that and do streams talking about it all year. Like I would just do a different one every month, and then work my way through the series over a course of a couple of years, and then if I'm still alive, cycle back through. But I own the entire complete Twilight Zone on Blu-ray because I love those movies so much, man, or the show so
Mhm,
much. The
mhm.
Howling Man, Will the Real Martian please stand up?
Favorite.
God, all of them. Oh, I'm just trying to think of some of my favorites. My mind always goes blank.
There's room for one
Uh,
more, honey.
yes. Oh yeah. God.
Oh,
The
man.
To Serve Man. Come on. That is a creepy one too. Yeah.
What about the
They used to.
Ernest Borgnine, or was the one where he broke his glasses? Yeah,
Oh
he was
God. That's I can't believe I'm
Burgess
blanking on this
Meredith.
guy.
Burgess
Yes,
Meredith.
Burgess Meredith, but the character's name, who used to be in our chat all the time, and I'm totally blanking. This is gonna kill me. Let me. Now I gotta find it. I can't believe I'm
Yeah, I
struggling.
wonder if it's the next. These young generation, are they seen them? Are these anywhere? Are these
Henry
available somewhere?
Bemis. Thank you, Eric Cuffles. Henry Bemis. Of course, Henry Bemis.
I
Sorry,
never
yes. So
watched it. So to
he
answer your question, Dan,
Yeah, but
I've
now with
seen
the
one
stream,
or two episodes here or there.
oh, you're
are you
missing out. You'll
So
serious?
love it. They're so good.
You're
for
so
real,
lucky, dude.
I'm
You are
I'm extremely
so
uncultured.
lucky. Yeah.
Yeah, well, me too, kind of. But there's certain things I would gravitate to. Now, I
He
wonder if they're on
is
a streaming service. So, do you know, Shanth, if they are anywhere? Anybody know if they're on a?
I they used to do a marathon on Sci-Fi Channel Sci-Fi Channel every New Year's? I think it was. And then they did what was it? Shoot. Was it on Netflix for a while? I feel like it was the Penguin at the End of Time. Oh my
It's
gosh,
streaming
man.
on Paramount Plus.
Is it
Okay.
Oh, it's streaming on Paramount. Well, that's why they own it, man. Yeah, they did a lot of references. Oh, I see. The Simpsons, Treehouse of Horror, Twilight Zone parodies where I cannot see shit. Hang on a minute. The Yes, The Simpsons did a bunch of Twilight Zone
Yeah, those
House
are
of
great.
Horrors. Like I think he steps on the plant, he goes back in time, and it screws up the
Yeah,
future. And
exactly.
it was just those were great. What is up, Maromi? How are you doing, man? My glasses are I can't see anymore. Maybe Pluto or Tubi. So yeah, guys, if you have not seen those, Eric, they are some of the
Yeah,
greatest primers on storytelling in a compact amount of
Exactly.
time you will ever see in your life.
I've seen
Short
a
stories
Great
are
handful.
stuff.
really. You should educate yourself with short stories because, like Ray
Yeah.
Bradbury would say, that it's writing these. We kind of, as comic artists, we're short story writers, and
Mhm.
but short stories are just such a great way to get immersed in just the art of storytelling because they're so they have to have
Yeah.
a complete idea worked out pretty quickly, and
Yeah,
they tend to be pretty impactful. So
Yeah. Yeah. Short fiction and again, so television writing I think is so great for that because it's they you have to get to the point. Um what's it called? Fantasy Island had that quality. The soap operas had that kind of quality. Any kind of episodic TV has that sort of quality. And that's for me anyway. That's the stuff that's cool. The longer form television shows don't have it as much. But yeah, Isaac Asimov. That's a really good point. God, man, it's a miracle I can even read anymore. Isaac Asimov I have the Robot Dreams collection of his stuff illustrated by Ralph McQuarrie, and that
Yeah,
was
that's cool.
a crazy
It
one.
looks like the Twilight Zone is available in a lot of places. Like
There you
it
go.
says
Yeah,
according
but
to this, Amazon Prime
yeah, I think
Video,
I'll pick it up
Yeah,
for
Paramount Plus,
to
of
buy
course.
it, but to stream it
yeah,
is Paramount Plus.
yeah.
But I'm saying, I
Does
mean,
Tubi have it?
Amazon Prime Video would not be. It says a premium subscription. So
Huh.
if you have that,
Probably for
or
the
or
Paramount
Apple
add-on.
TV, it looks like it's on Apple TV.
Yeah. If
Pluto, YouTube. It's for if you have a prime time
Hmm,
subscription
Maybe I'm
on YouTube.
mistaken.
So
well,
kind
Dan, I
of
don't
a
know.
number
Did
of
you if you
places.
bought this? But that Aaron Lepresti kid. Do you know that guy? That
Oh yeah,
Lepresti
Never.
that guy.
kid.
Yeah,
Ugh. Yeah, he's
he's
one of
been
the
around.
anyway. He's been around. So he's been was showing this around those new Frazetta books on different themes. And
So
yeah,
cool.
this is the terror one. And I just love the way he illustrated his werewolves to look like grizzly
I
bears.
know.
Isn't
Yeah,
that great?
yeah.
Freaking fantastic, man.
Yeah,
You
who's
gotta
the
love
guy?
No, I didn't buy it yet.
it. I
I
wasn't
realize
doing
I
that
look
to
really angry in my
you
camera
do.
shot here. I'm not angry. I'm just kind of like,
Yeah.
whatever, just living life. I'm
Yeah.
tired, but I'm not angry. So if I look like I'm annoyed at what you're saying, I
Yeah.
am, but I don't mean for my face to look like I'm annoyed at what you're
I'm gonna
saying.
adjust the gamma on you a little bit, maybe saturate or desaturate you a little bit. We're gonna clean you up. We're gonna clean you up
It's just I
just
got
a little.
this light right here.
Yeah, but I have control over.
No,
This is the thing I love about
oh, let
this
me mess with you then.
software. Yeah, mess with me.
Let's just blow it out.
Look at that. But I can still adjust the gamma and sort it out.
Yeah, I can
I can
too.
do all manner of things. Look at that. Look at this. Incredible.
That was me.
Incredible what we're doing here. Yeah, adjust his anatomy a bit too. I don't know what you're implying, but maybe. Gamma rays Hulk. Gamma rays Hulk Weathers. That's incredibly true. That's right. That's how we do it here.
I'm always angry, but I'm not angry on the
Yeah,
inside, just on the
that's
outside.
right. The
Some people
horizontal
hold their
and the
anger
vertical.
inside and seethe,
Don't
cope,
be
and all
angry,
that.
Joe.
Yeah, look, I do look like I'm pissed off at something, but I'm really not.
Yeah.
Or if I
Well,
am, I
the
don't
more
know
you
it
say
yet.
you're
I
not,
haven't
Maybe
the
draw
more
some
I haven't
eyebrows
dug
looking.
down.
Try putting some
draw some
eyebrows going up
eyebrows
like
on.
this.
That's right.
You know, instead of going like down, like make them go
Mhm.
up.
Oh my God, man.
Is that better?
I've got just way too much stuff around me right now.
Have you
I'm
guys
having
seen? You
artwork
know, Bud
outbursts.
Root is right.
Yeah, of
Mhm.
course. I have his art
Okay,
book. It's awesome.
his see, I would bring this stuff up, but there's a lot of nude stuff in his work. But
Can't do that. Not on YouTube.
but his werewolves, I have that kind of bear look, and they're
Mhm.
really cool.
Damn it, I had that book somewhere too. I don't know where the heck I put it.
Let me see.
Hang on a second. Let me see if I can find it.
Kind of.
Hold on, Dan. If I do a share, it'll get all crazy. Hang on.
I know I could find it.
You guys just hold the fort while I look.
You know me, I'm a chatterbox.
Yes, you are.
I could just talk and talk about anything and everything and really
You
not even breathe in between
could
topics.
talk
just
about not
on.
talking about stuff. You could talk
I
about
really
coming.
could just, yeah, constant talking about not talking.
Yeah, and what was
about
that?
how
Yeah, you were talking about not talking again. That makes it.
yeah, it's a gift I have. Most people find it annoying, but
Man.
it's opened more doors
Yeah,
than
the
it's
history
closed.
of not talking about stuff. That's like Stan Lee. He could do it. He could kind of.
Hey, where is that?
I thought it'd be easier to
Yeah.
find. I got one at least that looks cool from Bud Root. Yeah, he's got
nothing.
great apes and stuff too. Oh, this one's cool. Is she naked?
Yeah, there's a lot of nudity in Bud stuff, isn't there?
Yeah, well, it's a lot of scantily clad, women. So.
Yeah, that's what he does. But yeah, Bud stuff. I wish I could find that dang book because Andy Smith was showing it, and I checked it out, and I've seen his stuff on a few occasions. Always liked it, but there really hadn't been and I guess there had been for a while, but I missed it. There hadn't been a definitive book on his stuff, that just collected a ton of it. And that book was
There, sh-
awesome, man.
there should be because he's got a great name.
Yeah, he
Just
does. He has
fun
a
to say, Bud
fantastic
Root.
name. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. I'm looking for her book.
Is that his real name, you think?
Probably not, but I don't care.
I did hear his middle name was Assman, so maybe that's not his real name either. I mean, not Root. Root is his name I don't trust. Assman, I think, is legit. It's a family name.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's definitely. Dad pulled rank on that one when naming the kid for sure.
Yeah, that's right. Did he? Yeah. Is he
Yeah.
still with us, Eric? Is that dad still alive? Oh my God.
I don't know, but it's on the birth certificate. That's really all that matters.
Mm-hmm. That is the key. Where the hell did I put that book? It's nuts. I cleaned my studio, air quotes.
I
So
don't
the
believe you.
piles have moved. Yeah, you don't need to. Don't worry. It's
Yeah.
not worth believing me. And crap. It's really annoying. But it's got a green cover. It's a great book. He does fantastic house. Let me see if I can find this. Hold on. Where the hell is it?
Okay, I've got a decent selection of these pictures, and they're all safe.
Okay.
I think. Wait, let me zoom in a little bit closer and just make sure they're all safe.
I have sometimes had problems though with an echo. So do this. Drop the images into X, and then I can drag them to my desktop, and it'll be easier. Trust me. But sometimes when you try to share screen, I get a weird audio echo. I don't know why, but until I
Okay,
sort it
so
out,
what am I gonna do with these guys?
just send it to me as a DM on X, and I
Okay.
can just drag it to my desktop and share it for you.
All right. Well, I have to do one at a time. So
Nice.
it only takes one at a time.
Don't worry, I can manage it. I've got skills.
Yeah, but will the audience stay with us? That's the question.
Look, it's a miracle they're here now. So
That's
you never
true.
know.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
every chatter is a blessing.
It is. It is. And God bless you all for being here. 264 people watching, 77 likes on YouTube between X and YouTube. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you, Comicsgate. Eric Huffles is like, I'm leaving. I'm getting the hell out of here.
That's fair.
Bruce Campbell's chin,
Yeah.
never
Gambling,
clean. You'll never find. Yeah, I know. It's true. Cleaning is the devil. Someone once said a clean desk is a sign of a sick mind. So it could be true. Let me see if I can get that now. All right.
Okay, they're coming in. They're coming in hot.
Coming in hot. There we go. God damn, we're such nerds. I love that about us,
Oops.
but it has to be said. Yeah, if you guys don't know his work, he is these are they low resolution? The ones you're sending me?
One of them is pretty low. I noticed it's really low.
Okay,
So,
hold on a second.
But the other ones aren't too bad, but they're all pretty bad.
Okay. Oh, I see. Well, there's a nice ode to Frazetta there. I love that, man. Hold on, let me see if I can drag these here. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Let me see here. All right. I'm gonna grab even though I love that top one, I'm gonna grab these first 3 here so we can start sharing these. So
yeah, the first one super low.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. So let me do new image overlay, and I'm gonna grab.
It's too bad because it's a cool one,
It is a cool one, man. There's a lot of cool ones here. So let's take a look at this. This is whoa, ho, ho, ho. There we go.
Okay, she's okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is an actual. I mean, would you call it a werewolf or a bear? But
there's something bear there for sure.
Yeah, I'm saying he kind of, and he might just be a bear, but I mean, a lot of his werewolves are very bear-like.
They are. Well, he's comes from that. Oh boy, I don't know why that one's so small. Hang on a second here. There we go. He comes from that.
Now that's a werewolf that kind of got
school.
a bear features. I love it.
Yeah, I love that kind of stuff, man. That's the stuff that God, this is such a wild. The amount of things you can do in this in terms of the program Ecamm is crazy. Like it's just like you can't do stuff like that. Yeah, you could just because we do our art lessons in this, but yeah, the dire bear, well said. I believe in the dire wolf, man. I believe in it. Man, bear, pig, says Michael Bancroft. Let's see. That would
What's up,
be
Mike?
that would be great. That would be how I play my D. God dang it! Sorry, these like I have been. It's too much light coming from too many directions, man. I'm starting to get that. My eyes getting tired. That would be how I play my D&D human barbarian fur skins and stick against bear. There you go. It's a werebear. It's labeled on the image. Okay,
Whew, I
well
thought for
maybe
a
we're
second he
wrong.
said foreskins.
There it is. The Dan just has like a bris or something on his mind. There you go. The werebear has returned to hell. I love that though. That's this dude, Bud Root. His stuff I love, man. I wish I could find that
Yeah.
dang book because it
He's
is
got
so
that.
good. But
I
let
mean,
me
Yeah,
he's
just
for
got the
look at the
real.
next one.
cartoony thing going, but it's still really lushly illustrated. It's fantastic. So
This one? Is this the one? Or
still
is this gonna be the
realistic.
same one? Oh, there's the
Yeah,
one
that was
we
the one that
did.
was
That
low,
was
but
this one's a little low, but the other one
yeah,
was diabolical. Like this is, I guess, watercolor or ink. I'm not
yeah.
sure.
Now that's an actual werebear, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, this piece. I mean, when you look at the wash texture that he gets there, it's just incredible.
Zoom in.
Outstanding. I wish I could
Enhance.
zoom further. But
Mm-hmm.
while this software can do a few
Yeah.
things, it can't. Wow, it's almost like
I sent these
swaying
so
in
you can look
her.
at the bear.
She's walking towards us, and no, let's go. Okay, let's go back.
What
Back to the
bear? Oh,
bear. Keep
there's a
your mind.
bear.
Slap, slap,
Yeah,
slap. Keep your mind.
I didn't
no,
even
this
see that
that's
there was a
actually
bear in this image.
yeah. There it goes. I can't homina. I can't remember what was in here. It is, guys. Oh, she's tempting that bear. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
what can I do? He does, by the way, outstanding King Kong gorilla stuff too, as well,
Yeah,
man.
the
That
Kong
guy
stuff
is.
is just as cool, man.
I just can't believe I can't find that dang book. Eric, I'm gonna beat myself up about this now. It's driving me crazy.
Okay.
It is, Eric's like, here, get one in for me. Take a hard
Yeah,
swing.
for real.
Yeah, those see, man. I've been putting you through your paces on those painting lessons, but Eric's doing, guys. If you have not seen, Eric's Venom piece on his X, and you're not subscribed or following him on X, do check it out because that was a breakthrough piece, man. Yeah, you got to show it, man. You got to show it.
I
Come
need to
on.
go grab it. All right.
You do. You absolutely do.
All right. All right. Right.
As I
Someone
scarf
has to
down
get. I want to
hard
get a
times
glass of
beef
water
jerky.
first.
Go get a glass of water. You don't want to get verklempt.
Go get a glass of vodka.
Yeah.
Yeah, go get a tall glass of vodka. That'll do the.
I only have bourbon.
Oh well. Dang, that is annoying. Because it is a.
Okay, let's
it
see
is
another
seriously
picture.
great
Got any
book.
more pictures of this? I want to see the next one.
Yeah, let me drag some more. Hang on a second now. As Cecil would say back in the day, stop yelling at me. Oh no, I'm dying. Death
We
by
got to
pepper.
get the show rolling here. We got to keep it busy. Keep it rolling.
You're giving me all this extra homework, Dan, and
That's
I'm
all right.
feeling like
The
I'm
show
not
must
seen
go
or
on.
heard.
This is the way it is.
See, Dan
This
is a
is showbiz,
taskmaster. Yeah, Dan is brutal. You guys
cracking the
don't
whip,
Is
know
Dan
this.
man.
going to recognize this?
He better
Is
recognize
Dan going to
this.
recognize this?
Oh, he probably will, actually. Let's see if he does. Let's see if he knows who that is. Hang on a second. Let me make it bigger. So, this might be. Let me remove this. Hang on a second. Dadgummit. Where's it? Here we go. So, this right here is a master study we did, a timed master study of an artist. I'm curious if you know the artist and the painting it was based on.
Still
Anyone in the
bigger,
chat?
make it please.
There we
Kaluta,
go.
perhaps?
Oh, let me do there.
This might be, you and I have missed this, Dan, because this was role-playing art. So, Bruce Campbell Shinsei, pay attention to the great tracks
I think I might know who
Amen.
this might be.
See if you can get it. If anybody in the chat knows, let us know. There's a rumor we've got some nerds here.
Is it the guy? Is that the guy who turned into a girl? That artist?
Nope. But you're but you're close. Not. Funny enough, we were talking. He's an influence, or she is. But yeah, we were talking about Jeff Jones, but not Jeff Jones.
Yeah, that's how I was thinking. It might be.
Younger.
Rowena, maybe
Same
the
guy
girl.
that did this.
Same one who did, oh yeah, this painting right here. This was another, but remember now, these are time sketches, so they're not the
Oh,
finished
Brahm?
rendering. So
Yeah, these are
Right.
very
Brahm?
rough. These are like an hour.
Did you hear that? He goes, Brahm?
Yeah,
There
it's
you
Brahm.
go.
Okay.
Boom. Good. Yay. Dan won, man. So let's see that Venom now.
No, Venom.
Yeah, where's Venom? Take
It
off your
feels so
shirt.
like.
Sorry, I
Oh, that's great.
got carried away there.
By the way,
Guys,
I
come
feel
on
very,
now.
very sophisticated, and intelligent. Oh, that is Brahm.
That's Brahm, of course, which goes with a nice
Of course it
clean
is.
tea.
What could it else be?
You're gonna want to have a red with Brahm. The thing that was so cool about that too, Eric, is that was a timed painting as we've been doing, man. It's crazy.
That's true. Yeah.
You had time to
I'm
paint
working
it
on
and
this
you
guy.
didn't murder it. Oh, sweet.
Working on this guy,
Scarecrow.
but he needs a little TLC. This one
He
isn't
does.
timed. This one is
That looks. I mean, you're working
Not-
in black and
not
white
timed at all.
on that.
Isn't that great, guys?
No, there's
Yep.
there's green in there.
Mhm.
It's just hard to see with a. There is green in there, but
And what's your medium?
acrylic on
Mhm.
whatever this canvas board is.
Documan?
Well, I
No,
think
it's not
stacking-
Documan.
Nope.
Eric is a refugee. A lot of people don't know that. He's a refugee from a terrifying, yeah. Eric and I have this this lovely little
That's one way of
joke
putting
about
it.
the concept of load bearing walls and their value in a particular given system, and how things
Mhm.
can go wrong if you start knocking those out, or those things are no longer there to catch you. It's a weird thing how that works. Yeah, man,
Catch you
you've
to
had
catch mistakes before they go to print.
yep, unsigned prints
You
for
know.
500, Alex. Wow. Yeah, exactly. So here's the thing too, Eric. I was going to tell you this, but now that you're on stream, Dan and I can have a proper intervention.
All right, corner me.
Yeah, we'll corner you. I want you to take everything you've ever done, starting in digital that we've done, and we should have done this at 1 year, but things have been nuts. You've been fulfilling Battle Brick Road, and I've been launching campaigns, but I really want you to take that stuff and put it together in a PDF, or something, right? So that we can go
Mhm.
through it and look at it. Because it's always good to do that at the end of a year when you've been like in school.
Okay.
It's good to do that at the end of a semester. And I just realized we never did that. Because
Okay.
you might see something, we both might see something that we wouldn't have noticed, during the course of like the lessons. Because you get to kind of see the arc of things and like where things are strong and where things could be, explored a little more. So
Okay.
let's try to remember to do that at some point, because I want to
Yeah.
make sure it's it's the best educational experience we can do, because it'll pay off in dividends, man. The more we do this stuff, the more that I've really been thinking about. See, I can't, man.
Hey, did you
It's
get the
just
famous
Eric.
monsters one? Did you get that one?
Which one? Oh, let me
The
see.
famous monsters one?
God,
Oh, that
Dan,
one's so
I'm
good.
really like how you speak to me is, it feels like a threat of violence. Let me wait.
Well,
Which
it
one?
is.
What time are we at? 12:30. It is. Thank you, Dan, for delivering that.
It's a threat of atomic wedgie.
Oh
So
shoot!
you
What
better get your
happened?
act together.
Did it work? Ah, hang on a second. Damn it! Just go away. Where did it go? Oh, Figgery. Where is this thing here? I just had it for a second. Okay, so let me show. Okay, so I moved it off a frame. Dang it. So here's one. This is a Deja
That's
Taurus.
one of them. Yeah, that one's cool too, man.
Yeah, that
Man.
one is pretty cool. Like there's a lot of detail in here, a lot of,
Yeah.
you can even see there's this monkey down there. Really
Oh yeah.
fascinating.
I didn't see the monkey. Well, what do you know?
Didn't see the monkey,
Yeah.
did you? And yeah, but Bud works in he works in
Mysterious
rear
ways.
ends.
It works in
Pigman,
a lot of. Why is it just me on screen? This is kind of awkward, but also
I
kind of
like
neat.
it. So anyway, so
Take credit
Eric,
for the
tell us
work.
why you're obsessed with this piece. No, where's the? There we
Eric,
go. So
you're
now
the eye
now you've
candy,
got some cover.
obviously.
The brush strokes.
Yeah.
You
We
know?
don't want to lose our female audience
Well,
there. She's gotta be on
Nomad
screen all
Damon, who
times.
is a gentleman and a scholar, says, "Look at that tail." I agree. Fantastic
Yeah,
job
absolutely.
with
It's
that tail.
wonderful.
Yeah.
You know that
Oh my goodness.
whatever this is, tiger werewolf. He almost seems cuddly, like
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm.
But look, actually,
Yeah.
seriously, how he does fur on this creature,
I
that's
barely
so cool,
saw
man.
the tiger, much less monkeys, as Eric Huffles. So someone here, and it's the great Eric Huffles, who said, Pigman #1 by Bosch, 9/11 changed the lives of two Islamic brothers. Let me play that trailer real quick, if I may. And I want you
You
guys to
may.
check it out. The link's in the description, and we will return right after this commercial break. There you go, guys.
That's cool.
Check out Pigman
I've
by
read
Bosch.
that.
Excellent.
I've read that
Yeah.
comic, and I read it actually years ago, and man, it's pretty powerful and stuff, actually.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It is, and yeah, I can't vouch for her positioning in that particular piece. It is witchcraft. It's witchcraft. Let me see. Was there another one
She's
you sent
mooning us,
me?
man. It's not very respectful.
Well, it's definitely a full moon. Let me see here. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of these ones here.
Yeah, that
And
one's
then
great, but the famous
Yeah.
monsters one's probably better.
I gotta
If,
grab
you
that
know,
one because I don't think I've downloaded that yet. Hang on a second. Did I just turn this camera thing too, or is that still? Hopefully it's locked.
are you just
There we
tricking us to
go.
look at your artwork? Is that what's going on here?
No, I wish
Yep.
it was that simple. I'm trying to get you to look at Eric's chest, but he's just not compliant. I think the term we use,
Gotta,
non-compliant.
everybody wants a piece of me. What am I? Just some
Yep.
kind of meat for you to
Object.
chew on?
Yeah.
Apparently.
Some sort of
Yeah.
object of your desire?
Yeah. If any of you guys feel
Yeah,
like
the
Chance
Eric
gets
girls,
to
is,
see me without the outer shirt on when I'm doing painting lessons. I get too hot. I have to
like,
take this thing off.
That's right. That's what he tells me anyway. That's right.
A little hot under the collar.
Little hot under the collar. Here we go, guys. Let's see here. Eremit. God dang it. Eremitic.
I am who you say I am. Did say that she had dollar bills.
If Mark Miller had done Pigman, it would be a movie or show already. Bosch got fire. Agreed. Awesome one. Ironic that pork is their undoing. Yes, it is. So let me see here. Where is this? Let me get this overlay here. Yeah, Bud, I'm glad that a lot of artists are putting out art books of their stuff because his stuff is just fantastic. Bud Roots. I was glad to get it. Like, he has a lot of sketchbooks he do at cons, but yeah. Again, there you go. Famous monsters of
All
Comic
right.
Land.
That's cool.
Isn't that
Oh
great?
man, I love werewolves,
Wow.
so that kind of makes me a little sad, just a bit, to see that old
I'd
guy.
still be in the picture.
Yes, a little bit, but let me just move. No, but
You know,
here we
it's great
go.
about his work. It's kind of it's fun. It's realistic, but it's kind of funny.
Yes,
it kind of makes you laugh a little bit. It's cheeky, and
Mhm.
it's not like it's
Yep.
just completely gratuitous. It's got a charm
Yeah.
to it, which is kind of, it's a little silly or whatever. But I don't know. It's kind
Yeah.
of a weird blend.
Well, you
Kind of
do this kind of
realistic,
stuff.
kind of cartoony,
Mhm.
but fun.
You do women, like, in terms of artwork, very well. And the thing about it is that sorry, Eric. I know it's Eric. I tried to recover it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for
No,
spiking
it's
it.
good. It's a nice
So
compliment.
yeah, it is. It's I haven't heard any complaints about Dan. So, but the thing
Heyo.
is that when Dan's doing his work, which he does exceedingly well, you know that when people go, oh well, that's just babe art. Oh, that's a piece of cake. It is so hard to draw attractive women. It is
Mhm.
it's there's no such thing as an easy way to do that. It just works. It's just not true, or everyone
Yeah,
would be
and
doing it.
keep
It's
them
Right.
charming. That's the
yes,
key too. It'd have to be,
yeah,
you don't want just gratuitousness. You want the girl
yeah,
to have a personality,
you
and she's
do,
kind of, and like this girl here, this obviously Vampirella's,
yeah,
she's got a boatload of personality in her face. It's just not, she's young but not too young, and it's
yep,
it's fun.
yeah. we should talk about that lettering too, by the way, which Art of Dominique was just saying. That
Yeah, he
is
does do
freaking
this lettering.
dynamite.
Yep.
Look at that
Yep.
on the sides and everything like that. I mean, I love seeing when people make the lettering a part of the artwork. It can be really, really fun to do that stuff when it's. I guess this is a commission, right? This would have been a commission he did for somebody. I have to imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like because
Hard
he
to-
does. I mean,
hard to
especially because he's
say.
working mixed media. You know, it's like what does it say? FJ shall never die.
Yeah, I don't see any
Yeah. I was looking to see if there was anything there,
any
but
indication.
yeah, incredible. Incredible stuff, man. Just incredible. Yeah. I mean, when I do the sort of werewolf artwork that I do, I'm always thinking about Rick Baker's werewolves, man. Like that is my thing. I love that stuff. You know, I mean, he's my guy, and I'm actually really excited. Hey, what's up, Apex Comics? How you doing? Title, lettering,
Hey,
or
Brett.
Anomonopia? Oh my God, you guys are killing me. Thanks to Mint
Onomatopoeia.
Salad. There you go. All right. Oh, sorry.
But
There you go. All right, Eric. Tell me more.
By the way,
I think that's what he's trying to say, but I don't think that's how you spell it, unless it's a different word that I'm not familiar with.
There you go. All right. So let me see. Traditional lettering, Skeleton Core Comics, Hail Apex, Barb Rogers, Miss Solar Terror, Bob Rogers. Oh, just gifted one Shanth and Jetty Art membership. Oh my goodness. And Apex Comics was
nice.
gifted that membership. I love it when a plan comes together. Barb, you are a credit to the force. Thank you for being here. And here is a cheerleader for you.
Charge!
Well, you can't give a
Dan,
cheerleader to a girl.
Yes, you can. You can celebrate anybody with cheerleaders.
How would you like it if they
Love is love, as
you,
they say.
How would you like it if you bought somebody a membership and they played a Chippendales dancer or something for you?
No comment, Dan.
That would be no good.
No.
Oh wait,
Dan, you don't want to know the answer to that question.
Yeah, do you want to know the answer to that, Dan?
Don't ask
It's
questions.
2025, bigot.
Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to.
Exactly. My God, love is love. It's 2025. Anyway, what were you saying about drawing women?
If
Dan?
Andy and Billy can love each other, so can Dan and
that's exactly right.
And the Chippendales dancer, and
exactly
them in their kilts.
Yeah, well, I mean, and let me just be clear. It started as friendship, okay, and then it blossomed into something neither of us knew was coming. Chris, oh God, dude, Maromi, thank you for bringing that up. Chippendales, the Chris Farley Chippendales SNL thing is one of the greatest moments in television history. To see Patrick Swayze next to Chris Farley and have him go, "We did explore the possibility that some of our heavier ladies might find strippers such as yourself attractive, but in the end, I'm afraid we had to go with him." It's just so like, does anyone want to be standing next to a freaking Patrick Swayze with your shirt off, man? I was like, poor Chris, man. He went for it. He made it happen.
He was
Hail.
Such a what do you call it? The actors who do the physical comedy.
Oh my God, yeah. The pratfalls and things. Menthol, meow. It is great to see you here. Welcome, welcome. And so I've got, for those of you guys who are interested, again, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you like the stream if you haven't yet. My name is Jonathan Jetty. This is Jonathan Jetty Art, and welcome. We're hanging out here with my fellow Comicsgate creators, Dan Lawless and Eric Weathers of Battle Brick Road fame. Dan Lawless is if you see a drawing and you find yourself looking twice because it's a beautiful gal. Flawless Lawless may very well have done it. And myself, Springball and Nosfero the Crypt Walker. Check it out, guys. And welcome.
Yeah,
let me see. So are you sending me more images, Dan? Is that what's going on?
I am. I'm going to send you the ones that I colored Bud Roots for the KOR-DRATH.
Please.
Okay.
Oh, I remember.
I had to resize them. They're huge, you know.
I think I bought like a few copies of KOR-DRATH, man. I did buy a few copies of that book. It was awesome. Yeah. Oh man, let me see. I wonder if I could. Do I have KOR-DRATH though, where I could get at it? Hang on a second. This would be another.
Yeah, well, it's better to get these images I'm going to be sending you. So.
Yeah, I'll grab those for sure. I just was curious to see if I had. You know who else did really good werewolves? In the same vein as Bud Root was Richard Corbin. Actually, did some pretty good werewolves too. Okay, let me see. Oh, I see. I've got this, guys. I'm just gonna say this: is Doc Holliday would say, "Rest in peace, Val Kilmer." By the way, freaking legend.
Mm.
Cover your ears, darling. I mean, this is some really good stuff here. So let me see here. Empty trash. When I saw this stuff, Dan is did, I guess, his traditional work early on was colored pencil. Is that right, Dan? A lot of the stuff you were
Yes.
doing. And to
Yes.
think about, like, to see you doing this stuff, this just feels painterly to me, man. But yeah, if you have not seen this stuff, this is Dan's color work for KOR-DRATH. There's a short story
Over Bud
illustrated
Root.
by
Yeah.
Bud Root, who we were just looking at, and these are Dan's colors over it.
Now I mentioned
Spaceman, what's up, brother? Go ahead.
I'm bringing these up because you guys mentioned does he do his own letter? And yes. And so I had to go in there and color
Wow.
Hmm.
all of those, bits of leather. I had to create a different layer, put the line art on a different layer, go in there and color each one, color each bubble, all the lettering. You had to get in there and color it all.
Yeah,
So we added a lot of work, but this was a thing that took me a long time to do, but
dude, it looks
it
like
was
it.
so much fun. It was so worth it. So this is an issue. Gosh, I think it's the first issue of KOR-DRATH. Yeah, this was a backup story. If you bought that, so if you were buying, KOR-DRATH, and you're interested in
It
getting
was a
that one
stretch goal,
issue one
wasn't
and
it?
two. Yeah, I think it may have
I think it
been.
was to add those pages, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, something
I
like
mean,
that.
you did, and I'm
So,
glad you sent me the page. You did a monster straight out of, Peter Jackson's King Kong, and you did the colors on it. And man, you labored over this thing. You painted
mhm.
the living heckfire out of it, for lack of a better
Yeah, I
way.
really
And
went
I
to
hope
town.
you'll
Yeah.
excuse me for saying heckfire in a place
Yeah, I
like
mean
this,
that
but
was a bit extreme in the language, but
that's true. It is very true. But guys,
So
take a look at
my
this for a
danger when
second.
I color though, I do it. There's a danger when I color that I overpower the drawings.
Mhm.
With that monster, it's pretty cool, but it's in some ways you got to be careful because you don't want to lose the cartoony line work and all that kind of stuff too. So,
hmm
Bud liked this stuff.
Yep.
I hope, if he's being honest, and
Yeah.
everybody really liked it. But I was kind of always like, okay, am I, you know, am I overdoing it? Kind of thing. Less is more sometimes.
The only thing I just need more of from you is I need you, like, I need to start seeing you do some pages on, like, I know you're working on them. I know you're working on your book. Absolutely know you are. But part of me just thinks I'd love to see you do like a backup story or something, like where it's, and actually I gotta be honest, man. Have you ever thought about doing some stuff where it's like this kind of format? Like not as a double page spread, but like that kind of almost newspaper format? Because I loved seeing this page together like this horizontal, because you really were able to play with the
the
paint and color in it.
Sunday funnies format.
Yeah, man, it's killer. Like Bill Watterson on Dan Lawless, you know what I mean? It's just like drawn to like insanity, but like there's just something about your stuff that I like. You have a couple of pieces for those who get Ken. No, I knew exactly who you meant. Ken Kelly was married right to for a brief while to Frazetta's daughter, so it was Frank's son-in-law, and I think he worked with him a bit. But yeah, I think. But yeah, Ken Kelly did some fantastic stuff, McShort, and it's great to see you here, man. Spaceman says Dan is freaking awesome. I second that.
Oh,
Well
okay.
said.
I can argue with
And
you.
there's a link to KOR-DRATH #1. Yeah, I've known Dan now, I believe, my entire life. I think we're just gonna find out somehow. Like
We
we were
knew each
just
other, but we didn't even know each other.
that's 100% right. Yeah, do it. See Alex Raymond style. That's what I was thinking about. I could absolutely see Dan doing like classic Alex Raymond, which I don't know if you like Alex Raymond's Flash Gordon stuff, but I freaking
Sure.
love Alex Raymond's Flash Gordon stuff. I mean, his stuff is Jungle
Yeah.
Jim. I have a couple of those books around here somewhere, but those his brushwork, his work for models was incredible. Yeah, I really like the look of Dan's pencils too. Me too. Dan is a classical artist in the truest sense of the word. Yep. Dan Lawless does
Yeah.
newspaper
Thank you.
barbarian comics. Hell yeah, I want it. I want to see it desperately. It's Dan. I hope it's not something that is irritating for you to hear, but if it is, I don't give a shit. We're
Oh, no.
excited to see your work. We're excited to see this project just because it has more to do with our affection for your work and all the outstanding covers and things you've given and all the amazing, incredible pinups that you've done. And I think
More,
that,
more, more, more.
yeah, listen,
Keep it
you
coming.
know what
Yeah, feed his ego.
yeah, yeah. And even though
I'm coming up. I'm
you
gonna be on your show more often. You know that?
well, again, even though you don't believe in 2025 that love is love, and bigots are people too. I tell people that all the time, and some of my best
Mm.
friends are. But the thing for me is your Terror in the Trenches piece was an absolute home run to me. It is one of my. Do you like that, Eric? What did you think of that piece? Was that one of your faves?
That was one of my first, not realizing Dan's past in the trading cards that I collected. It was the first piece I'd seen of his that
I
I
was
knew
there
was
for that.
connected the name. Yeah.
I was
So
there when you
yeah,
realized you wait. Dan Lawless did those trading cards I grew up on. Yeah,
yeah,
that's right, man. Yeah, guys, Dan's a
Yeah, a lot of
legend.
people really remember
Yep,
those things. You know,
yep,
yeah.
you're
They were
absolutely
big for
right.
us. Yeah.
I
Shut up and
remember
let us
when they were
praise you, Dan.
yeah
Oh, go
when
ahead.
they were doing those trading cards and they asked me what do you want to
Yeah.
do and they sort of told me like what was available. I'm like I picked all the best characters. I like I want to do Spider-Man versus Wolverine. I want to
Oh
do
yeah,
Wolverine versus Magneto. I just for some reason no one had picked them all. Like I just went ahead and
dude,
took
that's
all the best
crazy.
ones.
Yeah, keep going, guys. So, Dan, walk people through your process on this while I try to find that book again. It's driving me nuts.
What process? The process of this
Oh,
coloring
coloring
here?
it. Yeah, coloring the detail on the scales on that fish monster for
Yeah. Now
starters.
I do all the flats, of course, first, and then when in Photoshop you can lock the layer. Then you lock the layer means you can paint all over it and it doesn't go outside the edges. It goes on that shape that you've made. And
Hmm.
so I can just paint the crap out of the thing. So it was a lot of fun. Budroot stuff. Oh, it's like I said, it's fun, it's cheeky, it's entertaining, it's uh, whimsical, whatever you want to call it. There's lots of words you could throw in there that make it awesome. And I wish too, Eric. Wouldn't you say? I want to see more sound effects, more in comics. But that was part of comics. Where's that gone? I'd like to see
Yeah,
more of
but
that.
then when I make them, that's the most labor intensive part when you're lettering a page is making the sound effects. So
Hmm.
some days I'm like, no more sound effects for the day, please. I'm done with these. But then you get those when you're lettering over great art, anything you could just work on it forever. Like
Yeah.
that's the most enjoyable part. So and then good art will let you it inspires you to do more with it, because it's just like there's like a playground to work around. So when I'm
What
lettering
I always
over,
thought,
Ethan or
what I
something,
always
that's
thought
it's
about,
fun to play with those sound effects.
yeah, what I always thought about lettering is gotta really hurt you sometimes because you have to cover up really good stuff sometimes, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's just
Yep. Stuff
no
has to
choice.
get lost.
Yeah.
Yep.
But at least it's not like the
So
olden days where it was taped right over, or something like that.
that's true. You can still
You
see
know,
the
you
art
know,
without it now.
you would hear people like Art Adams talking, go, they just all this detail on this page, and all of a sudden, and then they just took in production, they just slapped a word balloon over it, and covered the whole thing up. Like,
Yeah. On the original art. Yeah.
I still
which was
can't
brutal.
find this book, but it's at this point, what are we gonna do? We just can't. We can't solve this riddle. But yeah, I mean, I want to see. Dang, Sean, I didn't know we were gonna have some cake with those waffles. Yeah, we're definitely having some cake because Dan Lawless is here, guys. This is
Hmm.
Dan Flawless Lawless, folks. Don't ever get it twisted. Now, had you
Yes.
worked with Bud Root before this, or was this your first time?
Nope. Didn't even know. Actually, I didn't know I didn't know his work.
Wow,
I did not know his work. Yeah.
that's
I
outstanding,
don't. I
man.
may
That
have,
must have been
maybe I
fun.
saw it some places, but I just didn't. He wasn't. If he wasn't working for Marvel and DC, and he wasn't, I don't think. Then I probably would not have known his work so much.
Yeah, here we go. I like what
But
you
yeah,
did
see, here's
with
a
the
perfect
herring.
example of a Bud Root cover where here's this girl. She's cute. She's sexy. She's got all this. She's fun. She's got attitude. it's just a whole bunch of fun.
Mm-hmm. Amen.
Personality.
Yeah. Oh, reminds me of Kim Novak. Nice. I love Kim Novak. She's great. In Vertigo, she's fantastic.
Actually, guys, on my YouTube channel, I color this. If you want to see me color this particular image, I color.
Could somebody mods? Can you drop the link to Dan's YouTube channel, because we've got 279 people watching. Thank you so much. 90 likes on this on YouTube. Thank you very much, guys. Here with the great Eric Weathers and the great. Yeah, you're a mod in here, and of course Dan Flawless Lawless and myself. Yeah, guys, if you have not liked this stream yet, please do. If you have not checked out any of the independent books yet, in our description right now, we've got a sign up for Annatomic by Shane Davis, with just incredible artwork by Anthony Gonzalez Clark, who is just doing some great work on Joe Frankenstein 3, which I'm really looking forward to, from Graham Nolan. He's also got his book concluding the trilogy, Escape from Monster Island. The link is in the description. And then let's see, what else have we got right now in the description? Of course, CYBERFROG 3 Red Extermination is going on right now, and you can still get, I'm actually wondering, can you still get, I guess they were shipping Dark Harvest right now, but you can't still get it.
Yeah, that's closed down. Yeah. No, it's closed. I mean,
damn.
He had other secret links for different people for their subscribers.
Oh, gotcha.
Of Subscribestar and YouTube, but I think the Indiegogo itself is down.
Dang.
So
yeah, I mean,
I should know that. I'm the one putting out the
camera disappeared on me, guys.
Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, you froze for a second there. Click back on it. See if
what's going on.
Do you want me to?
I think my camera fell asleep. I want to make sure this is plugged in. Hang on a second.
Okay.
That could be a problem.
Oh, it's not. We can hear you.
Not plugged in. That's the problem.
There you go.
I'll do it. Not a sleepy camera.
Yep.
But there is a sleepy Eric. I'm gonna have to throw in the towel for the evening.
That's fine, Eric. Thank you for coming in here, my friend. Do say hello to your 4 brothers who are stationed behind you. Leo, Mikey, Donnie, and Raph. Right back there, guys.
Those boys right there. The bad boys of the
can you hear me?
City subway system.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Their sewer system.
Okay, well, I could say see you later. But my camera's booting up here,
Okay. All right, so
Dan is
saying see you later, Eric. And Eric, check out battlebrickroad.com, and excellent stuff. Take care, bro.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good night, and catch you on the flip side. Bye-bye.
All right. All right, guys. So, Dan, we'll cheers, Eric. People are saying Dark Harvest is available on the Red Extermination campaign. There you go. Night Weathers says Eric Huffles. I was thinking of Kim Novak playing Kit Carter. There we go. Now your camera's on the floor. It's everywhere, Dan. It's everywhere. We can't see Dan yet. Dan in real time. He's putting it together. There we go. He's getting there.
Why is that not clipping? All right.
I don't know. Here, Dan, I'm gonna give you a reprieve here while I check out the chat and see what's going on here. I'll bring your camera back as soon as you get it sorted. So yes, Dark Harvest is available on the Red Extermination campaign. Yes, indeed. Cheers, Eric. No kidding. Apex would be it just jumped. Would be an no kidding. Apex Comics would be an instant classic with Kim Novak. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Dan showing us his guns. Well, you always get a ticket to the gun show. Okay, let me get you back on here. Hang on 1 second here. Where did you go? There we go. Guess Dan. Booyah. And you are back and slightly frozen. Oh. No sooner.
I think I just pushed.
You hit the alarm emergency button?
Hang on a second.
Okay, hold on a second, guys. Yeah, Sean typically runs a one-man show. Any additional guest is just a plus. Yeah, it's kind of strange how it goes sometimes, man. Yeah. Dan, foot cam, stretch goal. That's right. Keep those super chats coming, and we will get access to Dan's feed at some point.
Don't put me on just yet.
Yeah, I won't. Don't worry, brother. Yeah, you get your camera set up. I can hear you, but yeah, it's gonna. I'll click your camera on once you're set up. Just do not contact the authorities on me, Dan. I thought we were friends. Let me see here. So yeah, I mean, if you guys haven't seen Dan's awesome work, yes, Dan Lawless cover of Fembat by Apex Comics. The link is right there. Good thinking, Eric Huffles. Spaceman Dan's got 2 tickets to the gun show. Yes, he does. Let me add my brother back on here now. I think he's situated. I think
Yeah,
the crisis has been averted. There's my brother Dan.
that's
So yeah,
yes.
so
Yeah,
when
I'll
you're
bring up
working on
Apex
stuff like
Comics.
this, yeah, bring up or let me bring it up actually. What am I saying? Let me bring that up. Hold on a second
Hey,
here.
let me see if I can actually share. You said sharing something is.
There's an echo thing I haven't figured out yet.
Oh,
So
oh, oh, okay.
yeah, it's
I'll send
I
you this
don't know
then. I
what the
will send you
system is.
this.
Yeah.
Do
Okay,
you have?
cool.
I can send it to you
Yeah, send it to me on X and I'll grab it from you.
already.
We're doing this as best as we can, guys, and we love you all just the way you are.
We're
Know that.
professionals.
We're
Just keep that
professionals,
in
you
mind.
know? That's right. We absolutely are, guys. Yeah, make sure you check out Fund My Comic, one of the most Dan's not frozen, that's just his confused face, says Nomad Damon. Well
Hmm.
said. Yeah, check, make sure you guys go over to Fund My Comic, guys. For those of you guys who don't know, I reached out to those guys when they were just starting that out, got the chance to do the logo, which works on a lot of levels, because whenever I cut trailers for Fund My Comic comics and I want to have the logo at the end, I've got the high res files, so it works out great. So Dan, I'm gonna grab that off of X and then we'll share that. So this is the cover for what, Dan?
It's Fembat. It's
Nice.
Apex Comics,
Very cool. Let's
and
do this.
it's a lot of fun. It's a Brett's a sort of a up and coming artist, and
Well, va 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 voom. There you go. Oh,
so
I
I
love
liked it.
that.
I thought it was he's I've been known a while through Comicsgate and stuff.
Yeah.
And I thought this is a fun character, great name, lots of fun. She's a good person, but she's
Mhm.
bitten by a vampire, and it's a fun little story. So if you want to check it out, if you want to get a cover by me, check it out.
Yeah.
Fun my comic.
I don't see any ones in the chat, so I don't think anybody's liking this as far as I'm concerned. If I see ones in the chat, then I'm going to feel like there's some love for this outstanding piece. Yeah, the press almost poked my eyes out when I brought it in at first. Nomad Damon said,
Very
sorry, I had to
dangerous. Be very,
I
very
had to
careful.
zoom out for a minute. I'm also was just realizing that I can hide my painting camera, which will be fun because I do on occasion like for us to be nicely situated inside of ye old Waffle Lodge. But yeah, take a look. Yeah, I've seen now. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Apex Comics with a 1, Menthol Meow with a 1, Spaceman with a 1, OV Ravioli 11111111111. Hopefully I didn't miss one in there. And Skeleton Core Comics with a 1. Yeah, guys, Dan is Dan, I feel like that you've been, I know you say this all the time, but I think you've been waiting for Comicsgate um just like I have our whole
Yeah.
careers.
Well, hey, I left comics because it didn't give me the two things I needed: time and money.
Yes.
And now I'm
Yeah.
considering doing comics again because, I just there was no time. Doing a monthly comic book, it was so frustrating. I wanted to
Yeah.
do great work, and I didn't have the time, and that drove me nuts. And then
Yeah.
I got paid peanuts. I think when I left comics, I think I was making about 20 grand a year. I'm like,
Yep.
that ain't gonna happen. They're not gonna. So I
Yeah.
left comics, and I've been gone for 30 years from comics, and then all this stuff happened that Ethan and CyberFrog and everything, and
Oh
like,
yeah.
oh, this could work again. Now, you keep your own IP. You can, you serve your work directly with the customers, no middleman.
Yeah.
All that solves all these problems that I hated about comics, and it was not good for the creator or the consumer. So
Nope.
I see it.
Wasn't
It's a
good for
consumer
anybody.
movement. So
Yeah,
it's
I
a
think
win-win all the way down the line. I think it's a future comics. I mean, it's just a great
yeah.
thing to commission and to have the fans commission an artist to make them a story, and you're completely subjected to that fandom. You just know you can't insert your stupid politics or whatever it is. None of that crap.
Yep.
It's like you gotta find what they want. It's not what you
Hmm.
want.
When you see
So
that
it's
name,
great.
that's called the mark of quality for people who wonder. That is what that is. When you see Dan Lawless on a book, it is the mark of quality covers, and it's
Speaking of covers,
beautiful stuff.
I'll send you
Yeah.
the now you've seen, of course, the cash grab cover,
Of course I have.
but
It's
I'm gonna send you
scrumptious.
2 because if people haven't taken the test, they can take the test today.
Okay.
Uh, Hang on a
People
second,
need to
I'll
be
send you
tested. You know,
first is just the
iron sharpens
cover.
iron.
Is it working? Okay, there it goes.
Okay, I've got it
And
through,
then,
I think. Oh my
okay,
God.
everybody get your pen and pencil ready because
Is there
this
going
is
to
a
be
test.
homework? My goodness. Can I
That's not
show
homework.
this on
This is fun and
screen? I
game. This is
mean,
like this. This is not
there's
homework. This is fun.
concerns. Let me see if I can make it happen here. Hang on a second here. All right, let me replace this with replace asset, well labeled. Let me see here. Did I drag that to the desktop? I thought I did. Let's try that one more time. 1, 2. There we go. Now I've got it. All right, gang. So we're going to be put to the test, so to speak. And I need you guys to, our at-home audience.
Well, first,
Make
just the
sure.
cover. We're just looking at the cover.
First, it's
You know,
just the cover. This is what we're exploring here. All right, we're examining
this is the
cover.
cover created by committee on John
By
Malin's show. Because I came in I had some of it roughed out, and then people
Yeah.
just started throwing stuff in and say, "Oh, let's put put peanut in there. Put I shouldn't say it because we're gonna take the test. I'm revealing the answers, but they threw me me throwing in all kinds of fun stuff. And so some of it didn't make it, some of it did, but somewhere out there is a live stream with everybody just throwing in all the shit. We kind of did the same thing. I was on Cecil's show just a couple of weeks back, and we did the same thing for what looks like it's going to be an Elon Musk cover of him
that's
going to Mars.
outstanding.
So it was the same thing. Everyone's throwing in faces, and people got to put it in there and ideas. And that's so much fun. It's like it reminds me of the Beatles cover, where the Sgt. Pepper's thing. We got to throw in celebrities. Okay, so can you bring up the next one? Can you bring up the
yes, of
the
course.
test now?
Now, this is the test now, and this is only a test. If this had been an actual test, you would have been hyperventilating.
First, have them work out mark on the piece of paper 1 through 10.
There you go, guys. Mark out on a paper 1 through 10, and then you have to identify who all these.
Okay, let's. Can you zoom in on these? Some of these, like number
yes,
1.
Yes, I can. I'm going to zoom in on some of this right here. We've got 3 and 8 is a mystery.
No, wait. Do number 1 first. We'll just do an order.
Let's do this one right here. So we've got. Hold on a second here. There we go. There's number 1.
Who is that?
You got to see if you can figure that out.
Name the celebrity.
Name the celebrity. Sorry, I'm late.
Name the celebrity that's serving Trump McDonald's on a tray, which was one of the ideas. I think it was Cecil's idea.
There you go. By the way, now I need McDonald's. I want to throw that out there.
I know. I'm sorry about that.
I'm going to have to order some McDonald's.
Okay.
It's gonna have to happen.
Number 2. Who's on Trump's shoulder there?
Oh, there you go. I wish I could zoom in even more.
I guess I revealed number 3. Who's the guy?
Yeah, I mean, I think if they can't get number 3. So we have Taylor Swift is a call for number 1. Someone in the chat is saying. Let me see. And then we've got.
Okay, now go to the top there with that redheaded person there.
Right there. She's looking lovely. Oh, Eric Huffles with an exclamation point, but that's the saddest. Peanuts. That's tragic, man. This is taking a turn for the depressing, not because of number 4, but because of number 2. God bless.
I know, it's very sad.
Yeah, we've got some R.I.P. Peanuts. People are just. We've got a Chrissy Mayer vote right there.
Yeah, good. Well, go down. That's we're at 4. That 5 is lower in the page, way down to.
There we go. Booyah! Okay. Let's see if we can find. Where is 5? There we go. There we go. So we've got 5.
That is
6,
an internet
7.
celebrity that everybody likes a lot.
Mm-hmm.
She's a wonderful person.
Yep.
Now, who is that lovely lady wrapping her arm around Trump's leg there? She's pretty familiar. Go.
I didn't even notice that, Dan.
Okay, number 7, another tragic story. I hate to be a downer.
God, geez, Dan, I already know this cover, but every time it gets repeated to me, I feel even sadder about this, guys.
I know. Although, did you notice both those furry creatures have angel wings? So they are in a better place.
Wings.
They're in a better place.
Fred says there are couples. God, it's heartbreaking. And Melania says no Matt Damon.
8 is pretty obvious if you know the comic book character.
Yes, but 8 is, of course, transcendent as far as I'm concerned. The chest hair, like a phoenix rising from the navel, is truly sublime.
I thought I put like a forest chest hair.
I know it's It's special. Spectacular doesn't even cover it. And so now we've
Okay, so
got
can you zoom
9
in on
and 10.
9? Because you have to get pretty close on 9.
Yeah.
What's your maximum?
This is as good as I can get for
Okay.
9.
Well, think of
It's
it's
gonna.
it's a laptop down there, okay, guys? And just so you wonder
Oh
what's
my
on it, you
god,
can
Dan!
kind of
I wish I could zoom more.
yes. And then 10 is another internet celebrity
And 10 is
related
another
to
internet celebrity. So we've got a
related
Bunter Hyden.
to
Well played for number 9. And then 10. Yeah, 3 is clearly Robert Redford, says Art Hyde. And 10 is Anna, says Menthol Meow. There you go. Why doesn't
yep,
Elon have a rocket
lots of
raccoon
correct
yet?
answers here.
Yep. There you go. 10, Anna,
Okay,
that
let's
Star
let's
Wars
just
girl.
let's go through it one time. We'll give
Okay,
give
let's
them the
do it.
answers now, everyone. Okay.
Okay.
1 is Taylor Swift, absolutely.
There you go.
2 is Peanut, the squirrel who
Oh,
was tragically,
R.I.P.
but now he's in heaven. So okay. 3, of course, is
That's right.
Trump. 4 is Kathy Griffith. She did that image of her holding Trump's bloody severed head. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
So I thought it was appropriate to, what goes around comes around kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then 5, of course, is Chrissy Mayer, the lovely redhead that we have
There you go.
on the internet. And then Melania is 6. Fred is 7. Cecil
Ugh.
8. That is 9 is Hunter's laptop with Hunter.
There it is.
I actually took a picture from it.
Oh my
Put
God,
it
Dan. Bless you.
and then, of course, 10 is Anna, that Star Wars girl,
There you have it.
AKA that Star Wars girl.
When you told me she was in this thing, I looked at it 1,000 times. Like, what are you talking about? Then I found her and I started dying laughing. It was
Yeah.
absolutely
Well,
glorious.
she was not on the cover at all, just
Yeah.
recently. So,
Yeah.
they were joking around, and I emailed Cecil. I said, "Could we add Anna to the cover?" Because they're both pals, Chrissy and Anna,
Mhm.
and that they get a kick out of being both on the cover, right? Cecil,
Yeah.
they're all 3 are friends, and
Well,
so I did that, and Anna actually, like, she was so excited, she sent me a reference, like,
yeah.
like
Well, both see.
oh, because I had a hard time finding reference because she's looking at your. I needed a side profile, and she was
Mhm.
always looking, at you on
Yeah.
screen, and I couldn't really find any time where she turned her head much, or
Mhm.
really the resolution's so crappy, so I got a
Yeah.
nice crisp, something to work on. It was perfect, so appreciate that. So it's a lot
Who
of
is the
fun.
one above Anna? Inquiring minds want to know. Who is that nameless broad?
Nobody in particular. I should make her,
She's
but
a
it's kind
lawless
of like,
girl, is what we call her.
yeah, it's just a
Like a
girl.
Vargas girl or a petty girl, a lawless girl. Well, I think that that's the thing that's so great about it is the way that you get the likenesses and then you also just keep it in your style. Like my favorite 2 portraits that you've got in there that are next to each other are Trump and then of course Cecil, because you
Mhm.
talk about 2 wildly different approaches and then structures to the face, and they
Yeah.
both just seamlessly fit together, man. The lawless
Yeah.
girl is right, Apex Comics. You know what I'm talking about, man. Oh my gosh, Nomad Damon gifted 1 Shanthan Jetty Art membership, and A Train number 495 was gifted a membership by Nomad Damon. And guys, I'm going to play this cheerleader right here for you, my friend.
Charge!
Outstanding. And now let me play this real quick. This is a cinematic masterpiece dedicated to this comic and the great work of Dan Lawless. Here you go, my friends. I mean, what could be better? And the most fun about doing that in the world. What's up, Sir Listero of Smeg? Hail to you. The most fun thing about that was having the humble genius, the biggest font I could fit on screen, and then everyone else's name being tiny was just ridiculous. But yeah, your
Yeah. By
piece
the way, that is
was.
the biggest selling comic as a record now on Fund My Comic, because if you know
Does
the
anyone
history,
doubt it?
Cecil got kicked off of Indiegogo because he had that down at the lake kind of trans,
Yeah.
which was just too much for Indiegogo, and they sent him bye bye.
Amen.
And it's like, well, I kind of understand it a little bit, but so it is a canceled comic book. It is it's his stuff is his comedy is so it's sad. It's like Mad Magazine if
Yeah.
you update it for
It was
now with
R-rated.
all the
Yeah.
crazy crap that you can do now. I mean, you can go,
Art Haida just
just
said, I just grabbed that gorgeous Dan Lawless cover, just so you know you're selling some comic books here. And let me again say, I'm going to play one more round of cheerleader real quick for Nomad Damon, gifting a lot of memberships tonight. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let me get you another
Charge!
And there you go, Fembat. Get that Dan Lawless cover, guys. Yeah, Dan really could do, at this point, he could really publish a book of just his Comicsgate stuff. What are you up to? 50 pieces or something now that you've done during your time at
I don't know
Comicsgate?
about
It's
50, but
nuts.
I've got plenty. I've got
Yeah,
plenty.
it's got to be up there. Yeah,
So, and
Fund
I'm
My
just having
Comic, a
fun,
second
really. I
chance.
mean,
Yeah.
I colored that, that Bud Root bit, and I colored Aaron's Lepresti's in his Wraith of God book, his backup story, Garbage Man. And that's what's so fun about Comicsgate is I was on a stream with Aaron, and he was showing these pages, and he knows I'm a big fan of Wrightson, just like he's a big fan of Bernie Wrightson. And he said, I said, man, I'd love. He was showing these pages. I go, man, I would love to color those. And he goes, do you want to? I'm like, yeah, And so it's like
It's
that's how
awesome.
organic it is. It's just like it's
Yeah.
guys who love comic books, and we really we work really hard to develop our skill set, and we put our heart and soul into it, and it's like I'm not getting rich off of trying or doing this, the coloring stuff. I just wanted to do that. I just wanted to
Yeah.
really. I did a bang up job, I think, with coloring it. It's a lot of fun,
Hell yeah.
and hopefully, I think he liked it a lot, and I think the fans liked it a lot too.
Yes.
So that's another place where you can, if you want to see two guys who are in sync with what they love about comics, working together with a passion. It's fun stuff.
Yeah,
So I've had a
we love this
blast, really.
stuff, man. We love this stuff. I mean, comics, before comics were cool, right? And hipsters, came in, declared them cool, and then wanted to change everything. We were here just dreaming about telling stories and making cool covers and great artwork that people would see and respond to and feel that kind of I don't know, that kind of energy that comics can give. And it's kind of great that, so many people are rediscovering artists or learning about people's entire body of work when they come in here. And I love it, man. It's
Hey,
crazy,
let's
man.
bring
When I
up
found
Spring Ball. We haven't
Yeah,
talked about
sure, we can
Spring
bring up
Ball in a
some
while.
spring ball. Let me see if I can find it here. Hold on a second here. But yeah, I mean, when we were talking about the whole, comic, thing and our origins in comics, and then I found out that I still cannot believe this, that Shane Davis bought the first published book I did with by Andy Smith. Or Andy Smith did the cover and I did the interiors on. I was like, what on earth is even happening here? It was crazy stuff. So let me see if I can find, where is it? Da 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 da. Gosh, it's crazy, man. This is almost like Photoshop. Let me see here. Where is it? Where is it? Let's see if this is gonna work at all. I don't know if this is gonna work, but we'll see. I can't see anything, but hopefully you guys can. Let me see. Oh,
Yeah,
screen share. There it
Brainsafe
is.
also says they never really gave Cecil a reason why they just X'd his whole
Yeah. Oh,
campaign.
they
That was
yeah they
awful.
nuked Cecil's
I
account.
mean, he just went in
So
there,
guys,
nothing's there. All that work he
nothing's
put into
there.
promoting, it's just
Yep.
gone without
Yep.
prejudice. Boom.
Yep. And that's the thing too here. When we're looking at this stuff, let me make sure I set this for what
Oh, that
window.
cover's so great. I can't believe he
So
just did
dynamite.
it and just gave it to
Yep.
you. Like
Yep.
that was like freaking crazy. I mean, without you
Yeah.
didn't ask him, can you do a cover for me? He just did this, right?
Nope. Yeah, he just did it, guys. It's hard to yeah, it's hard to even explain what it's like in Comicsgate unless you're in it, and you guys are all in it, and you guys are all here. But John Malin not only did a cover, this was after he launched the book to five figures on the first night. He sensed that there was an interest in this character. mainly because of Dan Lawless. I have to start. I'm gonna fix this, Dan.
Yeah, thanks a
I'm
lot.
go-
Yeah.
I'm gonna un-F myself, so to speak, as they said in Full Metal Jacket. I'm gonna get my head screwed on right because. But Dan was my brother Rocky. I cannot go without pointing this out. But my brother Rocky, where is this? He has
Well, John
been.
and I were both immediately saw this. We're skilled professionals. We immediately saw that this thing had
Let me
potential
see if I
because
can
it
do
was
this
just
here.
an
Oh, here
awesome
we go.
character. It's the kind of character where I want to
2000.
draw it.
Dude, 2014. This is when Rocky sent me this piece, and when I launched
Make it
Nosfero.
big.
Oh, here. Oh, let me see. Wow, I don't know if I can walk and chew gum here. I've got.
Okay.
Let me see. Let me see if I can. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'll make that a little bigger. So this right here is from my brother Rocky, whose channel, if you haven't checked it out, it's Rocky Ballesteros. Some people in the chat, I'm sure, subscribe to his channel. But ROQUE Ballesteros. This right here is a piece he sent me in 2012, if I can move my or 14, sorry, of the monster from the book. And then when I launched Nosfero, in with everything else that he had mailed me a sketchbook thing he was working on. Uh he sent me this because he was so excited about Nosfero, and it was Springball. So we go all the way back. He's been championing this character, and that's what it's like. I've known him for 30 years since we met at college at the Lovecraft College, Rhode Island School of Design, which is where H.P. Lovecraft in Call of Cthulhu references the school as being where the young art school student sculpts Cthulhu for the first time and starts that story off. So many crazy things that overlap. Thank you, Eric Huffles, for getting Rocky's channel. Rocky is trying to get his watch hours up. So if you guys want to bookmark his channel for me, please, and watch it. He's a guy I've known for something like 30 years, and he's just he's his own thing. He's not. I mean, we're outside of he's outside of Comicsgate in the sense of he backs Comicsgate books. He did do a pinup for Vaughn's Terror in the Trenches that's in the back of the book. But he's just an old school comic book fan that I've known for 30 years. So he does my Wednesday comics, and then he's also doing master studies in ink. And at a time when he wasn't feeling, uh, he was feeling like he just needed to have a creative outlet, I said, get on YouTube. This is where the comic shop has moved. This is where the comic conventions have moved, man. And you're
Yep.
going to love it. And it's
Yep.
great. So thank you,
And
Eric
looking at
Huffles, for that.
John's piece
Yeah.
here. Let's go scroll a little bit back down so I can see the whole thing
Yeah.
if you can.
How's
Okay.
this? Can you see it
The
okay?
coloring. Okay, the drawing is great. John's incredible, interesting. Sort of.
Yeah.
You know what drives me nuts is when Shane Davis and John Malin praise like Jim Lee and stuff like. I'm
Yeah.
like, you guys are better than Jim Lee. Like the way they put together their figures, they're more dynamic.
Yep.
Honestly, Jim Lee's got great technique, but his figures are stiff. John's
Yeah.
figures are not stiff, and everything about it is got energy. It's got power. It's got strength to it. And then
Yeah.
something I didn't even realize is that John can color the heck out of something. Look at those
Yes, he can.
oranges and those blues. It's so kind of Halloweeny, kind of
John
it's
killed
just he
this
knows
cover,
how to
man.
put
It's
together
awesome.
colors. So he's
Yep,
he's
he
a
did.
really, and I don't think he went to art school. Like, how did you get all this color theory knowledge and stuff?
Yeah.
It's just natural. It's natural talent.
Yeah. John studies so hard, man. Yeah. Will there be any creative cinematic 2-page spreads? Yes. All of my double page spreads start on the right side and then continue on to the next page. I've done that. I've learned my lesson from the greatest comic book artist, and even though he doesn't draw so much, writer, even though he doesn't write so much.
Really,
But
Sean, there's not a lot. I mean, is there a lot of superheroes in Comicsgate? Not so much,
not
right?
really.
So
No,
this is like
there's
one of the.
this is Dan. I'm telling you, man. We've had conversations about this. When people ask me about the whole, like, what was the plan or what's the idea, I go, I'm not writing this story, and this ain't my plan. And you know what I mean? It's why the hell were we living in the same neighborhood, Dan? You want to break that down for me? And then we meet later.
Yeah.
That is so ridiculous. That's like that joke in the
Yeah, well, just
Star
tell
Trek.
people that if in case they don't
Yeah,
know,
you tell the story because
we
it's
we
freaking
were
amazing.
you lived in Detroit area for a while, and and it turns out we're on stream one time, And
Mhm.
Sean's talking about where he grew up, and he says, "Yeah, I grew up in Detroit." Because I had been on your chat for quite a while
Mhm.
before I
Mhm.
ever got on the show or anything, and you
Yeah.
knew me, you knew of me and stuff. And you said, "I was in Detroit for a while." I said, "Oh, we're in Detroit." You said, "Grosse Pointe." And I said, "Where in Grosse Pointe?" And you told me the street. I'm like, I lived a couple of streets away from you, and I
Yeah.
was a paper boy at the time, so I
Yeah.
delivered papers almost certainly to your house.
That's
Like,
right. 2228 Hampton
oh, it
Road,
was
man.
wild, you know?
It's such a trip, man. And again, it's like Shane Davis bought my first professional work in a BP gas station. He's like a couple of years younger than me, so he must have been like 15 or something like that. And then God, Andy Smith did the cover on it. Like I don't even like there's so many of these things that are just they really make, the hair on the back of your neck stand up. And
Yeah.
I
I think
look
they
at
call
this
them God
stuff.
winks, you know? They call them God
Yeah,
winks.
they're more like God palm to the head, He's like, "Wake up, kid." And so Springball is has become the sort of a Comicsgate superhero. Like he reflects a lot of what I was thinking, when I started God, it's again, here's another weird one. I'm watching this fellow Star Wars fan on YouTube who turns out to be a comic book artist. And I had no idea, I was not familiar with Ethan's work because I wasn't reading DC and I wasn't there during that time. But everybody, the guys I know who collect comics were like, "Oh my God, yeah, Ethan." He gets canceled. And then, but at the same time, because I'm, working in academia, I'm driving up back and forth to work 90 miles listening to Jordan Peterson. And to know that, then find out that Ethan illustrated 12 Rules for Life, I was like,
Yeah.
what is happening? Like, it's like I threw a dart at YouTube. There's so much on YouTube. So many people making Star Wars content. And that was the one I went to.
Yeah.
It's so nuts, man.
You know what's
Oh yeah,
crazy is I
Shane.
see people trying to say
Thank you.
that
Good ears,
Ethan
yeah.
I've seen some people trying to float the idea that Ethan wasn't canceled.
Oh
Uh,
my God.
I can
I
tell
was
you,
watching that shit. It was horrible.
I
Yeah.
was there, for people to know that there was this private, Facebook group for conservative
Yeah.
people, and I was in this group before Ethan, and he came into the group, and he was really, really frightened, and he was like, "Guys,
Yeah, it
what
should
the
have been.
heck
It
am
was
I gonna
terrifying.
do?" He
Yeah.
was like, "My his career of 20 years or so is
Yeah.
over. If they said they're not gonna renew my contract, I don't." And everyone's being super sympathetic. I gave him the worst advice possible. I said, "Don't, just keep your head down, lay low." That's what Dana Dio said too. "It'll blow
Yeah.
over in a few months and you can maybe go back to work." Thank God he didn't. Thank God he went on YouTube and just couldn't keep his mouth
Yeah.
shut
Yeah.
and was just
I
talking
mean,
about this stuff, because then CYBERFROG happened and an explosion. And plus another thing that, again, that people annoy me when they say he wasn't canceled.
yeah.
He had the signing at that comic book shop with Billy Tucci, and he had
Yeah.
threats that
No, a
day.
guy smashed. Didn't a
And
guy
then
smash the glass or something at one of the
yeah,
places
that's
he
what
was
I'm just
signing?
saying. And so
Signing, yeah.
there was no incident during the signing, but that night someone threw a brick through the front window of the comic book shop. So
Yeah.
it was really, really hostile back then. He still, to this day, he can't go to
Yeah.
some conventions. He's
Yeah.
canceled permanently. And it's
McShort,
like it's all because he
pour one
just
out
wanted
for
to
the
speak.
soy pants.
He wanted to say speak his mind. He wanted to say what he
Yeah, he
wanted to
did.
say, and he just couldn't shut up. And thank goodness he didn't, because I wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here. You know,
No, no,
all
I
these
wouldn't be
guys
here.
that saw that and go, "Oh my gosh, you can really do it on your own. You can actually, be free. Freedom isn't
Yeah,
free. It's tough. You do pay a price, but man,
it.
it's so much better than being
it-
into totalitarian rule, man. It's just
Yeah, the streams are there to go back and watch if you guys want to watch them. But one of there were so many streams I will never forget. Streams where Ethan was just had been pushed just to the brink and was genuinely terrified and also crushed. And this is before all the people he tried to help when he was putting comics to get together started stabbing him in the back. But the one that got me is when he said, he's like looked at Andrea, they have a new baby, he's like, what are we gonna do? It's baby Ava.
I know.
And he looks
DC
over at
Comics
Andrea.
DC Comics put a guy who's worked there
Assholes.
faithfully 20 years on the street with a wife and baby.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
he's just like,
I
what,
and and yeah, and see, man, you guys all know, but it was like, this is the thing. Yeah, long live the soy pants. Yeah, and this is the thing too, right? So he said Andrea looked at him and she's like, they looked at each other and like, we need to pray. And they just got down and they were like, they were just, I mean, brought to their
Knees.
knees, by
Yeah.
by this entire thing. And he said some of the things I remember very clearly that he said that were crazy. As he goes, I'm going to be launching this comic book, CYBERFROG. I own it. I'm dusting it off. I have to make comics. I am a comic book artist. I need to make comics, and I'm going to do this. Is like a trust fall. I'm going to let myself fall back, and I am going to hope to God that you guys catch me. You know, and
Well,
it's
he was just
it's
thinking he needed to. He was thinking he just needed to keep himself alive while he figured out what to do, and
yeah,
so he was thinking, oh, maybe I'll make enough to make the comic. Like he thought,
yep,
maybe I'll make 15 grand, 8 grand, 15. And so he launched this comic book, and he like came back, and it was like 40 grand. It was and also it was 80 grand. It's like
yeah,
it was crazy how all of a sudden it took off because all these people, the thing is, there was a lot of people that were canceled, but also a lot of comic book collectors and shops and stuff who have been screwed over by Marvel and DC. They had
yeah,
they were longtime collectors. They love comic books, and then these guys came in and gave them unsaleable books. They couldn't sell them. It was all political nonsense, and
yep.
they just like, this is crap. The artwork that just that had gone away too. It's
I don't
so it's
know
kind of
if this is
crazy time, man.
I don't know if this is going to work, but we actually, fortunately, I believe we have the technology. I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if you guys are going to get audio out of this, but let me at least try and see if I can make this happen here. Hold on a second here. Oh man, let's see here. Screen share. There we go. Let's see if this works. Can you guys see that?
That is a great
Is it
cover, man.
isn't that
I
great? So
Yeah.
let me see if I can make this thing happen here. Here we go. This is the launch.
I can't hear sound though.
You can't hear sound?
No sound.
Okay, hang on. Shit. Let me see if I can share. Oh, God. See, I'm worried it's going to do the. Let me just double check something. I don't want it to do the echo thing, but let me see. Google Chrome. Show Google Chrome. Entire screen. Use echo cancellation. Movies. Sound effects. Okay, I wonder if I can get this to. Let me see here. I know there's a share audio button on here somewhere. Hang on a second. Damn my
Yeah, when it
sound.
launched, I mean, after Ethan left that, because he was in that Facebook group for a short bit, but he just left it because I
Yeah,
think he was just sitting around. Because we were all bitching and moaning about our cancellation, and he's the kind of
yeah.
guy, he just doesn't like to sit around and mope about stuff.
Nope.
So he launched this, and I was kind of paying sort of a limit, sort of a lackluster attention to it,
Yeah.
and then it happened, and I was like, holy smokes! And so then
Let
I
me see
started
if you can
paying
hear
more attention to
this.
it. But
Can you hear it? Can you hear that or
no,
no? No
no,
audio?
hit the play. Let's see.
Yeah.
Nope, not hearing it.
Dang it. So this was the first 38 minutes of the launch of CyberFrog. And I have a playlist, my own unlisted playlist, The Birth of All Caps Comics. So I made that playlist a while ago when I was getting ready to, just do this stuff, and I was like, what else, let's see where this goes. And it was a tremendous source of inspiration. But when he was launching it, he's showing his iPad, he's showing the book, and he's like, oh wait, we should show the campaign. And I'm not gonna zoom in on it too much, but in that, his first profile pic, which I'll never forget, and it shows you where he was a picture of him and Andrea and Lil Ava, and it was a family picture. That's what we were trying to make happen here with this comic. And within 15 to 16 minutes, the goal was $8,000, guys. And I think he thought he was going to do better than that. But I always think about that figure when people are talking about what do you go for. And I think it was in the first, what is it, 30 minutes, within the first half hour, funding goal was achieved 108%. And I just remember, like, back then, you know, he was streaming off of his phone. I remember they went to, I love having my on the spectrum memory, by the way. They went to some restaurant in Philadelphia, I think called Chicky and Pete's or something like that. And I don't know if that's like the right name for it, but what was so funny about it was I was watching this stuff. Nobody knew how this was going to go. Like nobody this I
Yeah,
know I'm so
nobody.
sorry about the audio. Yeah, but it's like
Although there
this was a
was,
wild.
it did
Yeah.
have, Jawbreakers did precede this,
Yeah,
right?
Jawbreakers had happened. Yeah.
So, and that
And it
was a
was doing
success.
well.
That did about,
Yeah.
300,000-400,000, did it? Something like that. So
Yeah.
it was,
Yeah, and I
but
was
this
and that
is
was the
shortly
thing.
after that. I mean, he
Yeah.
actually, Ethan's one of the ones who kind of convinced, I think, Zach to launch that through Indiegogo. Yeah. Because
Yeah, I
that,
think
remember,
so.
they went to Kickstarter.
Yeah.
Remember, John and Zach went to Kickstarter first, and they kicked
They
them off
went
that
to
platform.
Antarctic first, right? So they went to
Oh
Antarctic
yeah,
Press
first
and
there was that. Yeah.
so Pete Cimetti was kind enough, for those of you guys who want the full, a better picture of that. Pete Cimetti was kind enough to let me edit an interview he did with John Malin, and I edited out some like pauses and things to show John Malin's, story of what he did and like what he went through, and it was incredible. Actually, you know what? Hang on a second. Now this might screw us up, but you know what? Why not? Let me see here. Let me see if I can show this here. Or if I can download this here. This may cause us some trouble with reception here. I love how I'm talking like I'm ancient, but I am. This may cause, we may have to adjust the antenna on this, Dan. Uh,
Do not adjust your debt.
yeah,
We
it's,
control the horizontal. We control the vertical.
oh my God, Dan, you know it. Aren't you, isn't it nice to be around folks you can make those jokes with? And we can understand it. So I was doing a show or like short videos. Oh my gosh, all of the
What was the name of that show? That I'm thinking. What was the name? Outer
of which one?
Dimension. The one where it
Oh,
said we
Outer
control the
Limits,
horizontal.
right?
Outer Limits. Yes. Okay.
Outer Limits. Yeah, that was great, man. That was some great stuff. Where is it? Where is it? I know it's here somewhere. Is this, no? That's me unboxing Graveyard Shift. Wow, Volume 3. I thought I didn't have that. I gotta go
Yep.
look for
Outer
that.
Limits.
I have like all of these things that, oh, here it is. Here it is. So this was let me see if I can do this. It's my channel, so I should be. I don't know if it's gonna, let's see here. View. Hopefully it won't slow us down, but oh no, actually, what am I saying? I did that wrong. Sorry, my bad. Remove download. There we go. So let me go to, where the hell is that? Hang on a sec. All right, sorry guys. Dan Vamp.
Oh, I was just I was looking at another channel, so it's checking in to see what Mandy's doing on her channel because it was more
Is it
interesting than our
exciting?
channel. It's much
I
more
don't
interesting than
doubt
this
it.
show. So
Dan, you're not supposed to say that when you're on this channel. Not that I think it's going to affect anything.
but Shane's on there. By the way, Shane's on there, and he is
Yeah.
just he's got to sign up for Annatomic,
Yes,
and it's
guys.
and the artist on that, Jose, was it Gonzalez? I think it is.
Oh, Anthony Gonzalez
Anthony
Clark's
Gonzalez.
stuff
He's
is
so good.
fantastic.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
that guy's
man.
good. He
If
was
you
great.
guys
I
haven't
saw an
seen,
issue. He did an issue of Joe Frankenstein for Chuck Dixon and Graham
yes,
Nolan.
yeah,
And man, that thing was
love that
that's
stuff.
that's the first time I saw his stuff. And like, man, that guy can draw
Yeah,
like a son of a gun, And so this Anatomic, looks
yeah,
fantastic. I mean, it's going to be great. It's a sort of a prequel to the Inglorious Rex main story.
yep.
So there's sign up
It's
out there
it's
somewhere.
Anatomic. I've got the link to the sign up in the description, guys. If you haven't signed up for it yet, Anatomic, Anthony Gonzalez Clark's work. If you haven't seen Joe Frankenstein #3, my God, I can't wait to get that book. But the pencils I've seen, the art I've seen, is fantastic. It's Mandy, Dale, and Shane. What the F am I
Which,
doing watching this? I don't know
yeah,
what you're doing
really.
watching this.
Even I'm going to watch him.
Son of a Dan. So I just got to show, headed to bed. Good night, Art of Dominique. Good night. I want to show something if I can real quick because you
By
can
the way, just
find this on my
shout
channel.
out to
Please.
Peter Simides. Eric Huffles just threw in a
Yes.
link to his books, King Cryptid, which I have
King
read,
Cryptid.
and they're quite excellent. And the art is really
Yes.
nice. So, and they're not expensive. They're really pretty cheap. He prints on newsprint, so he keeps the cost low, and
Yep.
people love it. So, A lot of fun stuff there to go check out.
Yeah, he's fantastic, man. He's doing such great stuff. Let me see if I can make this go away because I want to show
Turner
this.
Comics, guys, look that up if you can't do the link right now.
Overlays. Let me see. Can I do a video? Oh, can I do a video overlay? I don't know if I can, but let me see if I can do this here. Let me see. Choose file.
Yeah. Mandy's beating us out numbers wise. We need a hot chick, obviously.
Well, I'm sorry. We don't have that. We've got we see Eric Weathers left.
Yeah.
Well,
so he was our eye candy, but that's only for the gay guys. We want to get heterosexual guys.
We'll take whoever's available. So
we should do interviews. Like we should interview for auditions. For
pre-glasses John. But this right here was his interview with Pete Cimetti. And what was so great about this is you can find this on my channel. Pete was nice enough to let me edit it down. But John tells us.
So I left it. I left Marvel. I reached out to CB, who is now the editor-in-chief, on my way out, and I was just like, hey, man, is there anything else you guys, have planned that I could go to? And CB was like, well, it's my understanding you quit your book. And I wrote back, I said, well, no, I left my book after completing my contract, what I agreed to do, 5 issues. And there was no reply back. But like I said, I feel like CB always hated me, and for whatever God knows reason. And so there you go. And so I was like, fine, that's fine. And I was done. I closed the door on Marvel, and I just said, well, what am I going to do now? Well, I'm going to finish Graveyard Shift, and we're going to see if we can get that published through Image. And that's going to be that. If nothing else, I'm going to finish this book, and which would have been Volume 1 and Volume 2. And then I'm going to walk away. I'm going to go back. I'm going to do construction. I'm going to find another job or something I can do into retirement. Like it just, you
wanted to get out of comics.
I'm ready, because this is such a,
Pete is like the Art Bell of comics, man.
Yeah.
I freaking love Pete Cimetti. He's got the best radio voice in the world. He's terrific. If you guys don't follow his channel,
disenchantment of the comic industry. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, it is not at all what I.
McShort, are you saying that Pete Cimetti is pulling an eyebrow flex on John? Because if you are, I agree. All right, here we go.
I thought it would be. It's politicized. The egos, undeserved egos of somebody like even CB Sobolski. Like, what did you ever do? You did nothing. You absolutely nothing to become the editor-in-chief. You have no creative vision. They gave him a manga-verse because that was supposed to be his wheelhouse, was doing manga. And all he ever understood about manga that I could tell was that you get big eyes, pointy chin. Like,
yep.
I'm like, this is your thing. And it crashed and burned, like.
It seems like that whole thing where they get promoted because it's the least effective person. And the most ineffective individual usually gets that promotion to the highest spot because they're kind of a yes man and they don't really impart any of their own vision and ideas. Mm-hmm. So corporate can kind of run wild and do what they got to do. Yeah. And that's kind of what it really seemed like.
We need at least one nerd back in there that, that bookworm that knows every stupid detail working to maintain these continuities. And then you can still do these kind of reboots and whatnot, as almost like kind of Elseworld events. And it work out just fine. You still get that reboot stuff, but you have your long-term money, which is that continuity. And eventually you would have your really great stories in there again. Those are all your opportunities to tie into the cinematic universe. No problem. Hey, we got a movie coming out. Let's find out what that plot is. Or, if we have to wait for the movie to come out, we follow that. So when people are leaving the theaters, they can go to a comic shop and they will find that character sitting there waiting for them. And they didn't. They had no game plan. And again, when you have non-creative types, that's what you get. You get people coming in with no game plan.
Yeah, they dropped the ball on that. When Marvel movies were so hot for a while there, oh my gosh, all they had to do was have comics available. They could have, a lot of people suggested you have these comic books just available in the lobbies of these what a great place to sell comics, get people introduced to comics again. And they totally just, they don't think out the box there. They're old, they're dinosaur structures. They just don't know
Yeah.
how to grow. No, they need someone in there who's really, really, a go-getter and really, is a creative thinker, because that you got some of the best characters in the world. You should be able to do something with those characters that's outside of the normal publishing, and so
Yeah.
they're
And
not
I mean,
doing it.
again,
So.
Pete's so good. You're absolutely right, Dan. Pete is so good at having these conversations with God. I mean, I think I could learn a ton from Pete, but the thing for me as well is that when I wrote Pete, I said, Pete, can I edit this out? Pete's like, knock yourself out. Sent me a really lovely email response, and then I've been on Pete's show I think once or twice,
I
and
was on once. Great interviewer.
yeah, great interviewer. But what I did is I went through the footage, and so you might see the jump cuts in this. It's when there's a pause, because I really wanted to get John able to do a straight telling of what his story is, because Pete is really good at getting that out of people. And this was the clearest breakdown of, I was just going to go work construction and do this kind of work, and here you go. Here it is.
Right down to Disney when they bought Star Wars. They paid
by the way,
$4-6 billion.
You want to get another
for
good
this
interview
property.
of John, and there's a great one that I found was Clayton Barton did a great interview with him. If you could look that one up, really good That's when because John, on these shows, people don't realize John's playing a character. So he comes in, he's doing the shock jock kind of stuff. He's saying stuff, and people, oh my God, what's John going to say? And that's part of the fun. But when you get him out of character, when you actually hear his real story, it's really interesting and fascinating. If you to sort of see the behind the scenes, how really serious he takes this all. He's very serious. A lot of these guys, even like Cecil, we found out Cecil is actually a pretty serious conservative. He's really. Who knew? Because he was playing that flamboyant character, which was funny as heck. But
John definitely has, though, I will say, a thread of dishonesty, in the sense that he had presented himself as this incredible bigot to me. I was enthusiastic. Then I got that Springball cover, and I was like, worst bigot ever.
I know. He doesn't do a very good job, does he?
Really disappointing. Maybe
he can work on it.
Meet your heroes. They say never meet your heroes.
I know. What a disappointment.
So this is a very in-depth art Nazi, 100%. Yeah, if you've ever, I worked with John on some logo stuff for Godlike and for, I forget what the other thing was. Oh, the Megastorm logo. And, it's great because John gets down into the minutia. And he takes, he is a fake. I agree with a fake Nazi. That says right there.
Hey, McShorts, by the way, McShorts was commenting about the, the Mandy stuff. He's going to head over there, he says, because,
Okay.
Anyway, but he said to me in particular, he said, Dan, grow some tits, damn it. Now, I have.
we're all working on it. Dang, give us time.
In my age, they've gotten rather droopy. I might, like, you ever see Seinfeld, that episode with the man's ear or the bro?
Yes,
I think I'm kind of in. I could use a little support, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, we all could use support.
That whatever year we ended up launching Jawbreakers, that's what it was.
Wait, I just want to see what
it had gotten so bad that's even to hitch my wagon to Richard C. Meyer.
This part,
it was dynamite. It could have been incredibly explosive, and at that time I knew I would never be able to work into the mainstream because he was so despised by the mainstream that I would never be able to work in the mainstream. Well, at least for the next 5 to 10 years, if everything shifts back to regular people having, truly regular thoughts about the world, like if that was okay. So yeah, I had to think about it. And I did. And then I was like, all right, let's do it. So we made an agreement on what we're going to do here. This is me throwing away my career. And I already said, look, I'm doing graveyard shift and I'm going to be able to just walk away. So, but paid work comes first. Richard makes an offer and I say, you know what, this could be big. And, but it could also be the most embarrassing moment of my life. There was no track record amongst the group called Comicsgate for publishing. Nothing else had gone out there and done anything. It was really a big question mark. How interested were the people that were paying attention to Richard, anybody that was following my work? How interested were they to come in and support this? And I remember, like, my thought was like, if we ended up doing a campaign together And if this thing didn't even meet a goal of, I don't know, 5,000, 10,000, if we raised and squeaked by at like $2,000 raised or something very small number, like this industry is primed. And it was primed to chew us up and spit us out and laugh us out for our effort. And that was going to be it. Like, Graveyard Shift, forget it. Nobody's going to publish Graveyard Shift. Like, this is there's no hope. I'm like, so I had to think about it. These are real considerations. I remember these being some of the longest, moments in my life, from when I told the editor, again, that wasn't easy.
So you really weighed heavily on that decision.
Yeah. One of the longest nights of my life. Yeah. Cause at first I was like, I'm not going to fight it, but then I'm like, no, I have to have conviction. I have to just stand up for myself, and so I got back to the editor and I said, no, I'm going to walk. And same thing with the Richard thing. That's a long night. That night when I went over on whether or not I was going to quit Marvel, or Cable specifically, that felt like one of those nights where I aged like 10 years. It was so difficult. I was like, this is it, man. There's likely no coming back. I'm probably never going to be able to work at this company again. And so there was a lot of consideration, lot to really think about. But then I was just like, you get one shot, take a shot. I don't believe any of these things they're saying about Richard C. Meyer. I'm in agreement about a lot of his views. And thankfully people were there. I think it did pretty well. We got to about $100,000 in the 60-day campaign period, which is good. Richard had planned to take this to Antarctic Press, and a comic book creator named Mark Waid, a huge SJW, went and pretty much said, hey, I'm holding back the hounds of hell. And these are his words about the conversation he had with this publisher about you publishing this book. He was cutting us off from being able to get into a publisher, which would give us free access to the entire comic book network through Diamond. And it was like, are you fucking kidding me? You had people like Neil Gaiman, who's anti-censorship. He supported Mark Waid's.
I just want to let that, this was 4 years ago, so I just want to let that one statement breathe for a second there.
Yeah.
Let that breathe. All right, now we're gonna get back to it.
You see the left's true colors real fast, man. Because in my art tradition, growing up, like in art school and all this kind of stuff, all I heard is freedom of speech. Anytime they want to do something perverted, grotesque, and anything that was offensive to the
right.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking back in art school. This is in the 80s.
Oh yeah, same here.
And it's just like they're always wave that American flag. When they wanted to do freedom of speech. Come to find out that they don't believe that at all. They only believe freedom of speech for their stuff. As soon they turn into super totalitarian, suppressive people in every shape, way, and they want to cancel your career, your life, everything about you. And it's unbelievable. I learned so much about some of our fellow Americans in the past few years, and being seeing Comicsgate and all that kind of stuff. Oh my gosh.
The biggest letdown for me was Frank Miller, because for decades he was always talking about free speech. Remember that?
Yes.
He was with the CBLDF and all that. Yeah. 2005 hits the Muhammad cartoon crisis, quote unquote. Where was he on that?
Yeah.
Nowhere.
And then he did Holy Terror, and you thought for a second that he was on your side, but then he got a little too hot for him, And
he did.
And he had to back
and I remember. I don't like to speak out of school, but I was having dinner with his girlfriend. It was my girlfriend, his girlfriend. He was supposed to meet us. Never did, but she loved Pigman, and she told me at one point. She says it was on the eve of the release of, I think, Holy Terror. Pigman was already out. People try to tell me, people online, he's ripping off Holy Terror. I said Pigman was out for 20 years. I mean, it's a long time. Anyway, the point is that she said that Frank told her that he didn't go far enough, and he didn't. I mean, he didn't. He went. He only went for the physical threat, Al Qaeda. That's it. There was no ideology, battle. There wasn't anything about Islam itself. And he also
in fairness, he didn't know, as most people don't know, about the full religion and all this.
But that's the thing, Dan. You know what? If you're going to take it on in a graphic novel form, do your goddamn homework. I mean, really, because you're going to get death threats anyway. So you might as well tell the truth fully, because they're going to come after you all the way anyway. So I just felt, I was pissed off. I mean, as a fan of Frank Miller, first of all, because I was like, it was such an empty feeling when I read that. And again, there were aspects that I loved, like the moments. Remember where all the victims, they disappeared into the white little boxes across the pages?
Yeah.
That's brilliant. It's brilliant. A little antiseptic for what it was, because it's a horrific thing, but at the same time, it's like, wow, that's just great.
The critics really panned that book too. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
It was really well done.
Yeah,
but they panned it because they're leftists, you know.
Yeah, and then he wasn't allowed to go to a convention in the UK because some Muslim bitch was just bitching about it, and
you think that would have woken him up? You think that would have woken him up, but nope.
I know. It's just, and then he's been silent ever since. He hasn't produced anything great. I saw something about the Ronin 2. I saw like one issue. I couldn't get into it, man. I peeked through it. It's like a lot of talking heads and full body shots in the middle, and that was it. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to derail this whole thing about that, but when he brought up the free speech issue, it's so true. They're such bullshitters. They don't believe in it. They don't actually believe in it. Like a Tim Pool the old day, he had this guest, Adam Conover. Yeah, completely. Adam Conover, some guy, I don't even know about him, but he's supposed to be an actor, comedian. And at one point, Tim Pool said, bro, you would never make fun of Islam. You would never mock Islam. He's like, what? Yeah. What? I there's nothing to make fun of. He's like, what? Oh, and then I posted it. I tagged Tim Pool. Some people said, hey, why don't you go on? I said, sure, I'd love to go on. And then his booker contacted me in message, says, of course we'll have you on. I said, great. So within the next 2 weeks, supposedly, I'll be on there. And we'll talk about free speech. And because Tim said that, I think he might appreciate free speech. I think he actually might.
Wait, you're going to go on the show soon? Are you going on the show, Tim Pool's show soon?
That's the word. That's the word.
Okay.
His booker said, of course we'll have you on. So she says, I hate Islam too. And I'm like, great. And then she said something, she shared an interview that I did for the 10th anniversary of the Muhammad Cartoon Contest recently. But I'm going to stop right now, guys. I'm sorry, man. I'm just talking about all the stuff that I know we talk about. I just heard free speech. I was like,
well, let me just say, hold on a second.
You're the ultimate cancellation. Like,
but here's the problem with Bosch. For those of you guys who weren't here, is dropping major spoilers of future events. But no, it's a good point, because we're going back to. It's good to tie it into what John's talking about. So this interview, and I don't know if you caught us talking about it, it's from 4 years ago. John's, as you can see, his eyebrows were already gone. They're not coming back. And Pete, you can see Pete is really flexing his eyebrows, very passive aggressive. But John's talking about those things, and it speaks for itself. But I agree with you 100%, man.
Writers, when they talk about how they're anti-censorship, then supporting a actual lawsuit involving the censorship.
I was always surprised that CBLDF never got involved until a couple of years later, when I was like, oh, that's why they didn't get involved, because that whole thing is full of corrupt.
I got to mention something about the CBLDF. They had this issue that was called, it was after the Garland attack. They had this issue called Free Speech Under Fire, right? And they had all these cartoonists, right? And they had everyone except me. And I called them out because I was literally a card-carrying member of CBLDF for years. I paid my dues, and Dennis Kitchen was my agent for a number of years. He was also part of that, and I was always on the outskirts of the mainstream. Anyway, so I called him out, and Charles Bernstein, I think was that his name, Charles Brownstein, the guy who was now Me Too'd out of the CBLDF, he goes, no. Yeah, he goes, no. It just said it wasn't right for. I say it wasn't right for what? You say literally, free speech under fire, cartoonists under fire. I think that's what it was. I said I was literally a cartoonist under fire. I said, I know you don't agree with my politics. Who gives a shit? I said, you're supposed to be the comic book legal defense fund. You guys are about free speech, right? I said, you're full of shit. I said, the last time I'll ever, pay for your organization, and that was a nasty thing. So what you're saying here is true. And then also about Ethan and John being kicked out of C2E2, I think John.
Yeah. Yes.
And they anticipated maybe CBLDF. Yeah. They said, they even thought at that point, it was like last year maybe, that the CBLDF would defend him. I said, Ethan, I know the CBLDF. I know they're full of shit. I said, don't expect it. That's all. And of course they didn't. I just had to mention that. Sorry.
That was definitely,
That's the
and again,
Comics
like,
League Defense Fund, right?
yeah,
Yeah, and they're full of
Comic book legal
leftists,
defense fund,
communists. They're
So, yeah,
bullshitters.
well,
They really
it's
are.
the ACLU. I mean, come on, man, it's like the same thing. Like
Same
they used
shit
to.
there.
The
Absolutely right.
ACLU was lecturing people back in the day about why the KKK had a right to march. Right, that they went from that to I was
That's
watching
right.
their campus speech section. I was like watching it when they said all speech is free speech. We may disagree, and then I forget, it was like, God, 3 or 4 years before I left academia. I said, I can't fucking do this anymore. They changed it to say, well, speech isn't all speech isn't free. I said, when the ACLU freaking changes, I mean, at least lie.
What is it? Hate speech isn't free speech, they say.
That's right. They
speech.
changed their tune. So anyway, let me get back to John.
It
We're
just
gonna
seemed
go nuts
like,
on this.
you know, once he went to Antarctic Press, it seemed like we actually did rather well. It put that campaign into overdrive. We had over 10,000 backers at the end of it. I raised over $400,000 on it. Rich and I both made a lot of money.
It's funny because I don't know if many people know this, but Alterna got blacklisted because they thought Alterna was the publisher.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Yeah, and I had about 4 different retailers saying, if you're the ones publishing that book, because I heard in this group and this and that, I was like, I don't even know what that book is. I'd never even heard of it. And I was like, it's not us, though. I don't know who it is. And yeah, a bunch of different retailers took us to task. And that's kind of when things started for us, too, with all of the insanity that would ensue by the end of 2018.
We're dealing with crazy people.
But all of this is the result of people getting so worked up about this stuff, getting it in their head that certain people are the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
They believe the madness that they see out there to be the truth. And then the lies become the truth, no matter what you say, no matter what you do, no matter who you try to prove yourself to be. It just becomes like, nope, that's it. That's who you are. And that's who we've declared you to be. And anything that we want to necessarily say or do to you is now justified because we've declared that you are the worst. And when you're the worst of the worst, this is how you get treated and you deserve it. And it's a very frightening thing when you sit there and think about it, especially in our position where we're just...
And you find yourself in scary positions, too, like where you get real gut checks. Like, I remember when I was thinking about doing a trailer for Pigman, I was like, I don't know if I can do this without higher resolution images. But once you sent me the higher resolution images, I was fine. It wasn't really a problem. Anyway, here we go.
Just making comic books. We're literally just making stories. And
yeah, go ahead, Dan. Sorry.
Now, what was the thing? I remember Peter getting canceled with there was something about where he did a blockchain or something like that, or used it once, or what was the controversy there where people people quitting his books and all this kind of stuff. He was sort of
because they thought that
it was all part of it.
They got confused with Alterna and Antarctic Press. That's how crazy this witch trial is.
Yeah.
It's literally like, we're looking for a Steve. Is your name Steve? And it's like, it's Steven. And then they're like, we got it. It was nuts. But he also, Pete, Pete was not declaring, hatred towards Comicsgate. That was his crime. People who weren't there, here he goes. Yeah, he asked his artists not to use blockchains, like all sorts of stuff. Pete was really trying to. Here's the thing: Pete has his own principles, his own things that he thinks are, that are important to him. He's very much an individual, and he just will not go for when people want to push him in one direction. You're anti-Comicsgate, and he's like, nope. Then you're Comicsgate. He's like, nope, I've been around way longer than Comicsgate.
Yeah, he disagreed with me once online, and it wasn't. Hey, I've been on a show, or you're friendly and all this stuff. But he said he didn't. He was not afraid to say, nope, no, Dan, you're wrong about this. And he's, of course, he states his positions very politely and courteously. But it was like, he's not afraid. No, he does his own thing. I mean, he's totally free.
He's a real deal. Yeah, he's a real deal. Well, let's see what John says here.
In comics and talking to readers. And every now and then you might mention, how you feel about something.
Right.
But that's about it.
They called us all Nazis and white supremacists, and
I mean,
it's
hell,
crazy.
it's even crazier on my end, because all I did was thank customers who just were okay with Comicsgate. And for those that, I mean, I think everybody here knows, but for those that maybe watch this and don't know, Comicsgate, there's so many people. It's unbelievably diverse. The more that you're a part of this whole group, this whole kind of wave movement, whatever it is you want to call it, there's every single person under the sun is Comicsgate, is within this realm. So it's not just this kind of, whatever political leaning or a race or a gender or whatever. There's everyone of all kinds is within this thing. So to see that, people would come along and say, well, that's because, you supported this customer and we're okay with them, and they obviously lean this way. And I'm thinking, okay, first of all, there's
And just real quick, guys, can we get, I mean, I know you guys are already doing it, but can we get some serious links for Alterna so people can go out and back Pete Smetti? If you like what he's doing here, if you realize how much integrity this guy has in terms of going back to when he was setting up shop, I think he was saying in malls for like little comic, things they would do inside of like local malls and things. I think he was talking about with the start of Alterna and things like that, but just a really amazing guy. So if we can get some links to Alterna.
Since he prints on newsprint too, his books are really inexpensive, so you can try them out. You're not investing a lot into it. Give it a shot.
He does digital.
He
does
Cryptid,
all this stuff. Yeah.
Give it a shot. See, you're not going to break the bank on it. So,
what does he do creatively, Peter Smetti? Does he write? Does he draw?
I think he writes.
He writes. He does. He is an artist, but he does. He brings in other people to do the artwork. And he creates the characters. So he's got he does publish other people too, I should say. But it's his big character is King Cryptid, and it's his interest in sort of Art Bell and cryptozoological stuff.
All that conspiracy
really
monster
cool
stuff.
Thank you, Mick Short. Thank you for Alternative Comics. Appreciate it, man. So let me see if I
it had gotten so bad that
let me just zoom ahead
amongst the group called Comicsgate for publishing. Nothing else had gone out there and done anything. It was really a big question mark. How interested were the people that were paying attention to Richard, anybody that was following?
I think I rewound too far. Sorry, guys.
Which would give us free access to the.
Perfect. And it's a very frightening thing when you sit there and think about it, especially in our position where we're just making comic books. We're literally just making stories and comics and talking to readers. Mm-hmm. And every now and then you might mention, how you feel about something. Right. But that's about it.
They called us all Nazis and white supremacists. And
I mean, hell, it's even crazier on my end, because all I did was thank customers who just were.
So you guys get the idea. The link to this video is on my channel. And I can't overstate how incredible it is to go back and look at what was going on, what the state of comics was, and what the state of the comic book, landscape was. And, all of us here are trying, to put the stuff out in different ways and try to get the work out there. Things are changing. We've got Bosch over on Fund My Comic right now, which is fantastic. Let me call that campaign up. You guys vamp while I do that. See if I can pull this off.
Well, maybe I'll check and see what's going on with Mandy over there.
Okay, you're gonna head on over. You can yeah, you guys can head over. Dan, you turncoat. No, let me see here. Hang on.
You wanted some eye candy, I think you said. That's why.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's why you're here, Bosch. Yeah.
Bosch, thanks for showing up. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, Bosch is like,
we need you around.
We're back. So for folks who haven't backed it yet, I've backed two.
Hey, why am I in the corner? What did I do that was so bad?
Well, you've been bad. I'm gonna move you back. It was because you were covering up Pete's handsome eyebrows. I mean, I thought I made it clear, that. Well, I'm gonna put you here.
I did my fair share of sitting in the corner growing up.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I did. I would go to the principal's office.
I got the soap. I got the soap. I got the discipline. I got this, the dial soap in my mouth.
Oh yeah. Well, we didn't have a bar of soap, and my mom actually put Palmolive in there. Just like I was like, what the hell is this? There's no
Hey, it does the trick.
sense in this.
It does the trick. It cleans you out, you know.
Hell yeah, this seat is not taken. Pull up a chair in the booth here, and then and we're gonna make this. We'll make this happen. So let me see if I can turn this on.
Hey,
There we
Bell.
go, guys. Speaking
I
of
appreciate it, man.
beautiful work and beautiful books here, we have got Pigman, which I of course, again, I was hesitant without high resolution artwork, but once I had that, then my courage returned. Let me play the trailer real quick for this because I've got it queued up here, and so let's take a look at this and we'll come back and talk about it. Come on now,
Thank
look
you.
at that,
Again.
guys. Look at that book.
Very cool. Pigman so
Thanks
In
again
action.
for making it. And I'm bringing it to life, really. I mean, to see him animated like that, pretty
fun.
amazing.
Well, it's like
What is
cool
the
thing
symbol on
about-
Pigman's? I think I knew this.
Oh.
What is the symbol on his
Let me-
chest?
let me
Yeah,
go
it's
to it.
basically
Sorry.
it is the September 11th. It's like a ribbon, like
Twin
for
Towers.
to commemorate something. And the towers are there with the two lines, but also it's 9/11
Shoot.
as well.
Yes, I was
It's a
thinking
capitalist
that.
Oh,
pig,
the
a
shirt.
dollar sign, a
There we
dollar
go.
sign capitalist pig, a traditional S like a Superman.
Uh-huh.
A lot of things, but it's also simple. And then he has also the Pentagon with the scar on it on his shoulder for the 184 people who were murdered there, which we tend to forget about. And yes, I thought it was and at first it was just something. I had this silly word. It was called jihadit on his chest originally 20 years ago for an ad that I had for the San Diego Comic-Con. I was like, I don't think that's going to work for the main thing, you know. And he also had
You
a
wanted
pink mask.
something
I was like,
iconic.
yeah, definitely. I want something, and I think it works. You know, it's white and red against the black crimson suit, and also the pigskin leather. You know, as I'll say, to exploit the Islamic enemy's bigotry. It's funny, but it's true. You know, we even passive Muslims can't stand pig. Imagine the devout ones. So that's the thinking there. So.
And I interrupted
Yeah, the
you.
coloring
I'm
is
sorry.
great
You
in
were
this
talking
comic
about,
too. I really
Thanks,
liked it.
yeah,
I appreciate
the
it, man.
origin of the mask you were talking about, because you originally had more of a cartoonish kind of pig mask, and you were like, "What am I going to do with this?"
It was actually pink with a bigger snout, and the ears were popping off the side. And I look at those and I cringe. I'm like, oh man, that's just tough to look at. But I guess you got to start somewhere. And then eventually, I was thinking about, I guess, Dark Knight with the shorter ears. I say, you know what? How about if I taper them? Just put them up against his mask. They're there, but they're not. You know, they don't stand out much. Gives him a little more of a bruiser look. And then he has this huge, jaw on the side. And again, when he puts on a mask, Frank, his name is Frank Warner. When he puts on a mask, his nose shortens a little because I like that short little look for noses, like the Hulk had. Even and then also like I mentioned to Dale Keown who liked the mask. I said, I said I wasn't thinking exactly like Pitt, who has I guess no nose, right? But something short, more bestial, a little more like an animal. And then when he takes off the mask, it's a shorter nose, but it's not that short. I just like
all
the way
proportions. It makes
the
smaller nose makes proportionally means your bigger jaw, face, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, and plus a longer upper lip like an ape. Give him a little more of a bruiser look, because I remember when the Christian Bale first put on the Dark Knight movie when he first put on the second suit, the mask kept falling a little down and it had a really short upper lip and with a longer nose. It looked really silly at times, and I can't stand that look. And it didn't happen all the time, but you could tell sometimes maybe because it wasn't a cowl, it was like just a actually helmet that they put on for the second suit, and it looked really bad. And I sure as hell don't want to do that here. So I just love that look. And Miller had that for Dark Knight a lot. For the movie version, the animated version of Dark Knight, I thought it was good, but I thought they got away from Miller's look a little in there. It wasn't the full like a square head, square. It was like a short upper lip and a really ridiculous chin. And that's not exactly how Miller had it. I wish they stuck to his actual design. But I'm very particular about those things.
Did you like Michael Keaton or not?
Yeah. Did I like him as Batman?
Yes, as the Batman.
Oh yeah. As the what? Sorry,
I wasn't sure. I liked it, but it still is a little bit.
Well, the movie itself,
was still a little bit tougher guy, you know.
I can.
Quick
take it
interruption
or
I
leave
have
it.
to make real quick here. Bill Winters says, "Wow, Sean seems to know how to use StreamYard better than everyone else." First of all, Bill, I gotta confess, I'm using Ecamm, but if you watch the stream from the start, I am a hot mess express on this stream, as the kids would say today, as my 20-year-olds would say. They would say I was a few French fries short of a Happy Meal. Thank you, Belle, for your kind words. And again, guys, back Pigman right there. Sorry, you were saying, yeah, Michael Keaton's Batman. The thing I loved about it the most was Anton Furst's design work on that, and the team. They did a great job. But you know, the thing I like about what I love about the Pigman costume is because I'm a huge boxing fan. And he looks like a boxer. He looks like a brawler. That's what Miller had. You know, like he looks like he's a guy who's like, if his nose was crooked and broke, he'd leave it that way. You know what I mean?
That's
like
right.
he would just go, "This is who I am." You know,
Yeah,
it's awesome.
that's what Marlon Brando did. Actually, he was backstage in a streetcar named Desire. He was play fight with a guy. A guy broke his nose, and he said, "You know what?" They said, "Let's go to the hospital." No. I like it. He liked the way it looked. That's hilarious.
Gotta do it.
And they said he was too beautiful before that, and I think he needed that edge, and it worked. I mean, it worked for him. He had a very unique, break on his nose. But there's something about that look that you just want to get right for this character in particular. And again, when it was that eureka moment when I thought pigskin leather, of course, I love that color.
And what's
like
more
the rust
American
color.
than pigskin?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
it's
Throwing
true.
around the pigskin,
Yeah,
it's kind of
I'm
really
just
plays into
throwing the
that.
pigskin. The football. We love bacon. We love pork. We love Americans, and just something about it. And again, but it's clearly has to do with my Muslim background with Islam's bigotry. I mean, they really, really hate the pig. They just do. And the more extreme they are, the more they hate it. So I think it worked. It worked great. It was
Do you
it
have
was
that bust kicking
eureka
around?
moment. I do. I definitely do.
I hate to, guys. If you don't
I
know,
love
I'm a fan of this this bust that an artist created of Pigman for Bosch. It is it's up there with bacon. It's that good. Look at this, guys. Come on
I
now.
love the way they did it, guys. And they got everything right.
So good.
At first, they didn't do it right. They made the eyes bigger. I said, "Please don't deviate from my design, please. This is what I want," and they got it right. I mean, from the eyes, from the jawline, and also
Who did
these
this?
little lines. It was a company that I asked to make it a while back. I also had like a smaller version here.
I'm getting worried he's
so
going to
I
drop it
called
like
it-
Shane now. I'm a little worried. No.
That's right. I called it Young
Wow.
Pigman and Pigman, like the Young Ice, remember?
Oh, but man, those are so great for reference, though. That's fantastic.
Absolutely. You know what? It's so funny. I can definitely make it even better now because it's just you see in 3 dimensions. I mean, it's so much.
I recommend any artist who's learning how to draw is to sculpt, because you learn what you have is you learn what you know, what you don't know. It's like it's such a great.
It's so hard, Dan, for me. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I tried to do it. I tried to make a Pigman. I was like, how can I not do this? What the hell's going on here?
Oh man,
I just couldn't get it.
It's difficult.
And that's why
but it's a great training. It's a great thing to use.
The
Oh, by the way,
needing to get these. Go ahead, Dave.
Shant, I did put in the guest chat Bell Winter's latest thing, at least on Twitter, of the Fantastic Four.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
So
I
if you want to watch
I can do that with audio. That's the only problem with it because my audio's down for sharing audio on this. Otherwise, I would. And I fear it though. But I fear it. I bet it's great.
I could try. Well, what if I could do it?
Well, that's when I get the echo. When I share it from you, I get that. Bosch and I maybe can figure that out. I gotta talk to my buddy Rocky, but I've got this weird echo thing. Everything else is working. Guys in the
I mean, is
people
it
in the
just for
chat
you?
say,
Is it just echo for you only?
no, it echoes when Graham came on and tried to share something. It causes a
Okay.
thing
I'm saying
because of
echoes
some.
for the audience.
Well, for me, it seems like it's not playing the audio. Yes, it echoes for the audience and
Okay, that's
everything. It
something
just
good.
keeps going. Yeah. And so
Right.
people are saying, Bosch, you got fans looking to selling them. People are like, sell them in mass. People
One day,
love
man.
those
One
busts,
day.
man.
Also, action
Yeah,
figures.
guys.
I made action figure design.
Okay.
This guy was willing
I'll
to do
drop.
it, but he wouldn't. He wouldn't make the belly on Pigman, so we got into an argument about it. And I said he needs that belly, man, and he wouldn't
Yeah.
do it. And I said, all right. So
Yeah.
one day.
All right, I'll
Yeah.
drop this in
Imagine
the
how
chat
badass a
for
video
people who are
game of.
interested.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Imagine how badass a video game of Pigman would be. Think Batman Arkham City with with Pigman instead. Damn, that would be cool as F. Yeah. The
I would love that.
the thing about this too is that guys, the way to make all of this stuff happen. I love this art hideout. I've put a lot of thought into a Pigman video game. It'd be awesome. Is go out and back this book, guys. Pigman right now. And I really want to see us turn this corner, not only for the free speech platform Fund My Comic, but also especially for Bosch and Pigman and what this book is about. We are dangerously close, some would say, to 20K. We were at $18,376 US, guys. If you've only, there you go, Bell Winters. Happy to do it. You're the best, Dan. Thank you. Yes, guys. Make sure you're subscribed to Bell Winters. Make sure you are checking out these videos. Anything you can do to support Bell Winters is very much appreciated here in Comicsgate. So thank you,
Good
thank you.
stuff, Bill.
She's got some funny stuff. I think my favorite still is the Young Frankenstein featuring Graham Nolan.
God, that was great.
So funny.
The Star Trek was pretty good too.
Yeah, the Star Trek ones are great too. But I mean, check them all out on our YouTube channel. Funny Sack.
Hell yeah, we're gonna still go, man. But I want to see this. I want to see this get to 20K. I think we absolutely like just having those those little benchmarks that we try to blast through. And now that I've got SPRINGBALL out of its 60 days, the thing I really want to do, man, is like if you want to come on and do some drawing of Pigman and us jam on stuff like that. Because this character, what's up, Sleeping Psychopath? It's good to see you. This character, like I said, listen, apparently Bosch has principles. Very excited about that. But I am an art fanatic. And I love this book, both for those principles, reluctantly, of course, but for just the rawness of the art. And if you've been hanging out on those Comicsgate Kings streams, yeah, we are here going till the wheels fall off. But if you've been on those streams and you've seen Bosch's virtuosity with ink and the way that he just throws down these incredible things, the two covers I've backed are this one right here. Love this cover. It's just everything I love about comics, and of course, I have to do a painted cover. It's the way it is. I'm a painter. I gotta make that happen. But it's just, it's.
I saw that little Pigman drawing you made like a month or two ago.
Yeah.
It looked.
Yeah,
it looked like yours, which I love because you individualized it.
Yeah, I gotta paint him though. Like before I do artwork of a character, this has happened with every book in Comicsgate that I've ever done artwork for. It's got to percolate for a bit. The trailer was a real help for me, because you get into the artwork, when you're editing. Yeah. So it's just like I'm like, okay, man, and thinking about, you know what I mean. I don't have to explain it to you, but also seeing the bust is really helpful for me as a painter because I see that and I just go, okay, yeah. But my favorite part of Pigman's design, for those of you guys back this book, highest recommendation. The thing about it for me is the way you handled the ears is what makes it. You know what I mean? Like it's
true.
It's like a boxer. It
took me a while, but yeah, it's like I overlapped them and flapped them over, and the way they did it, I couldn't ask for better because they did it perfect. And then they had the actual jaw and the ear go up there to connect with the actual pig ear. I mean, it's just really, really pleased with it. And again, it's that whole color, and also it connects the two characters. It connects his creator with that orange hair, like a red hair. but it's like a rust color, so it connects that. It was also, and he wears the pigskin leather jacket when he's out. Also, he's a creator, and he wears a Pigman T-shirt. So it's just always a little connection. And at the same time, it's so funny when people like meet me or something like, "You don't look like Pigman." I said, "No, I don't." They assume me to be a big guy with a big belly, and that's just not the case. I mean, I just knew that he had to be this. He had to be like a big guy with a gut. He's not ready for primetime superheroing. He was writing against jihad for years and Islam, and 9/11 hits, and he hears Bush say Islam is peace. He's like, I think we're in deep shit now. So that's why
I said the same thing, though. I mean, you don't know this. We had not met yet, but I remember when that was being said, and I go, nobody working there has a translation? Like you fucking morons.
It was so bad.
It was the weirdest. Yeah, but you see, what is that? What's that expression? It's a powerful level of stupid that you see out there sometimes when I go
ambitiously stupid.
Yeah.
I like the way
feminist was created by a man, right? Feminism, and people are like, what? And I go, God. People just don't know. Sorry, Dan, go ahead.
I said I like the way they colored his costume too. It's kind of has, how velvet works like like a Black Panther.
Yeah.
When a Black Panther, it doesn't shine, doesn't like reflect a hot spot. It's the fur is kind of reflecting, and it's kind of got like a red velvet look. But it reminds me of Daredevil.
Right.
Like how Cohen would do Daredevil.
I did think of Daredevil, but I say, you know what? I want more black. I want just like blotchy. I want more black of it. So the bulk of it is like a dark crimson suit. But I don't know how it works in reality. I wouldn't know how that would work. You know what I mean? But but that's the thing. I mean, in comics, you can defy reality. Again, even when I was talking about the John Romita Sr., his design, the way he makes even like his forearm, if it comes up and it's foreshortened, he makes the webs go the opposite direction because more aesthetically pleasing. It's not technically accurate because it would be the other way, but it's so damn good. Because why? Because he's an artist. He's like, I don't gotta be bound by reality. I'm gonna make this look like a cylinder. And it's those type of things I absolutely love. And it takes a kind of thinking that I think only artists can do and then you got like, Alex Ross being bound by reality and sometimes in a way that's not good. It's like, he'll make the webbing go. It's like, but he's inspired by the Romita version, but then he makes the webbing go the quote-unquote correct way, and it just looks wrong in my mind.
Yeah.
So,
Well, there's a brilliance in terms of the accuracy, and again, in the same way that I think one of his biggest influences, anyway, Andrew Loomis had, where he could make things correct, he could make things really right, and his mother's work, as you can see her work in illustration affecting it. But when he does his best work, it's influenced by the great cartoonists of comics. It's their structure that makes it elevate. You need that.
Romita was a big fan of Milton Caniff, and therefore, Noel Sickles, and then also what's his name, Roy Crane, and Alex Toth. And also, Romita said that he had Alex Toth in his studio, and he said just to have him there. He didn't have a set job for him. He just wanted his presence in his studio.
Yeah,
that's amazing. That's when you're like a master, and you say, "Oh, okay, I just want you here. Just look at the stuff and say whatever you want. Just hang out." That's incredible.
This is my problem.
Sometimes I feel that way.
Problem with Alex Toth, though. Here's my problem with Alex Toth. Okay, so I have maybe
fighting words already, my man.
No, you're gonna like where this goes. I can assure you. I have a lot of books, Bosch. It's how I die in a book avalanche. I want everyone to know that. And I'm like, do I really need to invest in some Alex Toth? And then I meet you, and then I back that damn Zorro book, both the color and the black and white on Kickstarter. And I'm like, son of a bitch, Alex Toth is going to be the straw, no pun intended, that breaks the camel's back and gets me killed. Because my brother, he's 63 years old. He's worked in comics. He's an academic. He's the smartest guy I've ever met. He has metal bookshelves, those steel metal bolted together bookshelves on his second floor. He was down in the kitchen, and all of a sudden he heard a sound like a sonic boom. Boom! And it shook the whole house, and he was like, oh my God. He ran upstairs. Nothing had moved. The bookshelves, everything was still where it was, and he was like going, huh. And so then he went to get a book from the top shelf, and he realized the top shelf on his whole wall of bookshelves, he could now get his hand above it. The legs had punctured through the wood floor and settled on the support beams.
Wow.
So yeah,
That's
he
amazing.
likes books. Yeah, he likes books. He probably narrowly escaped.
Hey, paper's heavy, man.
Paper's heavy,
It is.
man.
It really is. That's the heaviest thing when you move. I'm moving like in a week and a half, and the books will be the biggest thing. And I always ask myself, I said, am I going to reread this? Yes or no? And that's when I get rid of a lot of books.
You know, I kind of have that 5-year rule. You know, like if you haven't touched it in 5 years, you probably aren't going to touch it. You know?
And I don't need to show off my bookshelf. Look, guys, look. I don't do that. I mean, I love the books that I have, but I don't need to do that. I think some people do actually. They need to say, "Look how many books I have." It's like big shit. Have you read them all? Also, doesn't matter. But yeah, I
you
get
guys,
a lot
I'm
of
going to
the
take off.
omnibuses.
I'm kind of getting a little tired here, so.
Dan, that's perfectly fine, man. We've been going
Take
now
care, Dan. Be good,
for a
man.
couple of almost 4 hours, but I'm gonna stick around with Bosch for
Isn't
a
it
little bit.
funny? You know, I swear when I first started, you know, in Comicsgate and stuff, and I thought, wow, remember it was like that guy streamed for a whole hour. Wow.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden you stream for like 4 or 5 hours, and now it's like, do you remember like Ethan doing like 8-hour streams and stuff? Like
yes,
that?
I do.
Holy shit!
Yeah, we've
like,
done
you get used to it. It's kind of funny,
Yeah.
but you get, you know, I can't believe we have enough subject matter.
Dan, you know how it is when people get together and start talking comics. Man. But Dan, thanks for coming on, brother.
When you're creative,
okay,
things
guys,
go on.
we'll see y'all. Thanks everybody in the chat. Appreciate
Okay, Dan, be
being
good,
here.
Take care, brother. See you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Right, bye. My man, Dan Lawless, guys. Yeah, so Bosch, I'm really excited about that bust and the stuff you're doing right now with Pigman. And
Thanks,
it's cool,
Thanks,
man. It's just a blast to see this stuff. So, you know, so now because of you, all right, I'm now in on Toth. So I'm living the Toth lifestyle.
But let me say something about that, because
Yeah.
he was on fire for Zorro. He couldn't wait to do it. Disney was involved. They were publishing it. It was like an adaptation of the 50s show, I believe, at that time. And what he wanted to do was he wanted to economize the dialogue, and they said, no, you got to stick to it. He goes, yeah, but it's comics. It's not a TV show.
Yeah.
How about if I cut? And they wouldn't let him do it. And then he started to lose interest. And he said, according to him, he hacked out maybe the rest of it, at a certain point. But you look at it, it might not be as tight as it is in the beginning. But I remember Howard Chaykin talking about it, because he wrote the foreword. And he mistakenly called Toth a god. You don't call anyone a god, because then you're gonna crash and burn and call him a piece of shit later, which he did eventually.
Yeah.
He's an asshole. It's like, yeah, but you call him a god, bro. You should never have done that. But it's great. But then there was other things. Have you seen the creepy, eerie book on Toth's work?
That's the next one, because
just look. I don't want to push Toth, but I do.
Let's do it. I'm gonna order it right now. I'm tired of listen.
And
I gotta order it.
It's really good. And then there's these 3 tomes of Toth, which are like these big, fat, incredible books, and it's a whole history of Toth. It's basically it's like a biography. It's an art biography, but a lot of text in there also, and it's just fantastic, man. And I don't know, man. It's incredible. And did you ever see his Bravo for Adventure? Let me show you 1 second.
Listen, man, look, just remember, I have to stay married, Bosch. And then it could be over in a minute.
Bravo for Adventure.
Oh, damn, man.
He wrote, penciled, ink, lettered it, and it's basically...
Sean, I heard you're getting sober. I found this crack.
Hilarious, man. But let me show you something quick. Just one example of the brilliance of Alex Toth.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this page also, just the way he designed it and the fire. But there's one thing here where he does it. It's just beautiful. The way he placed the panels, and there's one plane. Let me show you. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find it here.
No, that's fine. Take your time, man.
Look at this also. Look at this also. Just a car down the runway. The meaty inks,
the energy,
and then you got this also. And look at these guys here. The planes taking off.
Oh my!
Do you see them?
Yes.
That one right there.
That's almost like
incredible.
I mean that's got some, like, to me, you know, the Saul Bass storyboards, you know what I mean? Like the Hitchcock, you know, airplane taking off north by
Wow.
northwest. Like, a lot of
You
people
know
don't
what
know
he did?
Saul Bass storyboarded Psycho, the shower scene.
He did do
And
a lot of storyboards, Toth, for
yeah,
Hanna-Barbera, also for movies as well. So look at this,
yeah,
just this one example, right? Plane's taking
yeah.
off here. It's going there, and then it goes into the other panels to explode.
Jeez.
To me, this is brilliance, man. Just absolute brilliance.
Yes.
And this is a great, great piece, man. I mean, it just is. I got like this in 3 different versions, this thing. And that's his final, more or less big comic that he did. Prior to that, he was doing some mainstream stuff, but he stopped after a while. He stopped doing
Yeah.
superheroes. He stopped doing a lot of stuff. And but he's still, to me, he's just the finest artist to ever make comics in a period. I mean, when it comes to the finished work with his own
Yeah.
inking, his own, he cared more, I think, about the finished work than most artists. A lot of them didn't give a damn. They just said, okay,
Yeah.
here to the indifferent hands of inkers who don't give a shit. Where he tried to keep the quality control, you know, on hand as much as he could. Romita did that for a while, but then, you know, he got like
Yeah.
a Jim Mooney who, I don't know. It's so funny. I don't got a thing against Jim Mooney, but I think I do at the same time. It's
Yeah.
like my friend Batten Lash. Did you ever meet Batten Lash, by the way? Cartoonist,
No. Mm-mm.
Wolf and Bird. My favorite guy in comics. He died a number of years ago, brain cancer, tragic. But
Jeez.
he terrible man. He was also on the right, but quiet about it. You
Yeah.
know, he was quiet. Toth was on the right, but not really explicit about it. And then you got a guy like there was one guy trying to talk Toth out of listening to Rush Limbaugh, you know, and he was talking
Uh-huh.
about it publicly. I try to get him away from that nonsense. It's like, this is a grown man. What are you, a child? Trying to get this man who he has his beliefs, they're settled. Anyway, he's just, to me, he's just the finest. And when it comes to writing, Miller, to me, you know, it's like you got
Yeah.
Miller on one side and you got Toth in terms of the
Yeah.
writing and the storytelling when it comes to visual art. Just
Yeah.
the greatest.
Well, I just ordered the creepy. You know, I'm doing what I can
It's
do
just,
for
it's
the
so
cause. Let's
damn
just have
good.
fun.
You know what?
Yeah.
Let me show you 1 second. Chef?
Yeah, because I've got the Wrightson creepy, I've got the Corbin creepy, and I've got just all this. I love that stuff, creepy and eerie, and the monster stuff, man.
Sorry, look at
It's where
this.
it's at.
This.
Ah,
Look at this cover.
beautiful.
Look at this.
Yep.
The juicy.
I had to get the hardcover because the soft cover is coming out in 2025 in a couple of, or December of this year, end of the year, and I just said no, I need the
This
hardcover because I got the hardcover of the other ones. So
hardcover, yeah, that's the way to go.
got to
I
do
got
it.
the hardcover as well. I don't know. I just want to show something quick, man. It's just some of the stuff in here is just, it's outrageous. And then there's like 2 or 3 stories where he only inks, which
Yeah.
when I was, you know, younger, when I got them, I was like, he only inked these. Holy shit, it looks just like him.
Yeah.
But there's something about just the way he does this, man. I mean, just this, even this setup here.
Jeez.
It's about an architect
Yeah.
who wants to steal something from someone. Just it brought to mind the Fountainhead.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
beautiful. It's beautiful stuff. And that, and then, you know, he's most known for, I guess, creating Space Ghost. But he says,
Yeah.
I don't get credit for that. He goes, they told me, here's a picture of Adam West, right? And they said, do something along these lines. And he did. So he made this a cool damn suit, though, with a black mask and a white suit with that cape. Really stylized, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
yeah,
it's funny. The people who worked with him at Hanna-Barbera would always tell those stories as they would wait around like his
yeah.
desk for when he left to steal his trash, sketches he threw
That's right.
out,
That's
for
right.
his stuff. You know, and you just go, I mean, he influenced so many people, but also it's comics is just something that runs deep with people, and you get these folks every now and again who are just channeling comics. It's just
Yeah.
craziness, you know, and it's
There was,
I'm a
there
big
was a,
fan of Zorro in terms of
oh yeah,
I'm a huge fan of Douglas Fairbanks Sr. So the Black
right.
Pirate, and then of course
The old
his
one.
crazy stunts in Zorro, and so
Crazy
Toth will
stunts,
capture
man.
that. That man
It's
shouldn't have
unbelievable.
been with us as long as he was, and it wasn't even that long.
Did you like
I mean,
the Banderas version with
yeah, I thought it was
Anthony
pretty
Hopkins?
solid, actually.
It
Yeah, I
was.
thought they
It
did a pretty
was
good
entertaining
job.
as hell. Catherine
Yeah,
Zeta-Jones, Anthony Hopkins, good stuff,
yep. The
man. Entertaining
passing
as
on
hell.
of the torch. I mean, it was
Yeah,
just good stuff. You know,
that was very,
they
very
I
cool.
they looked at Fairbanks enough, which was good to see. Like you could tell
Yeah,
that someone there had it understood that this is a guy, that Douglas Fairbanks Sr. and the way that he moves, which is just, I mean, the influence his movies had. I mean, so the Phantom is, of course, I didn't really get into the Phantom until probably the movies came out, because it was only then that all of the family in India were like, "You don't know the Phantom because he's huge in India. The Ghost
hmm,
walks is huge over there."
interesting.
And yeah, that wild. And so I got really big into the Lee Falk collections and reading
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
Phantom comics. And I learned that one of my favorite movies, Douglas Fairbanks' The Black Pirate, was the actual inspiration for the
Interesting.
Phantom.
Did he have a
So it's
mask?
weird. He had what he did was it's the story of he was on a ship. He was his father was killed. He was marooned on an island that he swore that
Huh.
he would go and infiltrate and wage war on pirates, and he does. And it's without the mask. It's the it's the
Very, very
Phantom,
cool.
and he's
Did you
awesome.
see the,
So yeah,
Billy Zane movie?
yes, loved it. Yeah, I have it. It's
Yeah,
great.
well, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like it bombed, I guess, box
yeah,
office and the critics, I guess, but it was good. It was a sincere effort to make something
yeah.
along those lines, and Billy Zane was great. I mean, he was great in there.
All those movies that came out after Batman 1989
Yeah.
were really did not do well to box office, but were
No.
really good. They were
Yes,
great.
like
Like The Rocketeer didn't
even
do well. I'm like, that
Rocketeer
movie
was
is
great.
amazing, man.
Love it.
Shit.
Love I
Yeah.
saw it recently again. The
Yeah.
well, Alec Baldwin played what was it?
The Shadow. Yeah.
The
The Shadow. Yeah.
Shadow. That's right. The
Yeah.
Shadow knows. I love that. I love that line.
Yeah.
Oh, the Shadow knows. Because in
Orson
this,
Welles, man, he
yeah, he
crushed
did the
that.
voice, right?
Yeah, he did that radio show, and then this is the cool thing, right? I tell people this. I go, you don't have to be. You can buy Comicsgate books, right? You guys all know this in the chat. Is that you can buy Comicsgate books. There's great stuff out there. There's all of this fantastic stuff. Amen, Flutterbat. And this is the thing, right? It's all there, but we're informed by so much of the great old stuff. There are great
Yeah,
comics you have yet to read, great movies you have yet to
absolutely right.
read that go in the other direction too. So Alex Toth is waiting for you. Frank Miller, if you haven't seen, is waiting for you. But even still, there's so much more out there to be
And
discovered.
you got these
You
artists
know?
like, do you know Tom York from Radiohead? Tom
Yes.
York,
Yeah.
I love Radiohead, and
Yeah.
Tom York's doing some independent stuff now with some other artists here and there, and he's talking about things he loves. He goes Ella Fitzgerald. He's talking
Yeah.
about singers from the '60s, from the '50s, from the
Yeah.
'40s, '30s, and this guy is quote unquote modernist, I guess
Yeah.
they would call him. But there's that connection. You're an artist, you cannot help but go back and find out what people were doing back then
Yeah.
and how great it was.
Yeah.
And the you can't fake it back then, meaning today you can have artists who could fuck around with Photoshop and all this
Yeah.
and even AI now. That time it was complete ability or you're not
Yeah.
in, no matter what. And
Yeah.
it's I love seeing that. I love seeing these people, reach out back in time and say, yeah, those people were great, and to acknowledge them because without them, we're not here. I mean, that's just a fact.
Yeah, I've got to
Without
see if
them,
I can find, because I want to make sure I get the right name, because this is going to drive me crazy here. It's not it's there's how do I put it? Yes, no, it is. I got it right. Never mind. I watched a routine that was going around when people talk about how far in the past you go for great artwork, and I go, you want to see some people who left it all in the ring, and I said I love some of the amazing vaudeville Jimmy Cagney stuff that Michael
oh
Jackson
yeah.
lifted, but go watch the Berry Brothers do a routine. Watch people
Now
jump
I don't know that.
from oh my god. So the Berry Brothers, they would do routines. They were very acrobatic, and they would do these routines where they would all be in suits, all three synchronized. They would jump from the second floor where
The
the
Barry
behind
brothers.
the band, and then land in the splits. All you gotta do is look at all you gotta do is look up what's it called? Barry Brothers, and it's
Let's put
Berry.
it in my notes. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
and
definitely check it
Panama
out later.
Hattie routine, and it will haunt your groin when you see it because
Incredible.
these guys are crazy. And I go, there was a there was a
Yeah.
leave it all in the ring mentality to that work
Yeah.
that you
Yeah.
just it can't be denied. And
Michael
I think
Jordan.
what's
I mean,
yes,
Michael
perfect
Jordan.
example.
You know,
Yeah,
everything at all times. So someone said something. One of his teammates has said he never looked at the score. He always had it in his head, we're down 20. I mean, think
yeah,
about that.
that's
You have to
great.
psych yourself out, and
Yeah,
to make that kind of effort because every time when people are down 20, they play the best of their lives. So he had
yeah,
to psych himself out. It's
yeah.
amazing. But yeah, when watching him play, by the way, he's come back to the NBA as a commentator next year, which is I can't
Oh
wait.
my God, that's gonna be huge.
I've read every book I can get my hands on with him. I saw him play one of his last year in 1998. I
Yeah,
screamed out his name, and he actually looked back because I was so
awesome.
loud. I said, Mike. I mean, that
Yeah,
guy to me, he's so good. He made me tear up, because I'm
yeah,
seeing absolute greatness. There's no doubt about it. This is greatness. This guy gave everything he had to the sport, unlike a lot of those players there. I mean, a lot of guys, they're 7 feet. Oh, I guess I can play
yeah.
ball, right? That's
He
about
had a
it. But
lot of.
he
He
was,
did have a glaring hole in his game, though. Jordan couldn't flop. He
he couldn't,
really
he couldn't flop.
the
Kobe couldn't
players
either.
today are innovating. They don't need
The
to
goat
try.
can flop. The quote unquote
He'll. I.
goat, the self-proclaimed goat.
I mean, did you see him in Space Jam? I mean, I kind of believed it, but LeBron flopping, my
Look,
God.
man, I can't stand LeBron. I know, technically speaking, he's a great player. I know that.
Sure.
But my
Yeah.
God, no goat flops. No goat flops.
It's
They're incapable of being dishonest.
it should bother you. It's like when you see boxers who are like, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to end up in the emergency room because I can't take a knee. Like that's the attitude of
Yeah,
like what Jordan
absolutely
and
right.
those guys were like. They were like, you're gonna have to
100%.
decapitate me to get me to get down on the ground.
And
Yeah.
also, he went to the final 6 times. He won all
Yeah.
times, right?
Yeah.
LeBron won 10 times. That's impressive. He won 10 times, but he lost 6 times. That's not a GOAT for you. It's just not.
Yeah.
And also, he went and got some cheap rings with some other guys. I mean, Jordan could have said, "Hey, Larry, hey, Magic, let's hook up."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And get what, 10 rings? Who knows? But that's
Yeah.
not his style. That's not the nature. They want to compete. And again, all the friendships now in the NBA, they're all buddy. It destroys the competitive fire of the league. It
Yep.
destroys it. Back then, the guys hated each other. I
Yep.
mean, they hated them with a passion. The Knicks and the Bulls, they went to war.
Yep.
There's something about it. And you want that kind of fire. You want that kind of hatred. And then, yeah, when you're done, all right, guys, yeah,
Yeah.
we're fine. But
My God,
while
yeah,
you're
but
on
you look at my favorite boxer, or one of my I want to say one of my favorite boxers because I was too young to fully appreciate him, for obvious reasons. But it was I watch. I'm a boxing fanatic, so Roberto
oh wow,
Duran is a really
yeah,
good, like for
it's
me,
great.
hands of stone, man. But you watch him, Leonard, Hagler,
Hagler,
Hearns,
yeah,
and you just go, these guys, like, my God, man. You know what I mean?
yep,
It's like they were just.
extraordinary.
I can't believe
No,
that Sugar Ray isn't slurred. I don't care how much he moved. He did get hit. I mean, that guy, everyone else, Roberto Duran and him are the only two who can, would speak, able to speak. But my God, man. Yeah,
it's
incredible.
amazing. And again, it's across the board. There's greatness in different fields, and you can bring that to your own work. I mean, you can.
Yes,
You
you
can be
can.
inspired. It's like I'm not a basketball player, but I'm inspired by Jordan, and it's like, okay, what can I do in my work that can maybe echo that in some fashion, in some way?
Yeah,
Actors that I love, and so on.
yeah,
Directors. and of course, what it comes down to, the comic book artist. I mean, that could.
Yes.
I wanted to go so many different ways when I was younger. I said, I want to be a director. I want to be a singer. I want to be this and that. I said, okay, what do you really, really love? Comics. And that was it. And I said, okay. I went to the Joe Kubert School for one summer for one course. I didn't. I was opposed to going to some formalized school. I had in my head, I shouldn't be able to do that. I want to keep my own originality. Yeah, sure. Just go, and then you will retain it if you're smart. I mean, if you're dumb, then you'll probably try to copy everyone. But I learned the value of a brush in the Joe Kubert School that summer, and because I thought it was ridiculous. I said, a brush. I said, it's a limpy little thing. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, there's nothing more versatile, nothing more beautiful than a brush to ink. It's just, there isn't. And then I went to SVA, the School of Visual Arts, for a number of years, just night courses. Howard Post, Howard Cruz. I probably mentioned to you, Howard Cruz was a great teacher, hands down, probably the best one. I found out later he was a gay commie, but but besides that, he was a great teacher.
You know what's funny is when it comes to teachers, right? When it comes to teachers, I remember I was telling somebody about this with mentors. I go, when it comes to mentors, when it comes to that kind of thing, what they give you is so powerful. Like someone say, well, what would you think if your mentor said, I don't like Shanth, I disagree with what he thinks about this. I don't give a shit. This guy gave me more than I can ever repay. He can say what he likes. And it's the weirdest thing. I saw this quote today because and it really made me think of my own mentor, but also just the things I miss about teaching in general. Just the what it can do when it's not being destroyed by morons. And it was this quote: "Better than 1,000 days of diligent study is one day with a great teacher." And I thought, damn, that is so true. I learned perspective in one day from my mentor, and I was like, damn.
Absolutely right. Because you can go off and you can build, 10,000 drawings out of you, they say, and there's it's not exact, but there's truth to that. But when you go to school, the focus, the very specific focus on specific things to learn, you can't get that, I don't think, outside of school. I just don't think so. I think if you do, you'll spend way too long on your own, making way too many mistakes. Whereas if you get a master like you actually, you had Dave Maskelly. I'm flat out. I'm not an envious person, but God damn it, I would have loved to have been in his class and listened to him, because he's a master to me. He's an absolute master.
Yeah, he's
he's an all-time great.
And you know what's so funny about it is that, like, when I think about this kind of stuff, is that really is the whole point of it. The Malcolm Gladwell came out with that book, The 10,000 Hours, but it was based, and it kind of misrepresented the research of a guy named Anders Ericsson, who has a book out called Peak, where he cites his research. And what he said that was interesting was that Gladwell missed, is he goes, no, well, it's not 10,000 hours.
Well, let's go on. Sorry. Gladwell does miss a lot politically speaking also, but anyway, besides
So what Ericsson did that was, and he passed away, I guess it was 2 years or so ago, but he did a couple of interviews, and he goes, what you need is a couple of things. You need deliberate and purposeful practice. He breaks that down, defines those terms. And then he also says you have to have a mentor, and the mentor has to be pushing you to the very brink of your abilities. Know where that is. You go through periods of prolonged frustration and then huge breakthrough. Then prolonged 100%. Frustration, huge breakthrough. And if the teaching is working right, you should be learning way more than you would have had in independent study. Like, it shouldn't even be close.
100%.
It should be just crazy.
There's a real value in that. And again, I was dumb young kid. I was like, well, I don't want my individuality. No. You can retain it. You can do it. It's just that I think I saw some people maybe going to the Joe Kubert school and trying to draw like Joe Kubert, and I resented that. I was like, guys, you're your own man. Don't try to look like Joe Kubert.
Yeah.
Draw like yourself. So I think maybe I got turned off by that aspect. But man, there's something about that high focus concentration on a very specific thing to learn how to draw that you cannot get, I think, without that kind of master who's teaching you. And also to rip you up if need be. To rip you if need be. Like, Cameron in the Fountainhead, the way he treats at work, and work takes it. He's like, whatever, man. You're the master. I don't give a shit. this is nothing to me, you
Yeah.
know. So
And that's sort of the beautiful part, I think, of the education thing is having somebody, who is prepping you, who is saying to you, look, on the other side of this, there's going to be there are going to be walls, and I want to prep you to be strong. I want you to be able to really make this
and to
stuff
stand
happen.
on your own, to
Yeah.
stand on your own in the tough world that we live in. It's a
Yeah.
tough business. You got to be really good, and you got to be resilient. And that's
Yeah.
what the best teachers, I think, will do to prep you. Howard Cruz threw us into this thing. He goes,
Yeah.
"Okay, guys, you're gonna write pencil, ink, letter, a short little story,"
Yeah.
and that was our assignment for the semester. And I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready, but ready or not, you go in. So I thought about this one scene that I was thinking about from my first book, Table for One. I drew
Yeah.
the final climactic scene, and looking back at it compared to the one that was published, I mean, we're different worlds. But if I didn't do that, I probably wouldn't have got there. So that's
Yeah.
it had a great value for me. And at a certain point, this one teacher took me aside. He goes, "Why are you here?" I said, "To learn." He goes, "Yeah, but you're good." I said, "That's not the point. Thank you. I do appreciate. I don't mean to
Yeah.
be rude, but I want to learn as much as I possibly can, and then go my own and make this first effort, this first book."
Yeah.
That's what you want to hear. Toth, I heard he was so rough, and people said, "You be careful, man. Don't send your work." I said, "The master." I said, I said, if he
Yeah.
tears it apart, if he shreds
That's
it,
it.
I want it. And he was so complimentary. And then people said, "Yeah, but this one guy told me, who was a Toth fan, he goes, he was
Yeah.
shocked, first of all, that actual blurb from Toth. And he says, he was just being nice, right? I said,
Yeah.
"Toth," and I think someone actually it was on tothfans.com, said, "Toth being nice." No, that's not
What do you
possible.
thought? Yeah,
I may have
exactly,
said it
man.
before. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
I'll probably
The
repeat myself, but
yeah,
to
go,
be
go, go.
correspondent to be correspondent with him, and then also Ditko, I corresponded with him a number of times.
Yeah.
He was never willing to say anything very specific or anything, no blurbs
Yeah.
from Ditko, no matter what. I think he misunderstood the concept of appeal to authority. I said, "Yeah, but
Yeah.
if you actually like it, there's no harm in you saying so publicly. It's not
Yeah.
like I'm saying it just for my own benefit." I said, I'm a struggling cartoonist. I'm out there. It's my first book. If
Yeah.
you actually liked it, but he wouldn't go for it. Yeah, Eddie CR says Alex Toll's
Yeah.
critique of C. Rude's work is gold. He ripped Rude, and Rude kept going to him, and I respect about Rude because Rude's a great cartoonist.
Yeah.
And even the old day, there's like a legend of Toth ripping him. He still was showing Toth stuff off and saying, "Look how great this is."
Yep.
I
That's
respect
right.
it because some people would have withered and said, "You know what? Fuck you, old man. You ripped
Yeah.
me." He actually told him, "You sure you want me to critique your work?" He goes, "Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
all right." And he just tore him apart. And he was right.
Yeah.
I got to say,
You
looking at it,
you
he was right.
you gotta have you gotta have that you gotta have that mentality. Like one of the stories I have from my childhood, one of the handful of stories that I've had relayed to me was, I think, when I was in first grade. I don't know how grades, I don't really, obviously remember much about grades, but we were doing letters. We were having to learn how to write script, and we had those lines. And I had absolutely diabolical hand control. People look at my stuff now and go, "What, you have terrible hand?" I said, "Yeah, I did." It's like will, drive, that's what it is. And um,
Yeah,
my mother told the story. She came in, she looked over my shoulder, and she goes, "It. I didn't even know if it was English, sweetheart." She's like, "This
unbelievable.
was just horrendous." But I didn't, wanted to kind of give you a little encouragement. So I said, "Oh, you're doing such a good job on your letters." I mean, they kept me in from recess to work on my
Mm,
letters. Right? It was that bad. And I put my pencil down on the table, looked at her, and I said, "My letters are horrible. Everyone else in the room's letters are better than mine." And then I got my fucking pencil out. I would do, and my son has this too. When he was little, I would hold one hand with the other hand for hand
hmm,
control. Yeah,
interesting.
isn't
And it
that
doesn't
wild?
affect your art. Now,
No, well, no,
did
it
you
was
hand
affecting everything. It was affecting everything. But
did you hand letter your early comics? By the way, did you hand letter
yeah,
them? Me
yeah,
too.
and then
Yeah.
about 7 years ago, I've never been able to write in maybe 8 years ago. I've never been able to write in script. So I decided I was going to only write in journals, and I was like documenting all this stuff in script. And I said I got to look at somebody. So I looked at Arthur Conan Doyle's script writing, and I decided I was going to learn. So I taught myself,
Nice.
calligraphic writing. And then
Nice.
I also got a couple of years ago said I want to be able to just kind of tool around to relax on the violin. Like you know how it is. It's like if you've got to do something, you
Yeah, you
just
have to.
say I need to expand what this is because anybody who's backing my stuff or anybody who's interested in me as an artist, I want to have a wealth of things to get them excited because I wake up every damn day, just like I know you do, passionate about the
Yeah,
art form, passionate about the arts,
absolutely.
passionate about American culture and where it could go. And the fact that we're this tiny light in the darkness of liberty and we can't let that go out. It's
No.
fucking too important, man. You know?
It is, and it's rare, and to speak more widely about America, historically speaking, there's only been
Yeah.
one. There's only been one
Yep.
country that's the most powerful country in the history of the world that doesn't lord it over others.
Yep.
That's unheard of. Every time there was a quote unquote empire or whatever, they always lorded over us. They always went over and colonized and whatnot. We're like, okay, we're good. We are the envy of the
Yeah.
world, and I think it's also part of like, and they project like they're so powerful. Why aren't they doing what we
Yeah.
would do with that power? And
Yeah.
they're suspicious of that, which is funny. But yeah, we're as lucky as hell to be here. I mean, we
Yeah.
really are. All things considered, all flaws considered,
Yeah.
we're lucky. We are very
Yeah.
lucky, and I just proud as hell to be an
Yeah.
American. And today,
Yeah, me
Memorial
too.
Day. To
Exactly.
I mean, that's the thing. Men
Yeah.
did go out there and they put it all on the line for us, and that's something
Yeah.
to be remembered. You know,
Yeah, it is.
it
And
really.
it's one of those things too where let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I have it on my computer, but it'd be great if I did. No, let me see here if I have.
Someone mentioned, by the way, 1 second. Someone mentioned in the chat about Tom York with his new collaboration. I do have that, and there's a few standouts. I forgot who mentioned it here. Apologize. I just want to see if I can find it.
Let me see if I can find it too. Let me scroll here. Devil
About
Flyer
Tom
Momentum
York.
saying hello. Tom York, where is it? Neil Adams.
Tom York with
Who's
Mark Pritchard. They made an album, Tall Tales, and there's a
oh,
few
okay.
some standouts. And I just want to mention to
Oh yeah,
acknowledge
go
it.
to it.
Very
Yep.
very cool. Yeah, and the Scott Walker. This one song. It's raining again. I've just been listening to some older stuff and just great
Yeah.
stuff, man. And again, I listen to. It's called alternative only because it's cornered. It's individualistic art that can't be classified. That's the only reason why I think I like that form because it's like it's not a genre really. It's just
Yeah.
well, I don't know where to put this, so let's just call it alternative.
Yeah.
That's the kind of music that I like. The individualistic sounds. That's all.
Yeah. I mean,
And
well that's the
Radiohead has
stuff,
that
man.
in spades. Have you heard the OK Computer album, by the way,
Yes.
Shanth?
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, it's fantastic, man. Devil Flyer, thank you. Appreciate it, Devil Flyer. Thank you.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, listen, we're in agreement there, Devil Flyer. I'm telling you right now. I'm very
Appreciate
excited
it,
about the
man.
book. You know,
And
and
I
I think,
love that you love it in a very superficial, aesthetic way. I'm,
yep,
I'm joking, but you mentioned you say,
yeah,
look, man, it's story, whatever. I just like the way it looks, man. It's
yeah.
all
Well,
about
my
looks.
attitude with this stuff is I'm like my way with this stuff is if when we're trying to communicate with people, and you know this, right? It's like God dang, man, coming out of academia, I see no shortage of people trying to explore important things in a way that is just like nails on a chalkboard in terms of
Yes,
aesthetics. And I go,
100%.
if you care about it enough, do it right.
Absolutely right.
For the love of God,
Absolutely,
learn
and
your craft.
present it in a more engaging way, a more appealing way. Or else, why the hell should I listen to you? I mean, if you're a big fat bore, I mean, it doesn't matter. And
Yep.
again, you got to get these ideas, you got to get these stories out in a way where I think Frank Miller was talking about it. You grab them by the throat. You grab the reader by the throat. You really have
Yeah.
to. It's
Yeah.
it's important as hell, especially for this medium. We don't have the sounds and the visuals and the kinetic energy. We have static images and words. We got to make the most of it.
Yep.
But at
Yep.
the same time, it's something more indelible than anything else because it stays
Yeah.
with you. These static images stay with you more than just a scene in a movie. Let's say. Now, what's this?
So I just want to share this with the chat since you just reminded me it was Memorial Day. So
Yeah.
this is a portrait I did for a soldier who was killed from our hometown, First
Mm,
Sergeant P. Andrew McKenna. Drew was stationed in Afghanistan. He was killed there. My wife actually taught his brother, who was 10 years younger than him, who died in a was younger than him, not 10 years younger, but died in a motorcycle accident 10 years before Drew did, leaving them
damn it.
both of their sons. And I did not know them, but it's a small town, and I made a decision that I mean, this is the thing about it, right? When you're an artist, I was looking at all the pictures in the press, and there wasn't anything that was particularly high resolution, and there was this one photo I could find, and I thought, I gotta try to do. There's no more photos of Drew. That's over now because of this. And I go, I've got to do a painting for his mom. And so when they renamed our post office after him in the small town I'm in, there were all these people there for the renaming, these politicians, state politicians. And I looked at my wife and I go, "You're coming with me to deliver this?" And she's like, "Well, I wouldn't miss it." I said, "Yeah, babe, but I'm a brown guy who's going to be walking up to where there's a bunch of people, with a brown paper package." I go,
Oh
"I'm going to
my
need you there,
god.
honey, as a hostage." But
Oh my
so I
god.
went up there and I met her, and I didn't make her open it. But then we ran into her at the grocery store, and we've gotten to know them. I was there when the scholarship in his honor was given when my kids graduated from high school, so I got to sit next to her and things like that. But there, guys, just to put faces to this holiday that's we've just passed on the West Coast, but is one of our most sacred and important holidays.
Yeah.
Just an American hero, who really just people like him are why I get to do what I do. And
100%.
I don't think I've ever worked this hard on a painting because I'm not. I said this to the gal who works on our cars up the way. I said, I'm painting this soldier who died in our town, and she goes, "Drew?" She looked at me like her mouth on. She's like, "I know him." I said, "Great. It's a surprise
Wow.
for his mom, and I want to have someone who knew him look at it. Would you look at it?" And Celeste was like, "Oh yeah, I'll take a look at it." And I said, "Because you know what my concern is." I said, "Now Celeste has never punched me before. I want to be really clear, but I like to risk. Let me turn it. Yeah, I'll turn up my mic a little bit here. Sorry about that. But Celeste has never taken a swing at me, but the way our car, we bring it in every now and again, I think she's thinking about it. But I said to her, I go, you know what the thing is about mom, Celeste? Is I said, moms don't look at their kids at all. And she looked at me and I was like, this is where it's a good day to die. This is where Sean finally ends. And she goes, "What do you mean by that?" And I said, "You don't look at them. You inspect them." And she got a huge smile on her face. And I said, "I don't need to make this isn't like a clinical exercise in realism, but
Yep.
a mom is going to notice certain things. So as a mom, I need you to look at this." You know what I mean? And
Yep.
that's what we do. And it's like, you're going to paint a portrait. You're going to do this now, kid. That's what I said to
Catch
myself.
the
And that's
character, to catch the look, to catch
you got to
something
do it.
that they recognize. It's not a
Yeah.
photorealistic thing either. You try to catch the core, something
You
about it,
know.
something there.
Yeah.
And if you don't do that, they will miss it. And like, who is that? That's the last thing you want. Like, who's that?
Nightmare fuel, man.
That's
Nightmare fuel.
absolute. Oh my
I'm
god!
I'm
Believe
not a
me, I
drinker, but
drew
I
this one
thought
couple
about it.
ones. You were like, I
It's
drew this
like,
couple ones. We're like, who's that? I'm
yeah.
like, holy shit! I
That's a
really
night. Can
blew
you
it.
imagine? Can you imagine? I was thinking to myself, she's just lost her son. Like, imagine delivering a miserable
Oh my
portrait.
god!
I mean, I seriously, I looked at,
And not
and
knowing.
then, because I'm an introvert, right? I said to Celeste, I go, she doesn't take any shit off of me, man. Let me tell you something. She's like I mean, I bring my car in there, but I'm totally working for her. It's the way it's the way it is. And I said, "Can you give it to her?" And Celeste goes, "No, you painted it, hon. You're gonna give it to her."
Jeez. What was the
I
reaction, man?
swear to
Just
God,
like,
man. It's too funny,
what was
man.
the reaction?
Oh, she loved it, and she was really cute. She said to me, she goes, "I feel guilty. Should I want it?" And I'm like, "Why do you feel guilty?" And she goes, "But I was wondering if I should give it to the wing at the Veterans Hospital
Mm,
that's dedicated to him."
right.
And I said, "You can leave it to them if you want to. Keep
Yep.
it. This is yours." And she's just happy. She just, like, if you can just give a little bit of, you know I can't even talk about it anymore, but man, it's
I
like,
know.
you gotta, you gotta, like, it's so funny, man. Like, the way you guys see me on streams, it's the way I am when I go. God help me, Lord Jesus. When I go to McDonald's, it's the way. It's the way I talk to someone at the drive-thru. It's the way I talk to people where they are. Like I was, we were in Toronto, and I had, I was actually having, didn't know this at the time, respiratory problems because of off gassing from a product I ordered on Amazon that was sent over from China, sprayed with formaldehyde, and I got a reaction to this, right? And it was a chair. I didn't know that it was doing that, so I was sick for a while. So we were staying at a hotel near the train station, and we got out of our hotel, got in a cab, and then the guy saw we were only going a couple of blocks because I couldn't walk very far. Like, well, not a couple, but across town. And
So
he
it was that
goes,
bad where you literally could not walk.
I
Jeez,
was having vertigo. I thought,
terrible.
my God, they tested me for everything, man. And I would just come home, sit in this chair, and wonder what was wrong with me. That's the problem. And so what ended up happening is this guy uh was like, "Oh, no, 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 no. I've been waiting in line, and now you come here and you're only gonna go 4 blocks." And I'm like, "I'm sick, can't walk." He's like, "I could drive you to the airport." I go, "No, we want to go to the tram. We have a ticket for the tram." And then he was just bitching the whole way
Hmm.
there in the cab. And I said, "Honey, take the kids, get out of the cab. I'm gonna talk to this guy for a second." And so I sat down with him, and I said, and I sit in the car, and I gave him a $20 tip. And he looked at me and he goes, "Why are you giving me a $20 tip? I was mean to you." I said, "I know. You're having a hard time. Whatever's going on in your life is not my concern at
Hmm.
all." I said, "It's not my concern." I go, "Change the way your day is. Stop seeing everybody as a potential enemy. Stop seeing that. Like, stop that, man."
Hmm.
And he's like, "Thank you." Like, he really, like, it's like, I was like, "Go and change your attitude for
I
the
would
fucking
have,
day."
I would have dismissed that years ago, but I'm starting to appreciate that attitude because it's not that old line where you don't know what people are going through. Yeah, some people are just assholes,
Yep.
but some people are truly going through a lot of shit and they don't know how to deal with it and they just lash out,
Yeah.
and it's ugly, and we
When I
shouldn't
was a
be
kid,
as hostile about it as they are at times. I'm starting to
yeah,
learn that. It took me a
it was
while.
tough
Let's
for
just
me
say.
when I was young. I was in
I mean,
fights
it was
where I had
impossible for me
no
when I was young.
chance, man. Like I was, I
Impossible for me when I was young.
yeah, I was like so small. Like I weighed like 115 pounds soaking wet with a brick on my head. But I remember when someone was kicking my ass and I wouldn't shut my mouth, I'd just look up at him and go, "You're gonna break your hand."
Jeez.
But it's like, my joke I was saying earlier on the stream is they're like, "Where does your positive attitude? Is this fake?" I get that sometimes. People go, "This
No,
guy,
I
this
believe
fake
it.
dad laugh," and I always
Look,
go,
I've been on stage enough
it's
with
all
you
about
that
my happy childhood,
that's
guys.
you.
Thumbs up. That's the key. I had a happy childhood, and right-handed people don't grab a child's left arm. Never forget it, guys. So
That's hilarious.
smile, enjoy
Look,
yourself,
man,
man.
it's so
It's a
funny.
good life.
Someone said something about people on TV or even here, like in streams, right? That you don't really,
Yeah,
that's not the real them. Yeah, it is. I don't care what
it
people
is.
say. It's not you eventually, even if you're putting on a front, you
Yeah,
eventually are who you are. And
yeah,
so, yeah, I believe that it's real. And I'm starting to appreciate that aspect of people and not jumping down their throat the way when I was younger.
yeah,
I don't care for that anymore. I just want to get on my day, move and that's it. And if something gets in the way of that, okay, I'll just try to maybe have some decent words for someone who's clearly going through something, whatever
yeah.
it might be. But it's something
You
that
need
it
your.
took a
That's the
while.
thing. You got your Jordan game going now. You
That's
know
yeah,
what I
I mean,
mean?
it's
He's
true.
like, "I'm 20 points down. That's all that matters, man."
It's true.
Yep.
Just keep going.
Yeah,
But there was
man.
something about that, watching him play again, it was
That's
extraordinary. And
right.
I was never into sports. My brother said, "Watch." I said, "Watch what? I don't really care. Watch it." That was it. I saw him once. I was like, "Okay, that's it. Hooked." And it was tough
MVP.
when he left. I mean, it was tough
Yeah.
because, and then you had Kobe pop up, who was in a similar spirit. And
Yeah.
they ended up being really good friends. No one
Yep.
really knew about that. I love the fact that the media did not know that. Everyone was shocked. I love
Yep.
that because they're not horrors when it comes to media. They're not like
Yep.
Jordan has been off the grid for decades. I
That's
mean, he
right.
has. He don't care for it, and now he's
Yeah.
come back and doing some kind of, I think, pre-recorded commentary for the NBA next year, which I can't wait because he's like he's the master. And you want to hear what the master says about this sport.
They were
Shaq's, that's the other way around. And also, Pippen, they said, if you're not Pippen, it's like, how did Pippen become such a great defender? Who did he defend in practice?
Yeah.
The greatest player on the planet.
That's
the greatest player in history. So he had to step up. So, you hear that stuff, but it's just nonsense. I mean,
yeah.
Pippen was a great defender. He was not as great as he.
Those were glorious days, though.
I
mean, Bird and Magic and Jordan. Get out of town, man.
And
like,
Bird,
that
the
shit's
underrated
crazy.
Bird. The underrated Bird.
Yeah.
He's still underrated. The guy was a beast. I mean, he was incredible.
Yeah.
And you read these books about him, it's like, wow.
Yeah.
He wanted to give up basketball forever. His father committed suicide. He was a guardsman, and he wanted to actually quit basketball. He couldn't deal with it. And then he went, and one guy, I think, said he's the most self-motivated player he's ever known. Right. And he had this attitude, and he had to, I think he had to overcompensate with certain things, maybe playing with the black guys who were rough. And so he said, all right, I'm going to talk more shit than them. And to the point where he goes to an all-star game, walks in and get, who's going to win second in a 3-point contest?
Yeah.
Knowing that he's going to win. And everyone's like, shit. Because he knows he's going to do it.
A good frame of reference for a realistic appreciation of Bird because, I'm up in New England. So there probably are churches near me that have St. Bird. You know what I mean?
Exactly
right. The Celtics are...
Larry Legend. It's not a joke. The guy was as good as it gets, and he was limited by, his back, and also at a certain point we had to retire. But he wasn't the jumper. He couldn't jump out of a gym and all that, but it didn't matter. He was smart as fucking hell, and a crafty player, a creative player.
Yeah.
Incredibly creative. It's a great game. To me, it's the ultimate spectator sport. You can't be flabby. You can't be fat. You got to be in shape, and you got to be talented. Yep. You have to be. Whereas baseball, you don't have to be in great shape. Football, you could be a big fat guy like Pigman, and play. Basketball, you got to be in tip-top shape. You have to be, or else you're out.
Type 2 doesn't really work as well in basketball. Like it is a problem in the NFL, I think.
And they talk about LeBron's longevity. So it is 22 years now. What's he doing? What's he doing to keep that longevity? I mean, there's some rumors going around. And I believe it because why? Because he flops. Because he's dishonest. And if you're dishonest, you might be taking some juice. Let's just say. I can't stand him.
And let's talk about like there's a lot of boxers nowadays who ask about like who's the greatest, who's this, who's that, and the reason why, and there's arguments to be made, man. But it's amen. I'd actually say that. Yeah, John Malin has that Larry Bird attitude, 100%, man. But it's the thing.
Grab it more too. I love that. I just love that spirit.
It's a great man. It's that fighter spirit. The thing for me is that Ali transcended the sport. Like he transcended it in ways with like he did things like I've gone back and I've watched his fights.
It was him and Jordan, I think, who transcended their own sports. Who were beyond. They were beyond it. Yeah.
He's you just say who do you like in basketball? Like who's the best of all time? People wouldn't even have to say Jordan. They could say Mike. Mike. Period.
True.
That's it. Nobody's gonna go Michael. Like no one's gonna have that question, man.
And also Muhammad Ali. I mean, look, he was an icon of icons. He was funny, and he was a great boxer on top of it. It wasn't just a flash. Yeah. He was great. And there's a reason why he's so fondly, remembered. Despite whatever flaws he had, And I think he did stay a little too long. He really did. But that's I think that's one of those flaws where you still think you're better than you are. But the guy is an icon of icons. Even that Superman comic with Muhammad Ali, it's crazy, right? Just to put a comic together, but it makes sense. Like, okay, this icon with that icon, and I'm not again. I don't know if I'm not crazy about Neil Adams. I'm not. I'm just not. I don't care for the sausage fingers that he makes. I can't stand his writing. The Odyssey thing, it's preposterous. I mean, it really is.
Yeah.
But that comic is great. I mean, it's really drawn beautifully. Ali was drawn great. Superman was drawn great. So yeah, and he was so much in here also that Neil Adams was hard on Frank Miller, but Miller kept coming back. He kept knocking him out. He kept coming back. That's what okay, this guy's gonna be something else. Kept getting off the mat, no matter how much he rocked him, which he no doubt did.
One of my buddies is in the chat who I met him when Jeremy and I have known each other since I came in to Comicsgate way back when. And it's so funny because we talk about art and you talk about the Pigman trailer. That I did that icon for him. So it's like for his channel when it was blowing up, and I'm so happy for him. His channel, he really blew up talking about Game of Thrones and all of that stuff. And then now he does shows about From, but just a huge supporter of mine and the stuff I've doing in comics. And just, it's great. It's great the people that you meet, but it's like if the attitude is, I remember I made this comment like when I would do like trailers for certain people at a certain level, brother, Jeremy, brother. It's like, but when I would do trailers for people would, and Jeremy probably is aware of this too. They'd go, "Oh, you're doing a trailer for this person. Oh, you're doing a trailer, so that you're gonna kiss this person's ass. You're gonna try to get things." I go, the reason why people think that is because they don't know the person I help in my neighborhood or the student that I work with when I'm like trying to help some student that Lauren wants me to help who's trying to submit a portfolio to a college. They don't give, this is a crazy thing. People who think that don't give a fuck about the people you help that they don't give a shit about, that they don't see.
Absolutely right.
And it's like and I tell people this it's like, I don't think I know if I've known somebody for a year or so, that there's been something like that with them because it's just the way I am. And people are like it's so fucking funny, man. It's and I get it. Let me be really clear about this.
It's a genuine generosity on your part. I can tell. I mean, it's genuine. But as they say, you're just trying to suck their dick. All these guys from outside of Comicsgate who are obsessed with Comicsgate. By the way, they're obsessed. It's like, what the hell, man? I got hit by that Methwin guy. I was like, who the hell is this bitch?
Yeah.
He hit me. I was like, who are you? And it's like he knows me or something. I don't know him.
I haven't had any experiences with him, but he's clearly somebody unlike, he's not generous like me. He's not going to share his meth.
No, impossible.
He's going to hog it. You know what I mean?
His meth.
Oh my God. God bless you, Jeremy. God bless. We're going to have to get a room soon, but it's, listen, Bosch, let me take this one, Bosch. Let me take this one. This is old school. The reason I know you know this. I'm telling you things you already know. The whole reason for actual love in the comic book community was the disagreements historically. And we've got to get back to that.
We need to go at it hard, me and other fans. Like I said,
Bosch doesn't
Jeremy Jr. is great. Jeremy Jr. sucks. I'm like, oh man.
Bosch doesn't like Liefeld or McFarlane. And I'm like, fuck. Bosch, which Toth book should I get? I don't give a fuck. Man, I've had people say shit to me that is like, how do I put it? So I'm a fourth Austrian. And I have an uncle, I swear to God, this is not made up. I had an uncle Franz, a great uncle, Franz and Gerald. This is no word of a lie. Now, Gerald was stricken in his 40s by a benign but deforming tumors, that grew all over him, under his arms. He couldn't lower his arms. If you knew him before, terrible. You would notice it more. But he felt it, right? And they couldn't figure out what it was. Was it something left over from the wars or something like that there? And I saw those two brothers, the older brother, Gerald was the younger one who had the tumors, get in a fight where he goes, well, that's why God gave you those tumors and made you so fucking... they went... couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then at the end, they were like, chow, chow, kiss on the mouth. And you're like, these fucking people, man.
I know.
I mean, Jesus. I mean, those are the fights, man.
Jack Kirby?
It was like that, yeah.
Apex. If you've seen sometimes Neil Adams try to make these poses and his fingers sometimes, it just looked wrong. And I know Jack Kirby, especially his thumbs, he was pretty off about his thumbs. I just thought it was charming. It's so funny looking when Reed Richards is there with his thumb in a really awkward way. But look, man, I just think, for myself, it's like I look at your art, I look at John's art, and I know you guys are really into. And look, I love McFarlane's Hulk. I couldn't stand his Spider-Man. He gave him a big ass.
McFarlane's Hulk is my shit anyway. So
I mean, that was
it's
to me
crazy because
I loved his Hulk.
I miss. Here's what I really miss, man, and I miss it a lot. Is that there was this attitude we used to have for people who were really passionate about things. That as long as we shared, here's the thing that could make me and Bosch's comic relationship difficult. If one of us didn't like comics, if you start with a baseline of loving comics, it doesn't matter because you get to talk comics with somebody. And the worst thing in the world is that's what they took from us, man. That's what the SJWs did when they moved into comics. They took away our ability to debate the merits because they took it as a personal affront and not as a passion for the forum, the stories, the mythos, and the characters. That's
criticism was out the window, and that's why the comics suck, because there was no serious criticism. Remember the Comics Journal? I call it the Commie Journal, really. I mean, those guys are goddamn commies. But at least there was something there to keep some people to think twice, maybe. Not that their criticism was valid or anything in a lot of ways. I think a lot of it was absolute bullshit. But at the same time, that's long gone. There's no more serious criticism of comics. No more. The only thing that was happening, which is why I think, your boy Zach took off, because it was not anywhere. It wasn't happening. There was no criticism of the industry or the comics that this is shit. And I gotta say so. That's why I took off, because he was saying something that a lot of people believed. But in terms of the collapsing of standards, that's what I thought about Rob Liefeld coming in. That the standards were collapsed by the editors and him and his work. And I know they say the energy and all that, but as I say, he didn't put the energy to learn how to draw. That's why there's so much quote unquote energy on the page. But that's a whole different thing. And again, when I look at you or John, it's like you guys blow him away. So it's not even a point where I love Toth. I love Toth.
Just to cover the Kirby figures thing, though, real quickly, guys. There are people out there. Those drawings, some of those drawings Kirby did, are unforgivable. If you own one of those unforgivable drawings, just mail it to me. Just mail it straight to my house. You don't need to burden yourself with it. Okay. Just send all those Kirby drawings to me, man. Can you imagine when those
Kirby was mocked for years also by people. He was mocked. But I love those FF comics. I absolutely adore them. The Dark Side comics. The Fourth World comics. I mean, it's fun, man.
The Fourth World is freaking nuts, man. It's practically Hinduism. It's barking mad. I mean, God dang, man. Yeah,
and
it's like
I love.
Can you imagine, man? I'm growing up in Chattanooga, and I'm trying to learn shit about Hinduism, right? Like reading those books, and I'm like going, these names have 90 syllables. Now I have dyslexia. This is out of order. Like this has to stop. But what's so cool about it is when you look at Kirby stuff and you look at the Greek myths and you look at that stuff. I liked when Kirby did that Fourth World shit and lost his goddamn. That is beautiful stuff. Like it's mental.
Great. It is.
You
It is.
Oh,
and
man.
Orion, something about Orion. I love that character,
Orion's
man.
badass.
And he really is great. And Walt Simonson took it. He did a really good job with that Orion series with Walt Simonson. And he's still doing great work right now, even with Ragnarok. By the way, the fourth volume will be coming out this year. I can't wait. I just can't wait with this skullhead Thor. No aesthetics, meaning there's no beauty there. It's like he's just but he's still that same Thor, even though it's not the Marvel version. It's the other one, and the hammer's different, but it's beautiful, man. It's great stuff.
I said to somebody, it's such a great time to like books if you like books. I mean, there's some of the artist editions are like some sick dream. They're gonna make a Dave Stevens Rocketeer artist edition. Are you kidding me? Ashley Wood artist edition.
God.
What the hell are we talking about, man?
I want to see a Jeremy Jr. Man Without Fear artist edition. I want to see that one.
I hope they can do that. Yeah.
I did a review recently, and I just loved it. I mean, I thought, and I appreciate a little more so. And Al Williamson, when that first image of Stick that they showed, the way Al Williamson inked, I mean, and Romita Jr., that I don't know what it was, but it was so stunning. It's like the most stunning drawing of the entire series, and the line work, incredible, and the eyes, they made it look watery. I don't know, it was just beautiful stuff, man. Also went through the I got a number of I got the Sin City one, the first one. I got the Dark Knight Returns. I got the Amazing Spider-Man comic strip, the Jeremy Senior, the Daredevil Born Again, Batman Year One, and also the Daniel Klaus original art. I think it's just called original art. It's great stuff. And then the Ditko is amazing. It's not an artist edition. It's just a large version of the comics. It's great stuff, man. And
said here. Just rest in peace, Peter David, says Eric Huffles. And then to Devil
man.
Flyer Momentum, let me say thank you again. I will be backing Pigman and Springball later today. Now that the banks are reopened. And then, of course, Momentum saying, Devil Flyer Momentum saying Fembat 2. We appreciate you, Devil Flyer Momentum. Thank you for all of your support. And again, guys, let's wrap up because when my wife wakes up,
about Springball. Look, talking to you, getting to know you, seeing the work, it's exciting, man. It really is.
Oh, thanks.
And I appreciate having me here too, Chantal. Thank you, man. By the way, I did a show tonight on Peter David. I did. I was going to look through the first issue of The Death of Gene DeWolf, and I ended up doing 2 issues. I really love that story. I thought he did a hell of a job. That was his first, I think, real impactful story, and it was a pretty serious one for him because he tended to lean a little too much comedy at times, I think, to undercut the seriousness. This one is pretty hardcore, and Rich Buckler did a great job. I mean, he really did.
And guys, if you could do me a favor too, if you could drop a link. I have 3 copies and the artisan edition of The Rocketeer. There's no reason to have 3 artisan editions of the same book.
I know. I got the. I don't have the artist edition. So what? There was an artist edition out there.
There's an artist edition of Rocketeer, and then there's an artisan edition as well. So a smaller.
I have I guess, what do you call it? The
deluxe.
The beautiful. Deluxe with the slipcover and
yes, I love that one. Yeah, that's got the Tom Jane the intro. Yeah, it's great, man.
It's so damn
man. So let me do this, guys. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate you. 351 people watching on YouTube and X. Let me close out with I'm gonna play this, then we're gonna come back and say hello. I'll give my closing thoughts, but I want to not my Jerry Springer closing thoughts, but I want to play this trailer one more time for those of you guys here. So check this out. Beautiful stuff from my man Bosch, guys. Check it out. So from the heart of Lovecraft Country and the birthplace of American religious liberty, my name is Jonathan Jetty. You've been watching Jonathan Jetty Art with some outstanding people here, including Bosch and Dan Lawless and Eric Weathers and all these fine folks here. Check out Pigman. Check out Springball. Check out Nosfero. And we appreciate you guys so much. And if you are a channel member, you guys have got your names in the credits coming up. So speak easy, stay gold, keep the faith, and peace be with you guys out there. Give nihilism no quarter. Take care, everybody.
Good morning.